Можемо стартувати.
We shall start now.
Мене чути, видно.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Так, дякую.
Thank you.
Ми починаємо конференцію
We are
«Органічний день
starting
в
our
Україні».
conference, Organic Day
Вітаю
in
всіх.
Ukraine.
Мене звуть
Welcome
Олена
everyone.
Дейнеко.
My name is
Я голова
Olena
правління
Deineko.
громадської
I'm
спілки
the head
«Органічна
of the
ініціатива».
board of NGO Organic Initiative.
Конференція
The
«Органічний день в
conference,
Україні»
Organic Day in Ukraine,
сьогодні організована вже
today
вчетверте від 22-го року.
is organized for the first time already, starting from 2022.
Конференція проходить під
The
патронатом
conference
Міністерства
is
економіки, довкілля,
conducted with the
сільського
help of
господарства
Ministry of
України
Economy, Environment
за
and
підтримки
Agriculture of
Швейцарії
Ukraine
в
with the
межах
support
швейцарсько-української
of
програми розвитку
Switzerland
торгівлі з вищою
within
доданою
a
вартістю в
Swiss-Ukrainian
органічному молочному секторах
program
України.
with added value.
Програма QFTP, що впроваджується
QFTP
досвідом
program
Інститутом
that is
органічного
being
сільського
implemented by
господарства
the
ФІПО в
Research
Швейцарії
Institute of
у
Organic
партнерстві
Agriculture
Сільхоза EG
Switzerland
Швейцарія і за підтримки
with the
Німеччини.
support
В
of
межах міжнародного
Germany
проєкту
also within international
німецько-українська
project of
співпраця у
German-Ukrainian
галузі органічного
cooperation
сільського
in the
господарства,
sphere of
програма
organic
КОА,
agriculture,
який
COA
фінансується
program that is being
німецьким
financed by
федеральним
the
міністерством
German
сільського
Federal
господарства,
Ministry of Agriculture,
продовольства і регіональної ідентичності.
Food and Regional Identity.
Партнерами конференції в
The
цьому році
partners of the
виступають
conference
інформаційний
this year
центр
are
«Зелений
Informational
досьє»,
Center Green Dossier,
Львівська міська громадська організація
Lviv
«Екотера»,
NGO
Федерація
Ecotera,
органічного руху України,
Federation of Organic Movement
громадська
of
організація
Ukraine,
«Біодинаміка України»,
NGO
інформаційний
Biodynamics of
партнер
Ukraine,
«Organic Info».
informational partner Organic Info.
Дорогі колеги,
Dear colleagues,
будь ласка, буквально два технічних
just
оголошення.
two
Для тих, хто в
housekeeping
залі,
rules
для
for those who
перекладу
are
ви
in the
берете
audience. For
навушники, які
interpreting,
лежать там на
please take the
підвіконні.
headphones. They are
І
there on
для
the window
учасників
sill.
Zoom,
And for our
якщо ви
participants
хочете
in
під час
Zoom,
виступу
if you
іноземних
want
спікерів
during the
обрати переклад, ви
speaking
маєте
of
в Zoom
our
вибрати
English-speaking
або натиснути на
speakers today
глобус,
to choose
або якщо у вас відсутній
interpretation,
внизу на
just
панелі
choose
глобус,
globe
ви
at the
обираєте
bottom panel,
прикладку
or
і
if there is
переклад,
no
і
globe,
вибираєте
choose
український
three
канал.
dots,
Відповідно,
interpretation
там
and
є український
Ukrainian
канал і
channel. So
англійський
there are two
канал.
channels,
І також
Ukrainian and
попереджаємо, що всі
English
презентації
accordingly,
будуть
and we would
надані в
like to
чаті
inform you
в
that all
Zoom. Всі
presentations will
презентації
be
і
provided
українською
in the
мовою, і
chat in the
англійською.
Zoom in both languages, in
На
English and in
цьому
Ukrainian.
я все.
This is it from my
Буквально
side. Just
коротке
short
передача мікрофона. Я хочу передати слово
introduction and giving the mic to the moderator
привітального
of
блоку
our
привітальних слів
block of
Наталці
introduction, Natalka
президентці
Chilovska,
Львівської міської
president
громадської
of Lviv
організації
City
«Екотера»,
NGO Ecotera,
співзасновниці громадської спілки «Органічна
co-founder
ініціатива».
of Organic Initiative, Civic
Дякую, Олено.
Society.
Дякую
Natalia, please, the
усім,
floor is
хто
yours. Thank
сьогодні
you,
в
Elena.
залі,
Thank
хто
you,
у нас
everyone
сьогодні
who's here
знаходиться
in
в
the
Zoom.
audience, who's with Zoom.
І ми
Who's in the
зараз
Zoom with us today, and
розпочинаємо
now we are
нашу
going to start
першу таку
our
частину, де
first
прозвучать
part,
вітальні
where
слова.
we are going
І
to
я
listen
зараз
to
запрошую до
introductory words.
слова
And
пана
now I would
Тараса
like to give the floor
Висоцького,
to Mr.
заступника
Taras
міністра
Vysotsky,
економіки,
Deputy
довкілля та
Head of
сільського
Ministry of
господарства
Economics,
України.
Environment and Agriculture of
Пане
Ukraine.
Тарасе,
Taras,
будь ласка,
please,
ваше вітальне
the
слово.
floor is yours. Thank you.
Дякую. Дякую.
Thank you. Thank you.
Вітаю всіх учасників.
Welcome all the participants. This is already traditional because it's already the fourth time, so we can say that it's already a tradition, Organic Day in Ukraine. Unfortunately, it coincides with the fourth year of full-scale invasion. That's why so far we do not have this opportunity to make it an official state holiday. We have talked about this previously, and we initiated that. There is a draft law on fixation of Organic Day in Ukraine on the 23rd of September, the same date as it is in the European Union, but I am sure that the very first 23rd September after our victory, we will be already continuing gathering, continuing honoring this event, but at the same time it will already have official status in our state, in our country, because organic sector, as all the other sectors, is really crucial, valuable. It deserves to be recognized and to have a specific date in the calendar for it. Why? Because despite all the difficulties, despite all the challenges that we are facing with, we see how all participants of organic sector keep on working resiliently. We see it in the results.
Фактично, попередні рази ми вітали з
Actually,
тим, що в нас
previous
є
times we were saying that
перший вітчизняний орган
we have
сертифікації.
first
Зараз вже можемо
organic body
говорити
of
про два
certification. Now we can
органи
say that we have
сертифікації.
two
З математично це
certification
вдвічі
bodies.
більше,
Mathematically, it's
зростання
twice as
100%,
much, so we have
але знову
100%
ж це
growth.
підтвердженням того,
But
що попит
once
буде
again,
зростати,
it's
що
just a proof
зацікавленість
that
буде зростати в
the interest is
виробників.
going to grow,
Так,
the
ми
demand is
маємо
going to grow.
близько
And
300
yes, we have around 300
по вітчизняному
certified
законодавству. Ми маємо
in
понад 400 сертифікованих по рахуванню міжнародних стандартів.
certified and
Знову
standards
ж,
representatives,
350 тисяч
350,000
гектарів.
hectares.
Тут стосовно відсотків
And
можна
concerning
дискутувати, але
percentage, we
на
can still
сьогодні,
dispute here,
на
but
сьогодні, на жаль,
as of now,
фактично ми говоримо про те,
unfortunately,
що
we are talking
у нас 20%
that we
території
have
знаходиться в
20% of
тимчасовій
the territory
окупації.
under a
Це
temporary
майже 8 мільйонів
occupation.
гектарів. Тому коли ми
It's
говоримо
almost 8
про
million hectares. So when we are
СВ-угіддя
talking
в межах контрольованої території 32
about
мільйона, то ми
controlled
розуміємо, що 350
territory,
тисяч це
32 million, we understand
та
that
ціла
35,000, it is
0,2. Це
1.2.
ще до нашої цілі треба
So
рухатися,
we still have to
але є більше показник
move
відсотка.
to our goal,
Об'єктивно,
but
якщо
we
говорити
have,
про
if
площі, які
objectively have to talk about the
в
squares
такому обробітку комерційному
that are being
нарахування
cultivated
присадибних ділянок інших,
commercially,
за ними оперуємо цифрою 25 мільйонів
we usually
гектарів.
say 25 million
Бачимо,
hectares.
все-таки є
We
частка
see that there is some kind of share
вагомою, що ми знову ж говоримо про
that is
350
pretty
тисяч
significant. Once
спрацюємо
again, we are
гектарів.
talking about this
То це
sort of
навіть більше 1,5%.
350,000 and
Але
25
впевнений,
million
що
hectares. It's more than
звісно, наші
1.5%.
амбітні цілі,
And I'm pretty sure that our
європейські,
ambitious
майбутнього
goals and
30%
as well as European, it will be 30%. It's extremely ambitious goals, but at least we need to achieve 5, and then 5% already will be great result, and then we would be able to move further into our next steps. I would like to shortly mention, if you don't mind, because it's introduction, and I would like to give you some updates of our latest initiatives, because unfortunately after my speech and maybe 2-3 questions, I have to go to the session of the government committee. Marina Kostecka, you all know her, deputy of the department. They will be with you till the end of the day, and they will be able to communicate with you and provide you with the answers to any questions. And now we are already preparing for the second reading update of the organic legislation. The draft law is already available, and I think in the fall it has all possibilities to be adapted. Yes, transition period is 3 years. Yes, of course, the time is needed. And we return from the screening of 11th chapter. Organic is one of the directions that show, I would say, in agrarian sector the best results, the best indicators. You have to talk about European integration and in terms of implementation of European legislation, and that's thanks to you, because you're working actively. We are really grateful. So we show this opportunity to adapt pretty fast, to implement European legislation, and to have certain results based on that. In particular, I have to talk about the trade with the European Union. We in top 3 suppliers of organic produce in the European Union, if we are talking about third countries, and I'm sure that this indicator will always be relevant. At some point it will just disappear, because we will become the members of the European Union, and we will become one of the biggest suppliers in the European Union as a country member of the European Union. So the issue of quota regulation is still crucial. We hope that in the nearest future, don't want to say any dates, but we promise that in several weeks we will already have news concerning that. It is already the final fixation of the procedure in terms of update quotas and their implementation. It will also help in general to producers. We understand that it is difficult, it is complicated to have such a niche, such a quota, even though it will be extremely great for organic produce. But I think that step by step, we'll be able to find some kind of solution in this direction as well. So thank you for continuing this amazing tradition. I'm grateful to all international partners, to Swiss Federation, Germany, according projects and institutions. We are supporting this direction, and it is of importance as well because we jointly with the partners moving forwards, and we are feeling their support. But the foundation, of course, these are producers. These are those who every day and every night work in husbandry, in plant production, and other sectors. They produce organic products of extremely high quality. And from the point of view of safety and taste as well, flavor. But we do hope that internal market and our purchasing capacity will only grow because first and foremost, we would like as Ukrainians to have this opportunity to consume Ukrainian organic products that shows itself as one of the best. You have to talk about all feedback that we hear on the fairs, the exhibition. It's one of the best in the world. So I wish everyone fruitful discussion today, and potentially excuse me that I do not have the opportunity to stay with you longer, but if there are any questions to me, some clarifications, then I will gladly take them now. Thank you. Maybe there are questions to Mr. Taras. Use this opportunity. Please. Do we have the questions in the audience? Well, you're just so well organized and everything works so perfectly that you get the answers to all your questions as soon as they appear. We don't need to wait for some kind of specific occasion, specific meeting, and it's a positive thing. If we have any questions, and I'm pretty sure that Marina with colleagues and with the projects will definitely be able to explain everything. So I see that I was hurrying so much that I forgot my badge and to put it on. I will do better next year because we are really very proud of having this and having Ukrainian logo, and it's also help and work of people who are present here today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Taras. And we are moving on with our introductory part. And now is us. We should have Luis Carazo Jimenez, the head of Organic Department, General Directorate on Agriculture and Development of Rural Areas, DG Agri, European Commission.
Are you here, Luisa?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, it's great.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to the organizers for your kind invitation. I apologize because I cannot speak Ukrainian. I will simply say a few introductory words in English. Let me nevertheless tell you that I was visiting your country some years ago, and I was impressed by the capacity of the Ukrainian agriculture sector. I was in Kyiv and the region of Odessa as well, and I was truly impressed with the conditions that Ukrainian disposes of to produce agricultural products. And when I was much younger, and I was studying agriculture at the university in Madrid, very far from Ukraine, I remember very well our professor who was in charge of soil science when he was describing the Ukrainian soils as the most fertile in the world. And this is the very first time in my life that I came across something in relation to agriculture in Ukraine. Today, in my capacity of the head of the unit in DG Agriculture, in charge of the organic policies in the European Union, it's a great pleasure to address you a few words of introduction to celebrate the organization of this Congress. I note also with the greatest satisfaction that Ukraine has decided to celebrate the Organic Day the same day that ourselves in the European Union here in Brussels, we do celebrate the Organic Day. It is a day for us, and I hope also for you, and even in the context of the dramatic circumstances that Ukraine is going through, it is a moment of celebration of those farmers who, on a voluntary basis, decided to go to a different type of production, which is organic. It is a moment to celebrate the retailers and the processors that voluntarily decided also to move to the organic branch, and on the basis of organic raw material, they process into organic products. It is the time also to celebrate the restaurants and the catering services that have opted to offer partially or fully organic ingredients in the dishes that they present to the clients. And it is also the time to celebrate the effort of institutions, public institutions at the various regional levels that are joining the efforts to make possible that organic agriculture is not only a reality in the European Union, but it's a growing reality. We are witnessing still the growth of the sector at different paces in member states of the European Union. And we have also noted with satisfaction how the European consumers are more and more aware of the merits and the advantages of buying organic food. We are working together with our Ukrainian colleagues, engaged in dialogues in different contexts, and we are aware that you are also making your efforts in order to align your legislation on organic with the European Union legislation on organic, and we congratulate you for this effort. I don't want to take you more of your time because I'm positive that there are many interesting discussions that will follow in this Congress. Let me wish you all very successful discussions. We are together in the same endeavor in favor of organic farming in order to make agriculture throughout the European continent more sustainable and more rich and more supportive for the development of our regional and rural communities. Let me wish you all the best for this Congress, and I hope that we will keep in touch in future. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, пане Луїсе, за ваш
Thank you,
виступ.
Mr. Luis, for your speech.
І зараз ми продовжуємо нашу привітальну
Thank you. And now we are going to
частину
continue with our
нашої програми.
introductory part of our program.
Таке невеличке зараз
Just
буде також
we are going to
ще
have
раз
now
нагадування,
once
що коли в
again,
нас будуть іноземні наші
we would like to
спікери
remind you that when we
виступати,
have
ви
our
можете
foreign
скористатися
speakers, you have the
спеціальними
opportunity
навушниками
to
з
take the
перекладом
headphones with
синхронним.
interpretation,
А зараз
simultaneous
я до
interpretation. And now
слова
I would like to
запрошую
give the floor
сюди до мене
to come here
пані
to me,
Ольгу
Miss
Семенчук,
Olga
яка є
Semenchuk,
заступницею
who is the
директора
deputy head of the
департаменту,
director of the
начальник
department,
управління
the
безпечності
head
харчових
of
продуктів
the
департаменту безпечності
Department of
харчових
Safety
продуктів
of
та ветеринарної
Food Products and
медицини.
Veterinary Medicine.
Всім доброго дня.
Good afternoon. On behalf of our service, I would like to congratulate you on your professional day. Since 2021, we have been celebrating it together with the European Union. The development of the organic market is important for us. It is also important for us to cooperate with our Ukrainian organic producers, and I hope we do have this cooperation. I really like the fact that now you can go to some shops and see the Ukrainian producers of organic products. You can see our logo. Our service is always open for cooperation. I'm also really glad that we have our own national certification bodies. We also have market operators that are certified according to Ukrainian legislation, and there are about 300 market operators. Our service, together with the technical assistance programs, provides information to the website of Food Safety Consumer Protection Service, and this website is for both the consumers and market operators. They can find the information what are organic products, how the state control is functioning, how you do the labeling in a proper way. So I encourage you to visit our website to read the information available and probably provide some recommendations how we can improve it. And also I would like to express our gratitude to two projects which are organizing the trainings for our inspectors that help us improve the qualifications of our staff and also help us develop methodological recommendations. Again, it is done to provide more information about organic products. So once again, I'm sending my congratulations and I wish you a fruitful conference. I usually enjoy working with the representatives of organic sector. Thank you. And probably there are some questions to Olga. Please ask her. She's present today all day long. So during coffee breaks or lunch break, you can ask your questions. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Igor Kravchenko, who is the country manager of Swiss-Ukrainian program Higher Value Added Trade from the Organic and Dairy Sector in Ukraine, QFTP program. Thank you very much, Natalia. Dear friends, dear partners, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome you at this significant event, professional event. And also I would like to stress that this is not just professional event, but the day, the holiday that brings all us together, people responsible for sustainable products for our sustainable future. The Swiss government has been supporting organic sector of Ukraine for more than 20 years, and within QFTP program we have been supporting the organic sector for 6 years. And our program is the most influential and the largest program present in the organic sector. And we influence not through certain guidelines and instructions, but through political dialogue and development of the potential of our partners. And I would like to name our partners with whom we have very fruitful cooperation. This is the Ministry for Agricultural Policy, and here we have the Deputy Minister, Mr. Taras Vysotsky, who has already told us about the recent events in the organic sector. We also have the Food Safety and Consumer Protection Service. This is also the Office for Development of Entrepreneurship and Expert Support. We also have our partners, Organic Initiative, Organic Standard, Ecoterra, Green Dossier, and a number of other organizations with whom we have very long time and fruitful cooperation. We are working on harmonizing our legislation with the European one. We develop the business community in the organic sector. We also work on the development of the local market and local trade, and we also try to promote organic export to the other countries. Mr. Vysotsky has already mentioned it, and you will hear it today, that organic sector is demonstrating its sustainability, its stability, and very positive results. So I would like to wish all of us fruitful work. I'm convinced that today's conference dedicated to the Organic Day will become a good discussion platform for exchange of ideas and
Дякуємо, пане
finding
Ігоре.
the answers to certain
І
problems.
зараз прошу,
Thank you very
в
much,
нас
Mr.
буде
Kravchenko.
виступати
And
пан Олександр
now
Каліберда,
we
національний
shall have our
експерт проекту
national expert,
німецько-української
Alexander
співпраці в
Kaliberda,
галузі
who
органічного сільського
represents the
господарства.
project
Він
German-Ukrainian
виступатиме
Cooperation in
онлайн,
Organic
тож, будь
Agriculture.
ласка,
Our
пане
expert
Олександре,
is
чи
with
ви
us
з нами?
online, so please I give you the floor.
Доброго
Mr.
ранку.
Kaliberda, are you here?
Завжди
Yes.
з вами.
Good morning. I'm here.
Шановні колеги, шановні
Dear
друзі,
colleagues, dear friends,
доброго ранку.
good morning.
Перш за все, хочу
First of
подякувати за
all, I would
запрошення
like
і
to
привітати
thank you for the
всієї
invitation
команди нашого
and
проекту
to welcome you
«Німецько-українська
on
співпраця в
behalf of
галузі
our
органічного
project
сільського
German-Ukrainian
господарства»,
Cooperation in
привітати
Organic
всіх
Agriculture.
учасників
So I would
конференції,
like to
всю
welcome all
органічну
the
спільноту
participants of our
з
conference,
органічним днем,
the
і з
entire organic
проведенням цієї
community
конференції.
with the Organic Day and
Ця
with the
конференція відзначення
conference that is
органічного
being
дня. Олена
held.
про це сказала, Тарас
Alana
Миколаївич
has
сказав.
already
Це
mentioned
стали
it, and Taras
традиційними.
Mykolaievich has
І
mentioned
ми, як
it,
проект, який
that Organic
фінансується,
Days have
впроваджується
become
за
traditional in
підтримки
Ukraine,
Федерального
and
міністерства
the
сільського
project is
господарства,
implemented with the support of the
продовольства та
Federal Ministry of
регіональної
Agriculture,
ідентичності
Food
Німеччини,
and Organic
дії
Identity of
країн
Germany.
Європейського Союзу.
This is one of the
Ми
countries
вважаємо,
of
що
the European
проведення цієї
Union,
конференції,
and we
відзначення
think that
органічного дня,
this
є
conference,
дійсно
just
знаковою
the
подією
conference on
інтеграції
celebration of the Organic
органічного
Day, is
виробництва
a
України до
significant event
спільного
in the
органічного
integration
простору
of
ЄС.
organic production of
Ми
Ukraine
також сподіваємося,
to
що
the
цей день
organic
стане
production of the
щорічним
EU.
професійним
And we
святом
hope
і
that this day
затвердженим.
will be officially
І
recognized as the professional day
український
of organic
органічний сектор
producers.
вже
And
в досяжній
Ukrainian organic
перспективі
sector
буде відзначати його як частина
will celebrate
європейської
it in the
органічної
nearest
спільноти.
future as part of the
На цій
international
конференції ми
organic community.
також традиційно говоримо про результати
At
попереднього
this
року.
conference, we
Дозвольте
traditionally
мені
discuss
кілька слів
the
сказати про
results
ту
of the
підтримку,
previous year.
яку надавав,
So I would
надає
like to
наш
mention
проект
several words
партнерам
about
в
the
органічному
support
секторі України.
provided by our project to the
В основі
organic sector of
законодавства Тарас
Ukraine.
Миколаївич Висоцький
I'll
сказав
start
про
with the
проект
legislation.
закону.
Mr. Vysotsky has
Ми
already
також
mentioned the draft law.
задоволені, що
We are
законопроект,
also
який приводить
happy
українське органічне
that there is a draft law
законодавство
that will bring Ukrainian
відповідність
organic
до
legislation
нових
in
регламентів
line
ЄС,
with the new EU
рекомендований,
regulations.
поданий Верховну
That
Раду і
this draft
прийнятий в
law
першому читанні
has already been
травня.
designed,
Ми
submitted to
сподіваємося,
the Parliament
що
of Ukraine for the first
найближчий
reading
час цей
in
закон
May,
буде
and we do
повністю
hope that
схвалений
in the
і
nearest future the
розпочнеться
draft law
його
will be adopted
впровадження.
and will be
Ми в
implemented.
цьому процесі спільно з
And
іншими
we are
партнерами,
part of this
швейцарським
process in
проектом,
cooperation with the
надавали і
other
продовжимо
partners,
надавати підтримку
like Swiss project. So we
всім, хто
provide
працює над
support
цим
to
законом.
all those working on this
Держпродспоживслужба
draft
активно
law.
розбудовує свою
The State Service of
спроможність
Ukraine for Food
контролювати
Safety and
дотримання
Consumer
вимог українського
Protection is
органічного законодавства.
developing its capacity
Це
to
дозволить захищати
control
інтереси
the
споживачів,
compliance with the
забезпечувати
requirements of
довіру до
Ukrainian
української
legislation.
органічної продукції.
We protect the interest
І
of the
наш
consumers,
проект
we ensure
надає
the
Держпродспоживслужбі
trust
постійну
to the
підтримку
Ukrainian
в цьому
products,
процесі.
and our project
Серед
fully
іншого,
supports the
можемо
service regarding these
зазначити, що
issues.
за попередні 12
We
місяців
can mention that
проведені
during
два
the previous
практичних
12
тренінги
months
для
there were
інспекторів
2 practical
Держпродспоживслужби
trainings for the
в базі
inspectors
органічних
of the
підприємств
service,
в Закарпатській
and the
області і
trainings were
Волинській
conducted
області.
in the organic
Практичні тренінги
enterprises
дозволяють
in two
отримати
regions of Ukraine. And
навички
the
контролю
trainings
в органічному
allow the
виробництві.
inspectors
І
to
пані
enhance
Ольга
their skills
проходить ці тренінги,
regarding
зможе передавати
organic
свої
production,
знання іншим
and
колегам
the
в
group that
інших областях.
underwent training will be able to
Ми
transfer
також
this
проводимо
knowledge to their colleagues in other
онлайн
regions.
тренінги,
We
присвячені
also conduct
питанням
online
органічного контролю.
trainings on the
Три такі
issues of
тренінги
organic
пройдуть у
products
найближчі
control.
10 днів.
And 3
Вони
trainings will
спрямовані на
take
органи
place in
сертифікації і на інспекторів
10, the nearest 10 days,
Держпродспоживслужби. Там
and these
можливість
trainings
під час
will be for
зареєстрованих
the employees of
учасників. Але
certification
якщо хто
bodies
хоче взяти
and
участь,
for the
подивіться, будь
State
ласка,
Service
на
of
тематику,
Ukraine for Food
є
Safety and Consumer
оголошення,
Protection.
і
There are more than
запрошуємо
200
брати участь
participants
у цих
already,
тренінгах.
but you are still
Ще раз хочу
invited
сказати про
to
органічну платформу
apply
знань.
to participate in these
Київ веде
trainings. We also
науково-дослідний
have the
центр
Organic
вищої і
Knowledge
фахової
platform.
передвищої освіти
It
спільно з
is
Федерацією органічного руху
done
України.
in
На
cooperation with the
платформі
Federation of
там,
Organic
мабуть,
Movement of
вже
Ukraine.
близько
The platform in question
1500
has about
друкованих і відеоматеріалів. Всі ці
1,300
матеріали
printed and
проходять
published
відповідь
materials. All those
перевірку,
materials
перевірку на те,
have
що
been
вони стосуються
verified
органічного сектору, перевірку на те, що там немає
regarding
помилок. І
their
запрошуємо всіх користуватися
importance
органічною
for the
платформою
organic
знань.
sector,
Вона
and we
дійсно є
encourage you to use
джерелом
the Organic Knowledge
вивчення
platform.
інформації
The
про органічний
platform is a
сектор
source
саме
of
українською
information
мовою.
about the organic
Наш
sector
проект також
in the
надає
Ukrainian language.
підтримку
Our
партнерам у проведенні
project also
різноманітних
supports
заходів.
our
І я хотів би
partners
про деякі з них
regarding
просто зараз згадати.
organizing different events, and
Можна
I would
згадати про
like to
органічний
mention
день, який
some of them.
провів
We can mention the Organic
громадський
Day
старт у червні,
that was
незважаючи
organized by
на
Organic
досить
Standard in
складну
June,
таку ситуацію
despite
ближче
quite complicated situation
лінії бойових дій, все там успішно
because they
пройшло
were
задоволення.
relatively close to the
Конференція
battlefield,
«Органічна
but
освіта
everything
і
was
наука»
fine and we are really
стала
happy about
традиційною
it.
і
The
проводиться
conference,
обласним
Organic Education in
науково-методичним
Science,
центром
it is a
вищої і
traditional
фахової передвищої
conference. It
освіти
was
Федерації
conducted
органічного руху.
in
І
autumn,
в цьому році також
and
вона буде
this
проведена
year
в
it will
жовтні.
also be
Запрошуємо всіх на цю
conducted in
конференцію.
October, and I invite you to
Конференція з
attend the
органічної
conference.
переробки Федерації
The
органічного
Organic
руху,
Processing
сподіваємося, продовжить
Conference. We
проведення
do
цих
hope that the
конференцій
Federation
щорічно
of Organic
і
Movement will
використаний
continue
більшість
organizing this
конференцій.
conference, and again
Було
it will be held in
започатковано
autumn.
проведення конкурсів студентських
We
робіт
initiated
науково-методичним центром
our
фахової
competition for student
вищої і
scientific
фахової
works.
передвищої освіти.
It was done by one of the educational centers in cooperation with the Federation of Organic Movement. We do hope that the competitions will continue, and they are really interesting, and the students are very creative. They present their scientific works on organic issues. Biodynamic School is organized by the NGO, one of the NGOs. We also have the summer courses, the training courses on marketing organized by Organic Initiative. All those are initiatives of our partners aimed at developing the organic sector, promoting organic products. Our project has already participated in the exhibition by a specialty, and there was also an event organized to popularize the organic sector of Ukraine. It was popularizing Ukrainian organic products, and we were trying to explain what is the situation in the organic sector of Ukraine. We also had a trip to Germany, the info trip, and it was very interesting. We do hope that the knowledge are gained during this trip, and actually the participants visited some of the very old enterprises in the organic industry of Germany. So we do hope that the knowledge will be really beneficial for our partners. And I also would like to mention a manual on organic farming that was presented by the service Green Agri Solutions. This is the first manual, the textbooks that is recommended for educational institutions for the courses on organic issues. This is a very practical manual, and I hope that it will be distributed. And a couple of words about educational institutions. For example, last year, Podillia State University opened a consultative center on organic production. And that is actually everything from me. Once again, thank you very much for invitation to this conference. Thank you, dear partners, for cooperation. Once again, congratulations on the Organic Day, and I wish all of us a fruitful work today. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalibarda. And now I would like to give this mic to Olena Daineko, who will be moderating our first session.
Отже, дорогі учасники конференції, як ви могли
Dear
бачити в нашій
participants
програмі,
of the
головна тема
conference, you
конференції
have seen
сьогодні
our
– це
agenda,
внутрішній
and
ринок
the key
органічних
topic of
продуктів
our
в Україні
conference is
і все,
the
що з ним пов'язано. І сьогодні ви
domestic market
дізнаєтеся
of
і
organic
аналітику, і
products.
тенденції,
Today you
і
will hear
новини, і
about
прогнози, і
the
тенденції,
analytics,
і
the
виклики щодо
trends and
збуту в рітейлі,
tendencies,
який є головним джерелом продажу
challenges
органічної продукції.
in retail
І безпосередньо
business.
зараз у нас буде
And
виступ
now
Сергія
we
Голошевського,
shall
директора
have the
ТОВ
presentation
«Органік
of Mr.
Стандарт». Сергій
Serhiy
Голошевський,
Hodoshevsky, who is the
десь
director of
підходьте.
Organic Standard.
Він тут поруч сидить.
Mr.
Сергій
Halashevsky,
Голошевський.
please
Ви знаєте, що «Органік
join
Стандарт»,
us. You know
можливо,
that
ви знаєте,
organic
що сертифікаційний
standard,
орган «Органік
well,
Стандарт» уже більше 10
probably you know
років
that
займається
certification
аналітикою,
body Organic
дослідженнями внутрішнього
Standard
ринку України,
has been dealing
починаючи
with the
16
research of
року.
the internal
І
market for
Сергій
more than 10
Голошевський
years,
представить найсвіжіші
starting
дані,
with
цифри,
2016,
аналітику по
and he will
дослідженню
produce
внутрішньому
the
ринку
latest
органічної
data
продукції України.
on
Це буде
the
достатньо тривалий
domestic
виступ, але
market of organic
сумнівно дуже
products.
насичений.
This will be, I think, very
Насичений і цікавий.
informative
І після виступу Сергія
presentation
Голошевського вас чекає
and
дуже
very
цікава
interesting
дискусійна
one.
панель,
And
на
after his
якій
presentation, we shall
органічні
have a
виробники,
discussion
постачальники
panel
до рітейлу
where the
України
organic producers and
розкажуть про
suppliers
останні
of
тенденції, новини
retail
торгівлі
market
органічними
will
продуктами
tell
в
about the
рітейлі.
recent
І також
news
представник рітейлу також
in
поділиться баченням, що
retail
відбувається в
business,
рітейлі з
and the
торгівлею органічними
representative of the
продуктами,
retail
і
business
які
will
прогнози,
tell you
виклики
about the
стоять перед
forecasts
тим, щоб
and
продавати
challenges
більше органічної продукції в рітейлі
in
України.
this market.
Отже, слово Сергію
So
Голошевському.
I give the floor to Serhiy Halashevsky.
Дуже дякую. Всім доброго ранку.
Thank you very much.
Вітаю всіх нас і всіх причетних з цим
I
органічним
would
днем.
like to
Насправді,
congratulate
дуже
all
гарно,
of
що він у
us
нас є. Ми можемо його
on
святкувати.
this
Кожен рік можемо
day, on
святкувати якісь певні
this
підсумки
organic
розвитку
day.
ринку.
That's good that we have it and we can
Дякую.
somehow
Сьогоднішня моя
sum up the
презентація
previous year.
про внутрішній ринок
My
України.
presentation will be
Традиційно для
about the
органік стандарт.
internal
Ви знаєте,
market
що
of
ми
Ukraine,
10
and it
років,
is the
напевно,
traditional
проводимо
presentation for organic
дослідження
standard.
ринку.
We have been
Цього
researching
разу
the
будуть
domestic
сюрпризи,
market
буде нова
for 10
інформація, дуже
years,
цікава.
and this time
Певні
you are going to
ексклюзиви
hear some new
вперше.
information, some exclusive
Чому
information for the
англійською
first
мовою?
time. Somehow I
Чи
see
треба
that my
зробити українською?
presentation is in English. Should it be
Щас,
in
секундочку.
Ukrainian?
Просто це, напевно, для інших англомовних слухачів, там має бути англійською мовою.
Well, there is also my presentation available in English for our English speakers.
Ну, окей, я, по-перше, хочу подякувати проекту QFTP.
First of all, I would
програмі
like to
QFTP,
express
тому що
our
вони
gratitude
нас
to
багато
the
років
QFTP
підтримують у
program
дослідженні.
because they
Тобто,
have
в
been
принципі,
supporting
коли
us in this
до
research for
нас
many years.
звернулися
And
за інформацією,
when we
здається, з ФАО
had a
по органічному
request
ринку.
for information from
Тобто,
FAO
фактично,
about
знаєте,
organic
ніби там
market,
все
we
це
didn't
було,
have the
а
information.
якоїсь
So the
динаміки
sector
стежити не було. І ми
was
вирішили
there,
самі
but
спробувати
there was no
порахувати.
research
Там
about
більше
it. And we
ідентифікували
thought that
більшу
probably
частину
we would
операторів ринку, можна було
do
щось
some
прикинути,
research. We
оцінити, і
knew
ми почали
the
цим
market
займатися. І,
operators,
в
and we
принципі,
started doing
це
this
було
research.
там, напевно, в 2016-му, напевно, році десь. І після того ми вирішили, чому ми не можемо це робити
And
щорічно.
after that, we decided
Ми
why not to
почали
do it
ну,
yearly,
робити
annually,
аналітику
and we
і по
started
експорту, і по
analyzing
внутрішньому ринку.
export
Сьогодні
and
в мене буде
domestic
внутрішній
market.
ринок.
So I'm going to
І,
talk
як я
about our
казав,
domestic
дякую
market
програмі
now.
QFTP
And
за цю
I have
багаторічну
already mentioned, I'm
підтримку,
really grateful to
за те,
QFTP
що
program
вони
for this
довіряють нам. І ми можемо вже бачити
support,
певну
long-lasting
тенденцію за
support
багато
for
років,
trusting
як
us, and we already see
розвивається
certain
ринок.
trend of market development for this
Чому це
years.
робить органік
Why
стандарт? Я
it
вам
is done by
сказав, тому
organic
що
standard, I
у
have
нас є
already
доступ до
mentioned,
даних.
because we
Я
have
чомусь не можу.
access to data. Somehow I cannot manage my presentation.
Методологія дослідження.
The
Ми
methodology of
беремо
research.
обсяги
We are
реалізації харчових
taking
продуктів
the volumes
операторів
of
внутрішнього
implementation
ринку,
of operators
які
of
сертифіковані
internal
органік
market
стандарт.
that
Ну,
are
наразі
certified by
буду
organic standard.
відвертим.
Let me be frank
Якщо
with you.
раніше
If
95% було
before we had
сертифіковано на внутрішньому ринку
95%
органік
certified
стандарт,
in the
зараз, напевно,
domestic
всі
market
100%.
organic standard, now probably
Тому нам легше
100%.
рахувати. Це дає
That's
нам
why it's
певну
easier
таку
for us to calculate. We have certain
цілісність даних. Да? Тобто там ми аналізуємо
Consequence
різні
of data
канали
and
збуту, це регулярна торгівля,
consistency of
ретейлі
data.
і
We
різні
analyze
торгові
various
магазини,
channels,
магазини
retail
здорового
trade,
харчування.
branded stores,
І так
health food
само
stores,
e-commerce, да, і
e-commerce as
маркетплейси,
well,
і
and
вебсайти, і
marketplaces, and
соціальні мережі і
websites,
так
and
далі.
social
Ми,
networks, and so on and
ми
so forth.
маємо доступ
We
до
have access
кількостей,
to
які реалізували наші
numbers
клієнти. Це
that
нормально,
to
вони нам
volumes that
звітують,
are
ми їх
sold by
перевіряємо,
our
ми маємо
clients.
все
It's
це рахувати.
okay.
Це
They
чудово,
report to
і
us.
наші клієнти, наші
We
оператори знають,
monitor
що
the
ми це робимо
situation.
щороку.
Our clients, our
Але ми
operators know that we do it yearly,
втручаємося в цінову
but we are not
історію. Да? Ми це
interfering into
самі аналізуємо,
pricing.
тобто
So
ми
we
беремо якісь
analyze it.
мережі,
So we
беремо
take
середню
some
зважену ціну по тим чи іншим
networks, we
продуктам, і
take
це оціночні такі
average
дані.
rate
Тобто це
price, and
не
these are
реальні
just not
по вартості, а оціночні.
these are just
І
estimated
також
data.
обмеження в цьому
And
дослідженні
our
ми не
limitations
нараховуємо
in
обсяги
this
реалізації
research, in this study,
імпортованих
we do not
органічних
take into
продуктів.
account the
У
sales
мене
volumes of
сьогодні буде
imported organic
інформація
food
по
products.
імпорту,
Today
але
I'm
потім
going to
поясню,
to
чому
have
ми
the
її не
information about
об'єднуємо.
import, but
Да?
I
Тобто
will tell you a
інформація по
little bit
імпорту
later
буде вперше
why
в
we do
нас.
not combine it. So it will be for the first time
Значить, як у
information
нас
about
розвивався
import, by the
внутрішній
way.
ринок за останні
So how our
кілька
domestic
років?
market was
Дуже
developing the
така,
last
знаєте,
several
показова
years.
картинка
It's
до
a
22-го року.
very
Нема
bright picture
сюрпризів.
up to
Ми
2022.
потрошечку
No
росли.
surprises. We were
Це, до
growing
речі,
steadily.
у
By the
мільйонах
way,
доларів
it
для
is in
чистоти,
million
тому що
of
якщо
dollars
гривня
for
буде все рости
purity,
плюс-мінус, да?
for
Тому що курс
clarity, because in
міняється
hryvnias everything
і
is going to grow because exchange
і
rate is
гривня росте,
growing
да?
and
Рубежі
hryvnia
ростуть.
is
Але
growing, sales are
справедливо буде,
growing.
напевно,
But
показати
of course, it is
валюті,
fair to
да?
show it
І
in
таким чином ми бачимо, що
foreign
після 22-го році
currency,
у нас
and we
пішло
see that
трішечки
after 2022
оживлення,
we
да, але не так би, як нам
we have
хотілося, і ми
a
там
little bit
виходимо там
livelier
на
situation,
довоєнні
but
роки,
not the
але
way
ж
we
на
would like it
21
to have.
навіть
We
не
are getting
вийшло,
closer
да?
to
Не
pre-war
вийшло ні
period,
по
but it's still
грошам,
not as it
ні
was
по
in
обсягам.
2021.
Обсяги теж можете дивитися
Not
зверху, це
in
обсяги
volumes, not in
тонн,
money. You
да,
can also
реалізація
see
органічної
it as
продукції в
volumes
Україні.
are in tons, selling of organic products in
Ідемо по
Ukraine. If
категоріям.
to
Ну, у
talk
нас
about categories,
флагманом
then
розвитку органічного внутрішнього ринку є молочка, і це нормально.
the
Да, тобто,
flagman
напевно,
of
так
this
має
organic
бути.
market
Плюс у
is
нас такі,
dairy
знаєте,
products, and
сильні
it's
бренди
absolutely okay.
представлені,
Probably
які
it should
гарно
be like that, and
позиціонують,
we have also
просувають, вміють
strong
працювати
brands
з
that
рітейлами,
promote
це
it in
сприяє.
a pretty
Але це
good way.
правильний
They know how
флагман,
to
на
work
наш
with
жаль.
retailers, but I believe that it's a
Всього
correct flagman.
реалізується
All in all,
більше 250
we
позицій
sell more
на
than
асортименті органічної продукції, те,
250,000
що ми
positions
рахували,
of
так?
organic
Ну, у
products.
нас на
That's what we
першому місці
calculated.
молочка,
The
на
first
другому
product,
місці
the
в нас
first place dairy product, the
традиційна теж
second
група
place
фреш, так звана, да,
traditionally
овочі,
so-called
фрукти,
fresh group,
гриби, там
vegetable fruits,
ягоди.
mushrooms,
На третьому
berries.
місці
The
така
third
бакалійка, да,
place,
крупи, в першу чергу, крупи,
different
борошно,
cereals and
пластівці,
grain
снеки,
products,
і
flour,
так
seeds,
далі.
snacks,
Ну і
and
далі
so
в
on and
нас
so
яйця,
forth.
до
And
речі,
then
не
we have eggs, by
підтягнулися,
the way,
так,
they have a little bit
соки,
better
напої,
numbers here
кленово-ягідні
now.
пасти,
Juices,
консервована
beverages, fruit and berry
продукція,
paste, canned
м'ясна
products,
продукція,
um,
олія в
meat
асортименті,
products,
ну і там
oils in
зовсім
assortment,
трошечки вже
and
там різні
just
прянощі,
a little
спеції,
bit
цукор
of
і
different
інша категорія є,
herbs
яка
and
теж, в
spices
принципі,
and
там
sugar and
багато
some
чого
other
об'єднує. Потім вже
category
вниз по
other
основним
that
категоріям і
unites
так
lots of
далі.
other things. I will talk a little
Ну, в
bit
принципі,
later
ви
in more
бачите,
details
да,
about the main
показники
categories. You see the
за минулий рік.
indicators
Я
for the last
розказую, що на
year.
24 рік, який вже завершився. За
It's
25
already for
дані ще будемо збирати
2024
наступного
because we
року.
are still going
Що я
to
хочу
collect
сказати?
data for
Ну,
2025
продажі,
next year.
звісно,
So
ростуть,
what I would like to
але,
say that,
наприклад,
of
обсяги
course,
по
sales
молочці,
are
вони
growing, but if
впали
to talk about
в цілому.
volumes in dairy
Ще
products, they
трішечки впали.
decreased
Але там цікаво. Я
a
потім
little bit.
покажу
But it's
більше
interesting. There I will
детально
show
по
you
молочці, поясню, що
in more
впало і
details
чому
about milk
впало,
products and I will and dairy
забагато чи
products, and I will
добре, це
tell you
інше
why it
питання.
decreased and whether it's good or whether it's bad. It's still under consideration.
Окремо молочка, да, в розрізі
Separately,
асортименту. Да,
milk, if to talk
молоко
about
найбільше по обсягам, потім кефір,
our
сир
products. You have
кисломолочний,
milk,
який ми
then
називаємо
kefir,
творог,
then cottage cheese,
масло, до речі, масло підтягнулося,
butter. By the way,
йогурт,
butter
сметана,
has better
сир
results.
твердий або
Yogurt,
різні
sour cream,
сири
hard
тверді, да,
cheese, or
і напої
different hard
кисломолочні,
cheeses, fermented
рязанка,
milk
вершки і
drinks,
різні
fermented
вироби.
baked
Ну,
milk,
в
cream, and
принципі,
cottage
це
cheese products.
традиційна інфографіка,
So
яку нам
it's a
допомагає
traditional
робити Organic
infographics
Info
that
партнерство.
Organic
До речі, вся ця
Info
інформація, вона,
in partnership
як
helps us
правило,
to
публікується на
see.
Organic
Usually
Info. Я
this
не знаю, чи
information
десь
is
вже
all
опубліковано чи ні,
published
але
on
думаю,
Organic
найближчим
Info. I
часом,
don't know whether
вже
it's
є,
already
так? Можна,
published or
можна
not. It's already
задивитися,
there.
да?
Yes, okay. So
Тому
people
що
can
ми в
already
себе на
take
сайті
a
це
look at
не
that because on
розміщаємо,
our
але
website we do not
Organic Info
place
це
it,
робить, і
but
це
Organic
правильно. У нас
Info
такі
does it, and it's
є
correct. fact, it's right. We have this voice of the sector where we can take see all the updates, all the newest information. So you see that in dairy products, I would like to comment here that if in milk and kefir we have lower volumes, not that significantly, but still they decreased a little bit, that in all the other products we have growth. In butter, significant growth. grows in other positions. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Specialists from dairy sector can say it, because milk, it's a raw material, it's unprocessed product. If butter is growing, if yogurt is growing, if sour cream is growing and everything else, probably it is better, because money-wise we have growth, it's plus 20% growth. So this is still a question. So in volumes, dairy products a little bit lower, if probably because of the milk, but in price, in value, we have growth, and this growth is more than 20%. Organic cereals, fruits, flowers, seeds, snacks also already here. Also interesting picture, because if we compare it with the previous year, then it's twofold growth. So I will show you how it was year by year, but of course we still do not have our pre-war indicators, but it was a little bit sad in this category for the last 2 years, and now we see that cereals are growing, oats are growing, flour, so practically all the indicators, snacks, a twofold growth. This is such a category that is keep on growing, some snacks, breakfast, and so on and so forth. And group, so-called fresh group, it's more or less the same, it's more or less stable. We see little growth, but it's not significant. Fruits and berries, vegetables, mushrooms. It's in volume pretty comprehensive, because we also have here pumpkin and melons and watermelons, and they have big volumes as far as you understand. But the growth here is not that significant if you compare it with the previous year. Here we have sales volumes. To compare, it's sales volumes to compare with the previous years. I told you that dairy products decreased a little bit in general volumes, but certain categories of processed dairy products, they decreased, like butter, for example. By the way, butter is the most expensive product in dairy products. So yes, that's what we see here. Consumer left in 2022, and it was immediately, impact was immediately felt. I understand that our brands now trying to catch their consumer abroad as well. We have export of dairy products, but it's absolutely logical numbers, because it cannot be in any different way, because we have significantly less population in Ukraine, living in Ukraine currently. Here we have dynamics in fresh group. Even, well, in 2022 we had decrease, and then it managed to keep up with its previous paces. And cereals, significant decrease in 2022, and now in 2024 we still do not have our indicators of 2019, 2021, but we are getting closer, so it's a good trend. Eggs. Eggs decreased a little bit, you see. It's some shattering situation here, and I don't understand why, but still.
Я не знаю, чому, з чим пов'язано насправді, ну явно так такі. Точно, то ж біда стала.
Unfortunately, there is no microphone.
Ну, чекаємо 25-й рік тоді.
You're waiting for 2025 then. Import, that's what I promised. Never before we were talking about import, we couldn't calculate it. Now we have faced the situation because legislation in Ukraine started working. So we had this need of those who are importing organic products to certify also in accordance with legislation, not to have problems with import. Do you know how it's going on? They call to have certification when something is already blocked at the customs. So preventively we were explaining that take into account that the law of Ukraine is working, but there are of course some players that are responsible that immediately responded in 2020 something as soon as certification was opened. But with others, usually these already cases at the customs, our products are blocked, save us, we need to do something. It's not difficult to certify import, but it gives us this opportunity to analyze. Of course, we do not certify all the import, but it gives us opportunity to take some data and to make and to assess them. So why do we conduct such research? Because we always have this opportunity to verify some external data with our real cases that we certify operators. The same about import. Before when we hadn't had some tangible things, we couldn't do that. But now we decided to do that, and it's pretty interesting. When the work is now X5 in comparison with analysis of our internal operators that we certify. Of course, I haven't calculated that. It was organic standard. We have powerful team that is calculating all of that, and there is every year it understands better and better all the situation. These are really huge volumes of data that they have to look through. Nevertheless, it's very not very sensitive button. Or tell me, where should I put it? So methodology here, it's actually important why we cannot join import with internal domestic market and calculate the whole market, because there we calculate what is already sold on the shelves and its price and volumes on the shelves. But here, what is imported in Ukraine, whether it is sold on the shelf, whether it is for processing, whether it is somewhere on warehouses, and we just don't know that it came, and that's it. And we have lots of producers, lots of brands that import tea, coffee, some coconut oil, some other things, and we do not know what ended up on the shelf and what went to processing. So that's why it's not correct to unite those numbers and to talk about some market volumes. You understand, right? But it gives us certain understanding. It gives us a certain general picture about the general volume of the market. Limitations. Alcoholic beverages are not included in the study. We are still calculating them, but alcoholic beverages, in particular wine, it will be in volumes more or less the same as all the other imports. So it's more or less the same number. Lots of organic wine is being imported into Ukraine, in particular. So this monthly wise import in tons. So you see that in August the lowest number, in October the highest number, and we have 867 tons of products imported in Ukraine, organic products. So how we identify such products? Everything that was identified as eco, bio, organic. So we understand that maybe there might be some misunderstandings, but still in general, I see we have pretty high level of clarity. I am not so sure that those who import organic products really understand that they are importing organic product. You know, some kind of bottle comes and it's written bio oil or some bio pasta. Someone pays attention to this in some supermarket. Someone doesn't really care, regular oil or regular pasta. But we managed to identify this and to find such things. So that's why we see it in a monthly dynamics. I think that some infographic will be available in Organic Info, and we will be able to analyze it in details because this is very fresh data. It's they are 1 week old. And by the way, pay attention to the numbers because I haven't mentioned it was 5.87. Yes, invoice value million in dollars. So we already have 9 plus 587. So well, maybe for 1 million we had raw material that later was processed in our operators for creating of new products. So in a way, 20% we can calculate, or 15% of import of organic products in general market. And in details products, of course, baby food. By the way, this is good and this is probably correct, but it is potential for our domestic producers. By the way, business people, they look through potential. Where is potential here? What can be substituted? Domestic products, probably some kind of Italian pasta products you cannot really substitute, but some things here, for example, non-alcoholic beverages, is a juices first and foremost, chocolate,
знову ж таки, він, напевно, переробляється частина того,
It's
що буває.
probably part
Ну,
of
ви
this
бачите,
chocolate
да,
is
там алкогольні
processed. So
напої,
you
макаронні
see,
вироби,
pasta
це
products,
топи.
non-alcoholic beverages, these are
Мої
top.
колеги їх групували.
My
Ми не зовсім
colleagues
до кінця
grouped
розуміємо, як
them.
правильно
We
їх
do not
групувати насправді,
understand
да, щоб було
till the
якось
end how to
адекватно.
group
Може,
it
ми
in the
цю
correct
методологію
way.
ще будемо
Maybe we will
викристалізовувати.
still
Якщо вам будуть поради, то ви звертайтесь,
develop this
кому кажіть нам,
methodology.
що
If you have
це. Але,
any
в принципі,
advice,
зараз таким
please
чином справа.
reach out. But
Вартість.
so
І
far it's
бачите,
like that. And
насправді,
invoice
по
values to the
харчовому
right. So you
харчуванню
see
це,
that in baby food,
якщо не
it
50%,
is,
відсотків
if not
40
50, then
всього
at
імпорту
least
по вартості це
40%
буде
of the
дитяче
whole
харчування.
import.
Тобто це турбота
This
про
is
дітей.
baby food. So
І
this is
категорії, да,
child
дитячого
care. And
харчування, ви бачите,
categories of baby food, you see
що саме заходило по
what
дитячому харчуванню.
exactly was
Дитячі суміші,
coming. Of
що
course,
ще може бути,
porridges, baby
снеки,
food mixes.
дорогі,
What
до речі,
else? Snacks,
дитячі
by the way.
органічні снеки, бо в мене
Children,
сини дуже полюбляють
children
органічні, вони
organic
дуже
snacks
дорогі.
are expensive
Так,
because my
і
son likes them, and I know that they are very expensive.
далі у нас
Then
алкогольні
we
напої,
have
бачите, різні
non-alcoholic
соки. Знову ж таки,
beverages,
ми не знаємо,
various
чи ці
juices.
соки,
By the way,
вони
we do not
частково
know
пищові
whether
рітейл, а
those
частково,
juices
напевно,
went to
використовувалися для
retail or
подальшої якоїсь
partly they
переробки,
probably were used
комбінації,
for
там
some
такі,
further
бачите,
processing
нетипові соки,
combination,
які
because
може
you see that we have not very
не
typical
п'єш, але,
juices
напевно,
that
змішуєш з
you
чимось,
do
щоб
not
отримати якийсь
probably
інший
drink
продукт.
as they are, but you mix them to
Я не
get some
буду
other products.
зупинятися,
I'm
мені
not
то не так
going
багато
to
часу залишилося.
stop
І
more here
ще
because I don't
окремо
have that
виділили
much time left.
категорію ми по
And
оліям.
separately,
Да,
there is
ну,
a category vegetable
соняшникової
oils.
тут немає,
Or
але,
we do not
наприклад,
have
ріпакова
sunflower oil, but we
імпортується
have
в
rapeseed
Україну,
oil,
да.
for example,
До
here
речі,
because it is being
вартість
imported to
в
Ukraine. And by the
доларах,
way,
да,
the
можете
price in
підкинути
dollars,
обсяг
you
бізнесу.
can
Причому це ж
more or
не
less
ціна
understand the
рітейлу, я
volume of the
повторюю,
business.
да?
And it is
Це
not the
ціна
price of
імпорту.
retail once again. It's a price.
Вона
It
же
is
ж
a price of
раптом X, не
import.
знаю, скільки там,
So we have their
1,5,
X
3,
something 1.5, 3
добавиться, да, до ціни, яка буде продаватись. Тому що
added to
тому
the
не можна
price that is going to
додавати
be
ці цифри, вони
sold.
не
That's why we
додавати.
cannot add these numbers because
А,
this is not going to be correct
І
picture.
далі
And then
по країнам, які наші торгові партнери,
country-wise,
тобто
what our
з лівого
trade
боку це у нас звідки було
trade partners. So
імпортовано в
to the
Україну,
left, that's
а справа країна
where it was
походження.
imported, and to the right,
Я вам скажу,
origin
ті ж самі
country.
набір 10
And
країн,
I can
просто
say that these are the same
заміксовані. Наприклад,
countries, they are just
Нідерланди
mixed
багато
differently.
нам
For example, the
продає,
Netherlands
але
sell
мало
a
що
lot
походить саме з
for us,
Нідерландів.
but not
Да,
that
тобто
many
вони на
products
10-му
have
місці
their
по
country of
походженню,
origin in
на
the Netherlands.
4-му
They are at
місці
the
по
10th floor if you talk about country of origin, and the fourth
Тобто так,
floor,
для
the
загальної
fourth place in
інформації, да, тобто
trading
по
countries.
імпорту.
So it's just
Насправді,
about general
ми
information
можемо, якщо
import-wise.
когось з
Generally,
операторів цікавить
if some of
деталізація по
operators
якомусь
is
конкретному виду
interested
продукції, не
in
знаю, там
detailization on
джеми,
certain specific part of the product, I don't know,
щось цікаве,
jams
можемо
or something else, we
розкласти.
can
Можемо
make
це
it in
зробити.
more details. We can do that
Бо ідеї для бізнесу будуть.
for
І
business.
ще хочу заявити
And I
такий
also would
продукт,
like
який
to
ми
announce such product
зараз
that
готуємо.
we
Це, якщо ви
are
знаєте, в
getting
нас є
ready now.
такий
If you know,
каталог
we have
експортерів
so-called
органічної
catalog
продукції
of
та близько 100
exporters of
компаній.
organic
Колись
products.
його зробив
There
Офіс
is
підтримки
around
експортного
100 products
підприємництва.
are there. The
Одноразово
Office of
під якийсь
Support
захід.
of
Нам сподобалась ідея, тому що до нас часто
entrepreneurship made
звертаються
it, and we
імпортери,
like this
а порадьте
idea
нам того,
because
а дайте нам
importers
кілька
very
продуктів.
often
Ми
reach
відправляємо
out to
вас на
us,
сайт, звичайно.
advise us this, advise
Але
us
ми ж не
that,
можемо казати,
and
що
we
один
tell
наш
them go
клієнт
to our
краще
website,
іншого.
but
Нас
we
вони всі
cannot say that
однакові. Ми
our one
кажемо,
client is better than the
беріть,
others. They all
вибирайте,
equal. So we say,
на смак
well,
і колір
take
всі
it,
фломастери, як то кажуть,
choose
різні, да, там, як вам
because
подобається.
you
І така ж
people have
сама ідея
different
виникла по
tastes,
внутрішньому
and
ринку. Тому
the
так
same
само у
idea
нас
is about internal
Асоціація органічної
markets. So
ініціатива, зокрема,
our
вона проводить дуже
organization,
багато
organic
різних
the
заходів
organic
в
initiative
рітейлі.
organization, they
І
conduct lots
не
of
всі
events
виробники
in
туди можуть
retail, and not all
добратися. А був би
producers
такий
can
каталог
get there.
представлений,
And
тим
if
більше
we
ми
have
знаємо, що у нас
such kind of
250
catalog,
позицій в
even
асортименті.
we know that
У
we have
нас
250
це
positions in
понад
our
50
assortment. It's
компаній,
more
які
than
реально
50
продають в
companies
рітейлі.
that
Да?
really
Тобто ми зараз
sell
робимо
in
каталог, там
retail.
буде близько
So
60
that's why
операторів.
we are going to
Ті, що
have
вже
in such
продають, і
catalog
ті, що
more than
готові
60,
продавати.
around 60
Він буде
operators,
досить
those
такий
which are already
симпатичний.
selling and ready to sell.
Ми
It
його
will be
завершуємо,
pretty
вже вся інформація є, зараз
appealing,
іде
a nice
дизайнування, і
design.
от найближчим
We are now
часом там
working
буде у
on
нас
that, and in the
виставка
nearest
World
future,
Food,
we are
де
going
буде
to have exhibition
представлена і
World Food,
органічна
where we
ініціатива.
will have
Ну і
organic
там вже буде
initiative presented,
представлений
and
інформація
this
про
catalog
компанію.
will
Це
already be
дуже
there with
потрібна річ,
information
тому
about
що
companies. It
вона
is a really
буде
needed
в
thing
першу чергу
because
йти в
first and
усі
foremost, it's going to
до
be
всіх рітейлерів. Тобто
in all the
на запит вона буде
retailers, going to reach
надаватися
all the
там від
retailers. retailers will be provided based on demand. There will be the information like organic market of Ukraine and assortment with operators, with their contacts, information about the companies and so on. That's it from my side, probably. I'm grateful for attention. I hope it was interesting and useful for you, and we wish all of you nice and fruitful day.
Питань нема.
Питання є,
Any
питань немає.
questions?
Так, я запрошую на цю сцену учасників
Now I would
дискусійної
like to
панелі
give the floor.
наступної. Будь
I
ласка,
invite
підходьте на
here the
сцену.
participants of our discussion panel. Please come
Євген
here.
Гончаренко,
Євген
Дмитро Шаров,
Гончаренко,
Олена Стратович,
Дмитро
Юлія
Шаров,
Голубкова.
Олена Стратович,
Два слова
Юлія
про цю панель.
Голубкова. A couple of words about this discussion panel.
Ми запросили сьогодні на цю
We
сцену
have invited
трьох
today
виробників,
three
представників
producers,
органічного ринку з
representatives of the
різним
organic market,
досвідом.
and
Тому
they
що,
have
я
a
думаю, що це буде
different
дуже цікаво.
experience,
Подивіться, от Олена
versatile
Стратович
experience.
представляє тут
For
групу
example,
компаній,
Olena
яка
Stratovich
продає
represents the
найширший,
group of
найрізноманітніший асортимент.
companies that
І є,
have
як ми
a
сьогодні пізніше
wide
дізнаємося,
range
одним з
of
лідерів
products,
ринка.
and
Однозначно,
this
дуже
is one
цікавий
of the
досвід,
market
який
leaders,
розкаже пані Олена Стратович,
and she will
тому
share
що
her
однозначно група
experience,
компаній
because
має дуже широкий
definitely the
асортимент
group of
і величезний
companies
досвід
has
роботи з
a great
рітейлом.
assortment
Дмитро
and
Шаров,
great
я не сказала, які саме
experience of
компанії.
working with
Ми
retail.
всі знаємо, що
I
це
didn't
Organic
mention
Milk,
specific company, but we
торгова марка
know
Organic
that
Cheese,
this is
Organic
organic
Meat,
milk, organic meat,
органічна
organic cheese,
Organic Chicken, домашня
organic
курочка,
chicken,
Галікс Агро. Ми будемо говорити, умовно
Halex
кажучи, вже
Agro.
виходячи з досвіду цих
So we shall
брендів.
discuss the
Я
experience
щось
of
забула назвати
these
Олену.
brands. Olena, have I mentioned everything?
Добре.
That's
Дмитро
good.
Шаров є
Дмитро
директором
Шаров
компанії
is the
Дунайський
head
аграрій,
of
торгова марка Дунайський аграрій,
Dunajski
яка відома тим, що
Agrari,
має,
Danube
скажімо так,
Agrarian
крім
Company.
іншого
The
асортименту,
company
також органічні яйця,
is
найширший
known
асортимент
for
фрешу,
having
правильно, Дмитро? Це
also
найширший
eggs
асортимент
and
овочів
the
і фруктів в
widest
ретейлі України. Також
assortment of
окремий досвід.
vegetables and
Євген
fruit in
Гончаренко,
Ukrainian retail. We also
який
have
є
Yevhen
керівником
Honcharenko, who is the head
Мольфар Еко. Це чай,
of
це абсолютно
Molfar
інший
Eco
продукт. Чай,
Company.
скажімо так,
It's about
преміальний.
tea. This is the
Так і скажемо,
premium
преміального рівня.
tea.
Чай – це інший досвід, який
And
продається,
again,
скажімо так,
this
вущим,
is
але це
different
теж дуже цікавий
experience,
досвід. І
but also
Євген
very
обіцяв
interesting
поділитися
one.
досвідом, як він
And
примудряється
Yevhen promised
бути
to
водночас
share his
офіцером.
experience, how he manages to combine
І офіцером,
different roles.
і він приїхав до нас з
So
фронту,
he
приїхав
actually is
прямо
in
з
the
фронту
army.
приїхав.
He came to us
35-ї бригади
directly
морської
from
піхоти.
the combat zone.
Дуже приємно. І
So,
з нами сьогодні
and
також представниця
we also
рітейлу,
have the
одного також з
representative
лідерів
of
продажу
retail
органічної
business,
продукції в Україні,
one of the
Юлія
leaders
Голубкова,
of
заступниця комерційного директора з питань нових
organic
партнерств
products in
мережі
Ukraine.
Ашан Україна.
This is Yulia Holubkova,
Ми
Vice
сьогодні
Head
обговоримо
of
два
Commerce
аспекти. Перше, що
Director on
відбувається в рітейлі,
partnership,
які
Ashan
тенденції,
Ukraine.
і друге,
So we
це
shall
які
discuss
виклики,
the experience
скажімо
of
так, проблеми,
retail
виклики, які
business
стоять.
and the
Як ми
tendencies,
бачимо, наші
as
шановні
well
колеги
as
бачать їх вирішення.
challenges and solutions
Структура
to
панелі
those
буде така. Кожен
challenges.
спікер по
The
5 хвилин
structure of the
відповідає на
panel
перше питання
is as
спочатку,
follows. Every speaker will have
потім
5
кожен спікер
minutes
відповідає на
to
друге
address the
питання,
first question,
і після
and
цього
then each
ми
speaker
просимо
will
задавати
have 5
питання.
minutes to
До
address the
речі,
second
ті, хто в
question,
Zoom, ви
and
можете
then
теж
we shall
задавати
have
питання, ми
Q&A
слідкуємо.
session.
Якщо з'являються
Dear Zoom
питання, ми будемо
participants,
передавати
you
їх в зал.
may ask your questions
Отже,
in
перейдемо
the
до
chat,
першого
and we
питання.
shall voice them
Я прошу
here.
коротко представити,
So
описати, який
now,
асортимент і
please,
в
the
яких
first question.
мережах продається,
Could
і
you
які дві-три
describe the
ключові
range of
тенденції
products, the
щодо торгівлі органічними продуктами в рітейлі ви
sales
знаєте.
volumes,
Ми хотіли б
so what is
розказати.
sold and how, and the tendencies in retail?
Раз работает. Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Мабуть,
Good morning, dear
шановна спільнота
colleagues.
органічна.
Good morning,
Черговий раз
dear
дуже
members
приємно
of the organic
зустрітися
community.
з вами. І
It
я
is
ще раз
Great
відмітити, що
pleasure
все
to
ж таки
meet
вже
you
є
once
цей день
again,
органічний.
and
День,
I'm
коли
really
ми
happy
можемо
that we
привітати
have
один
this
одного,
organic
побачитися,
day, the
поділитися
day when we
навіть
can
якимись
congratulate each
невдачами.
other, when we can get
Багато
together
розповідають, що
and share our
обсяги
achievements
падають,
and failures. We
це
have
регіони,
already
все так
heard
погано.
that the volume,
На жаль,
sales
на українському
volumes
внутрішньому ринку
drop.
гірше, але ми
Well,
намагаємося експортувати,
the situation
тому
is not that
ми
bad.
не
We try
пропадемо.
to
Тому
go into
рада
export,
бачити вас
so I
всіх. Мене
think
звати
everything
Олена
will be fine.
Стритович. Я
My name
представляю
is Olena
групу компаній
Stratovich. I
вертикально
represent the
інтегрованих,
group of
які
vertically
займаються органічним
integrated
сільським
companies
господарством,
dealing with
переробкою,
organic agriculture,
виробництвом. Це
processing
компанія
and
Галікс
production.
Агро.
This is Halleck's Agri Company, organic milk company, dairy products, organic meat, production of organic meat, and the company Organic Chicken, production of organic eggs. We are present practically in all retail sectors of Ukraine, but, well, this is problem today. We shall talk about it a bit later. Now I would like to give the floor to my colleague. Good morning. Congratulations on the Organic Day. My name is Dmytro Sharov. I represent Donatski Agrarian Company. We are based in the south of Ukraine, and we grow vegetables, fruit, and grains. We have our processing facilities, and we also produce organic eggs.
В якому рітейлі, в яких мережах?
So, what about retail business? We are present practically in all national networks and chains. We also cooperate with local chains, particularly in the southern region of our country, in Odessa, for example, and that's it. Good morning. My name is Evgen Honcharenko. Our company is Mulfar Eco. We produce tea, and our facility is based in the Carpathian Mountains. So we are the most premium tea available in Ukraine. So we have always been organic producers. Our company has been set up as an organic company, and we immediately started with premium segment. Talking about retail networks, we started from Good Wine market, and actually we went to Biofach, and then Sirpo came to us. So when we are talking about brands, I mentioned that we were trying to actually enter some networks just once. It was about Good Wine, so we were addressing them. All the other partners of ours, Silpo, Fora, and many others, actually initiated cooperation with us themselves. We have been cooperating with Silpo since 2018. Then it was Fora, and that's actually it. From the beginning of pandemic, we have an agreement with Good Wine, and all proposals about cooperation are actually addressed to Good Wine, and they deal with it. Regarding some interesting tendencies and trends, I am interested more in operational things, how we work. Well, trends, probably we can discuss them a bit later. Thank you. My name is Yulia Holubkova. Good morning. I represent Ashan, Ukraine, and a couple of words about our company. I hope you have heard about our brand. Ashan Retail, this is the international French company. It is on the 10th place regarding all the retails all over the world. In Ukraine, Ashan came in 2008. Now we have 33 shops in 6 cities of Ukraine, and we also have our online shop. We cooperate with our partners regarding delivery of goods, both from physical shops and from our online shop. From the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Ashan is providing its support to both the Ukrainian army and the civilian population. So our support amounts to 60 million hryvnias, and this is actually equivalent of 360,000 tons of products. I'm really happy to be present at your event. I'm happy to share the information about the trends we see. So,
Да, почніть ви,
shall I start
розкажіть.
talking about the trends?
Так, так.
And then later I will give the floor to my colleagues.
Що ми відмічаємо по трендам? Ну, в принципі, це
Talking about the
консалтингові
trends,
агентства дають таку
well, the
інформацію.
consulting
Наші
agencies
видання
also provide the
стосуються.
same information as we
Великий
have.
тренд такий зараз іде
So
по
now there is a
eco-friendly
big
тренд, так скажемо.
trend
І це
on
не тільки, це
eco-friendly
і
products.
товари,
And it's not just
це
about
і
products.
пакування,
We are also talking about
послуги,
eco-friendly
бренди, навіть
packaging
компанії,
and
які
services.
ідуть в
There are
зелену
companies
економіку, скажімо так.
that enter green
Другий
economy
сильний
sector.
тренд – це саме здоровий спосіб
Another
життя.
significant trend
Це
is healthy
приблизно
lifestyle.
45% споживачів
About
відмічають, що вони
45% of consumers
якби слідують
state
цьому
that
тренду
they
і
try
йдуть в здоровий
to
спосіб життя. І
follow
це не
healthy
обов'язково, що
lifestyle.
вони вже там
And
всі
it doesn't
100%
mean
зожники, вони
that
вже
they do
почали
it
про це
100%,
задумуватись,
but at
почали
least we see that they start
там
thinking
дієти з
about
якоїсь
it,
почали
they
читати,
start reading
рецептури на
on the
приготування,
topic,
інгредієнти і так
they
далі.
start reading about the packaging
Відповідно,
and the ingredients and
як
so on.
ми реагуємо на такі тренди, як ми
How do we
відповідаємо на них?
respond
Ми
to these
маємо
trends?
біотовари,
We have
екотовари,
biogoods,
також
eco-goods,
товари наших власних
and
торгівельних
we also
марок, де ми
have our
змінюємо
own
рецептури,
products where we change
деякі
some
інгредієнти
recipes,
на
where
більш
we replace
безпечні.
some ingredients with
Ми
safer
маємо
ones.
такий блекліст
We also have a blacklist
добавок харчових, які вже
of
заборонені в
food
Європі, але
supplements
ще не
which have
заборонені в
already been
Україні,
forbidden
і
in
їх
Europe,
можна замінити
but
на
which are
більш,
not
скажімо
forbidden
так,
in
менш
Ukraine,
шкідливі.
and we try to replace them with
Також одним
less
з такою
harmful ones.
відповіддю на ці тренди, які я
Another
сказала, може
response
бути
to
наш
the
проект «Відповідальний
trends
виробник» або
is our
«Кур'єр».
project A Responsible Producer.
Вже, наприклад, пані Олена
For example,
чула про наш
Olana
проект,
has
вона
already heard
приймає
about
участь в
our
цій
project,
кампанії.
and her companies participate in
Це
our
товари
project.
з додатковою цінністю для
These are
споживача.
products with added
Товари,
value
які
for the
гарантують
consumer.
якість,
Products that
безпечність,
guarantee quality and
зроблені за
safety.
якимись
These are products
ексклюзивними
produced
рецептурами або
on the
покращеними
basis of
рецептурами.
exclusive or improved
Це
recipes.
обов'язково замкнутий цикл виробництва, повний
It's
цикл
about
переробки,
a closed
стала
processing
економіка
cycle,
підприємства.
sustainable
Тобто
economy.
компанія вже, коли будувала
That
бізнес або
means
будує,
that
вона
when
вже
the
його
company
будує
is
за
building its
європейськими
business,
стандартами.
it is doing it in line with the European
Тому,
standards.
кому буде цікаво, долучайтесь.
So
Ми
please, if you are
відкриті, ми
interested,
шукаємо
join
цей
our
проект
project. We are
виробників.
open.
Для,
We are trying to find new
скажімо так,
producers
пошуку
willing
таких
to participate in the
виробників ми
project.
запрошуємо всіх на наш
And
форум,
we invite
який
everybody
відбудеться
to visit
26
our
листопада
forum that will be held
в
on
Києві.
the 26th of
Більш
November
деталі буде
in
потім
Kyiv.
там, ми будемо
You'll
рекламувати.
get a
Якщо
bit
вам
more
цікаво,
details later
підходьте,
because
я дам
definitely
більше
we shall be
інформації.
promoting the event.
Дякую.
So if you want to know more, please come up to me and I'll give you more details.
Голова громадської спілки
As
«Органічна
the
ініціатива»,
head of the public
ті, хто займається
union
продуктом внутрішнього ринку,
organic
можливо, слідкують за
initiative,
нашою
well,
діяльністю. Ми з
probably
23-го
people
року
are following
спільно з
our
мережею
activities
Сільпо
since
робили
2023. Together
промо-активності
with
для
Silpo, we were
органічних
involved
продуктів. І я
in
хочу
promo
підтвердити, що
activities in
мережа
relation
Ашан
to organic
підтвердила своє
products,
серйозне ставлення,
and
да, і
Ashan
підтримку, і
network
дотичність
really
до стимуляції продажу органічних продуктів, тим,
contributed
що
a
вони
lot to
радо
promoting
погодилися в
organic
цьому році
products,
з нами
and
навесні
they
провести промо
agreed
3 тижні,
to
який називався «Органічний шопінг в
do
Ашані»,
3
які
promo weeks
стимулювали,
with us. That
результати ми
was
отримали на
organic
стимулюванні
sales in
попиту
Ashan,
понад 30, там
and
по-різному
we
було, десь у
managed
когось
to
30%,
stimulate
плюс у когось 50%,
demand
дуже
for
цілих тижнів. І
30%
дуже
or
дякуємо вам
for
за
even
співпрацю. Якщо ви
50% for these
співпрацюєте із
3 weeks.
сектором, із
Thank you very
органічною
much for
громадською
cooperating with
спілкою,
our sector and with the organic public union. And thank you for participating in our projects and stimulating demand for organic products. And we are also encourage you to join the Filières project. This is the Responsible Producer project. It is a serious project because it provides certain exclusive things for the suppliers if you cooperate with the SHA network. So please, we are ready for cooperation. We are ready to provide consultations to our partners. And I also wanted to mention this point, but I thought probably I would do it in the second block of our discussion. I wanted to mention the challenges in relation to organic products. Well, our promo fest actually was a response to those challenges. Okay, and probably a bit more details later. Yevhen, will you continue? Probably Olena will take the floor, and probably you shall mention the key trends that we have been observing for the recent year, particularly in retail business and in relation to organic products. I'm an optimist, and usually I like mentioning positive things, particularly when I'm addressing the distinguished audience. So, well, we usually talk about the future, some positive future, but unfortunately, probably it's not the case, not the current case for Ukrainian retail, particularly when we are talking about our domestic market, unfortunately. We had the full-scale invasion, and it is the fourth year of war. So this year we have probably the worst situation regarding cooperation with the retail businesses in the domestic market. There are lots of reasons for this. People are leaving Ukraine, and well, everybody is trying to survive, and retailers are not an exception. Today you have invited Ashan, and this is the best network for cooperation. And I'm not talking about organic sector. I fully support everything Yulia has already said. It's really nice when you get support, when you have understanding, and when you see how people are trying to support us. For example, we have a case with Ashan, and we cooperate with Ashan in the sector of fresh meat, and I know that they buy the same volume, they pay and so on and so forth. They are great, but I know that at least some part of the products they buy is not available for the consumer. So not in every shop it can be bought. I know that they process these products, they produce some ready food, but well, if we are talking about this meat direction, meat sector, Shan has never said it is not sold. We cannot sell it because it is expensive for the consumer. Because while people do not have money today, and these are circumstances of our life, but they still support us. I'm sure they do not make any profit of our cooperation, but they're promoting this idea. Our idea is to survive and to be present in this organic market, to continue our organic efforts. 10 years ago, we were talking about this deep philosophy, about the importance of promoting this philosophy among our consumers. Now, philosophy is still there, but our primary challenge is to survive. So, unfortunately, The situation is really complicated. If we are talking about cooperation with retailers, we are present almost everywhere, apart from at the back chain. What is happening now? Retailers also want to survive. The number of consumers is going down, and their sales volumes are going down. Therefore, they try to take steps in order to preserve their margin, in order to make some profits, and so on and so forth. So, who is actually suffering from this? The producer. What is the producer doing? The producers are crying. They understand that the price for marketing services is growing, that some other issues are happening. So the producer is upset for a certain period of time, for 6 months, is suffering from losses. Let's say we are talking about big companies such as Dairy Alliance or big meat products. So they have this, let's say, metaphoric big boat, and this big boat can sail for many years, and then let's hope something will get better and they will be able to balance it.
What is going on with the smaller companies? They, once again, they are crying. They might be crying for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for months, and then they have a task. Or actually, they have two ways in front of them. The first is to close, because that's it. It doesn't make sense to keep on working. And another way is to work with product with low quality. And every day, today I'm responsible for the main products in the basket. It's milk, meat, eggs, grits. What should the producer do? The producer decreases the quality of the product. If it's a dairy product, believe me, today we have such technology and such recipes that even a person, a specialist in this sphere, cannot understand what's going on there. What's to say about the consumer? What's the quality of dairy product today? I'm not talking about everyone. Of course, I'm not trying to blame everyone, but trust me, there is absolutely no dairy factory in Ukraine that is, apart from organic milk, excuse me, because we are organic, and apart from Valentina, understandable, because they are also organic, there is no other dairy product that would not work with some vegetable oils. Vegetable oil, it's okay because we consume oil, but that quality that they use, this is scary, this is dreadful. Unfortunately, they are in such conditions. Not all of them would like to do that, but there is no other way out, either to close or to keep on working, but like that. And it is a catastrophe for our organic community. It's a big disaster, because what we are preaching and where we are moving to, it's all breaking. We are destroying. With our own hands, not from external enemy, but internal enemy. And we are becoming those enemies. I'm not talking about me or us, about processors personally, but we are forced to do that. We are damaging our nation, our children, ourselves. We produce such product that cannot be consumed. And there are, trust me, at least 60% of such products are in our supermarket shelves. This is something that we shouldn't be eating and that we shouldn't give to our children, because already tomorrow we will see very sad results. So that's why, unfortunately, the main problem today is in the absence of state regulation. It is a matter that has to be solved on the level of public officials. There should be regulation of retail networks, cooperation of retail networks with suppliers. It's not only about organic sphere, of course, but it is the most difficult for us, because if some other producer, non-organic, increased a little bit palm oil, decreased that, increased that, add stabilizer, and see at the end they already earned 1 coin at the 1 cent at their bottle of milk. But we in organic sphere, we cannot do that because we have specific demands we are working on, and we cannot get away from that. Those who are organic producers and those who are present here, these are already we have been working like this for 10 years already, and we understand that we cannot do it any other way. So if a regular producer can somehow avoid such norms and earn something, that we do not have such an option. Why? Because the retails treat us the same as other producers. And today we hear what? Yesterday, just a simple example. Yesterday, I was in one time, I see there are absolutely different eggs, whatever you want. Non-organic, more than 150 hryvnias, and some kind of from farmer. I have nothing against farmers and farms, absolutely not. But I'm calling my manager and I'm saying, you see, one time it is not the volume, but it is a matter of principle, because we are being sold there, and they say no, they are ordering, well, how much? 10 boxes per week. And I say, well, it's not a volume. Let me figure it out. I'm calling the manager of one time. My manager calls me back in 10 minutes and says, well, you see, he told that he has some kind of guy, some kind of farmer egg, and they pay 5% more of marketing. If we give 5% to marketing, add this 5% to marketing, it's okay. Tomorrow we will have only our eggs there. All the others will not be there. What will you say? And I was like, okay, probably add what's to be done. We need to be present everywhere, but it's just a small example. If to talk in more large scales, if to talk about dairy products, then today managers have told me, we need from you this, and that, and this amount of money, and this and that. And I was like, well, then I have nothing left. I am already in red. Excuse me, but that's your problem. I need this shelf to work. That's it. I'm a buyer. I need my shelves to work properly to bring me $200,000 per month. Yes, that's an example. I have a normal volume, but you pay 8% of marketing and everyone else pay 22%. But I cannot pay more, because then I will not have nothing left. Then let's talk after the war when everything is okay. That's more or less how everything is working today. That's why to survive for us is extremely difficult, trust me. That's why we are going to export. That's why just you have to talk about the eggs. Today, 60% of eggs we export to Dubai. I feel very sad about that. I feel sorry. For me, it's okay because I got 100% prepayment. Eggs were still here, and I already got money on my account. They come, they take it, and they do it 4 times per month, and everything that is left, it's for Ukrainian market. But I feel very sorry about that. Why? Because I would like this organic eggs to be eaten by our children, Ukrainian children, not Dubai children. They can eat their own eggs, and I am selling it not for some crazy money, because today I come to some networks and I see where my eggs is being sold, and I see that some other producers, for example, Yasen Sweet or something else, they 15 hryvnias more expensive than mine products, and I say, well, how it's working? I supply you with eggs with a very affordable price, so that you can have normal margin, so that you can sell. And today my egg, you I have
що
we have
відбувається на
different
полиці,
price and
як це
what's going on
працює.
that shelf, how it's
І немає
working.
жодної, ви ж
And there
повинні
is
виділити,
absolutely, we
показати,
have
що це
to
органічний
show,
яйце,
you
це
have to show that this
зовсім
is an
інше яйце.
organic product. It's
Як
absolutely
це
different
сьогодні
type of
працює?
act.
Я піднімаю
How it's
ціну на
working
яйце
now. I
один раз
rise,
в рік. В
I raise
залежності від
prices for my
того,
eggs once per year.
ну, ви знаєте, що кожен рік все
You
одно
know that every
відбувається
year we still
девальвація і
have
так далі. Але
devaluation
це
and so on.
максимум на
But
7,
it is
8, 9%
maximum 7,
один
8,
раз в рік.
9% once per year.
Бо я хочу, щоб наше
Because I
яйце
want
їли наші
our
діти.
eggs to be eaten by
Що
our
робиться з
children.
іншим яйцем на
What is going
ринку?
on with different eggs
Сьогодні
on the
може
market?
коштувати
Today
там, в
it can
залежності,
be
провалилося по 40,
depending
завтра,
40,
коротше
then
кажучи,
tomorrow some different price. So
середньостатистичний виробник
average
яйця
producer
за
of
рік
eggs
разів
per
20
year
піднімає ціну на
raise their
яйце. Ну,
prices
може, і
almost 20
опускає,
years. Maybe
звичайно, в
they also
залежності від
decrease it depending on
тенденції.
the
Ми це
trend,
робимо
but we do
один
it
раз, в залежності
once
від
per
того, який
year,
рівень інфляції
depending
пройшов.
on the level of
Звичайно,
inflation.
корма і так далі.
Of
Це
course,
все.
feeds and so on and
Тому
so
я
forth, it's a
основний
different
меседж,
story.
який
So
хочу
the
донести.
main
До
message
тих
that
пір,
I would
поки
like to
мережі,
tell you,
ось
until
на кшталт
networks like
Ашану, не
Auchan
будуть зацікавлені
are not
в тому,
interested
щоби
in
доступ до органічних,
having access to
доступно були
organic
органічні продукти на
products, to
полиці для
have them
наших людей,
affordable
для
on the
наших
shelves for
дітей.
our people,
Поки
for our children,
долари ось тут от,
until
хоча б на
dollars,
органічну
at
продукцію не
least for organic
зникнуть,
products,
тільки
do
один
not
розрахунок,
disappear, and until they stop
нічого не
caring
буде.
only about their
І
profit,
саме головне – це
nothing
державна
will happen. And the most
регуляція,
important thing
яка
is state
дасть нам
regulation
органікам хоча б
that will
якусь
give us in
квоту.
our
Ну, по
organic sphere at
типу,
least some
в
kind of
мережі має
quota,
бути
something
там
like in
5%,
the retail
7%, я не
network, they
знаю
should have
скільки,
5%, 7, I don't
10%.
know,
Якийсь
10%,
відсоток органічної
some
продукції.
percentage of
І
organic
хоча б ця
products. And
продукція,
at
хай
least
не вся,
that
хай не всі
product, maybe
виробники,
not
але
all the
хоча б
producers,
органічна
but at least
продукція
organic
повинна бути
products
регульована
should be
між нами. Ми
regulated.
знаємо, що я даю
One gas. I
на
know that I
5%
give
більше, ніж
5%
собівартість,
more than
і
a
магазин
net price,
ставить
and
на
the
5% більше, ніж собівартість.
store
Ну,
also
умовно,
have
да?
5%
І ми
more than net
розуміємо,
price.
що ми
And we
даємо
understand that
можливість,
we
ми
give this opportunity, we
популяризуємо,
popularize,
ми
we
даємо, ще раз
promote,
скажу,
we
повторюся,
once
можливість
again, let
нашим
me repeat
споживачам
myself, we
її
give the
купувати.
opportunity for
А
our
сьогодні
consumers to
це
buy such
гра
products. But today it's
тільки в одні
just
ворота.
a
Це
game,
сьогодні тільки виробник,
in
який
one-way game. Oh, it's
намагається
only producer
вижити
today who is
і
trying
не
to
втратити
survive and
свою
not to
філософію,
lose
і пронести до
its
кінця
philosophy and
те,
to
що ми започаткували, і те, що ми хочемо зробити.
finish what we started.
Вибачте, що довго, але це
Sorry for
болить,
taking
і ще
that
є не дуже
long, but
емоційно,
it's a
але
painful
передам слово
moment.
своїм
But
колегам.
let me give the floor to my colleagues now.
Я приєднуюсь 100%
I would
до
like to
сказаного,
join
тому що у
100%
нас,
to
грубо
everything that
кажучи,
have been
така ж сама
mentioned, has been
ситуація,
mentioned,
коли
because
заходиш
roughly we
на
have the
полицю і
same
бачиш,
situation when you come and
що
you
там
see that,
ті ж самі
for example, the
органічні,
same
органічне яйце
organic eggs
ну, коштує на полиці там
costs on the
дешевше
shelf
за
cheaper
звичайний там ясен
than
світ, чи
the
якесь
regular
там
Yasen sweet or
яйце, яке
some
ну, з написом
egg
там free range,
that
чи
is written
власника
free range
торгівельної
or
марки.
own
І ти розумієш
brand
про те, що
trademark.
як там
And
були
we
до цього
understand
перемовини, що
that
максимально віджали по ціні,
we
максимальний
have no
ну, там умови там по маркетингу і
different
все інше,
prices,
і не розумієш
different
цього
marketing
дисонансу, чому саме.
conditions, and you do not
Тому що
understand
якщо ми беремо тенденції, ми
this
бачимо про те,
inequality,
що з
because
кожним
if we
роком
take the trend, we see that with every
іде, ну,
year
збільшується свідоме
we
харчування
have the
у
decrease
населення,
of
молоді сім'ї мають, в принципі,
consumption, conscious
запит на
consumption. Like
здорові,
young
на здорові,
families
безпечні продукти,
want
які
to
вони
buy
хочуть
safe,
прийти
healthy
в
products
магазин
that
і
they
їх там
want
знайти.
to
Тому що,
buy in the store and they
ну,
want
це не
to
та
look for
історія,
them
якщо
there,
ми беремо
because
там
it's not
молоді
that a
сім'ї,
story. If we
це
talk
не
about young
історія про те,
families,
що
it
вони
is
ходять
not
всі там по
about the
ринках,
fact that they
і вони
go to
йдуть, в
markets,
принципі,
they go
по мережах.
to
І,
networks.
в принципі,
And
от те,
actually,
що якби в нас по нашій інформації, що запит такий є.
according to our
Не саме на
information, there is
органічну
a demand
продукцію,
for organic products
яку споживач хоче знайти в
that consumer would
магазинах.
like to
Але
find
є
in the
такі нюанси,
stores.
коли
But
ти знаєш, що ти в
there
мережу
is
возиш,
such a matter that if
там тобі
you bring it
поступають
to the
запити, а чому
network,
там по такій-то
you might have
адресі
some
немає.
request why, for example, you do
Виявляється
not have
так,
this
що
in
потім
that
по
address. But
матриці,
it
саме
turns
по
out
цим
later that in
магазинам,
matrix, in those
саме
stores,
от органіки немає. В
they do
принципі,
not
а
have organic
споживач
products at all. But
приходить і
consumer
нам там пише
comes
в
and
соцмережі про
then
те, що
writes
ми
in our
тут, ви
social
кажете, що ви
networks that
там
you say
продаєтесь,
that you are
наприклад, там
selling
в
organic
Ашані, чи в
products in
Новусі, чи в
Auchan, for
Сільпо.
example,
Ми
in
от зайшли,
Novus or in
така
Silpo.
адреса, немає
We are
нічого.
here,
Ну,
this address,
якось
there's
так.
absolutely nothing.
Це самий великий виклик у нас
The
це те,
biggest
що
challenge for
війна
us
падає
is
покупівельна
the war,
спроможність.
the consumer capacity is decreasing. We as producers are facing with the fact that net price is growing every year because we have problems with increasing prices on energy, and we have deficit, lack of people, so we have to pay higher salaries because we now have huge lack of people. And for example, harvest, no one is going to delay this harvest. If we have the lack of people, we have to pay more, we have to hire them somewhere else. In the season, we bring people to the fields 50, 60 kilometers away. We take them from other villages, so at least someone can work on these fields to actually collect that harvest and to have it in the networks.
З таких саме викликів це цей самий
to
виклик,
talk about challenges,
у нас виходить так, що він впливає на ціну.
This is the biggest challenge because it influences the price, the capacity, purchasing capacity is decreasing, and it is all influencing and impacting the market. And if to talk about the networks, once again, this year we have for all organic products, we're talking that management is trying to compare organic products with non-organic products. That like why, for example, non-organic products is this number, let's have maximum 10-15%, and you will have this price that is needed for them, even though this price can be absolutely not relevant because our harvest can be twice, 3 times less than in convention. So that's what we are facing with. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. Well, you have all started from challenges, and I understand that it is the most important thing. Let's Johan, about trends and about challenges. Yes, while I was sitting here, I was thinking about 2 trends, and it coincided that these 2 trends, we're kind of promoting them. Yes, we have enough time, and everyone will be able to say what they want. Okay, then I will add a little bit of facts to my speech. So, first of all, about the news and who we are working with. This Saturday, we had private label Ryoba, first reloading and Metro Cash and Carry. It is, and that's in the context what I'm talking about. We are talking about retail, and retail has such thing as own trademarks, and they develop it actively. So we are now we start working here. It's 3 T's. I don't remember. Maybe colleagues remember that. I do not really good at other products. Maybe someone knows own trademarks to have organic products there. You have this? You're also from Metro. Okay, so we Ryoba, organic Ryoba. That's what we do now. Okay, the same. So among retailer, we already have this with coffee. The second story, that's once again tea. I have nothing to tell about X here, but I will tell you about the tea. So there is a number. I have already irritated everyone with this number because everybody knows how much of the percentage is packaged. It is bag tea in percentage. It's 95% tea in bags. So that's from the world market, and it turns out that in October near Odessa, Ukrzaliznytsa made me to produce the tea for trains, and we can do it only organic, so we have now organic tea in bags. And this year we already have 7 positions, very interesting range, amazing tea. And but since we had to put it in bags, and our subcontractor, we asked
просвітили і сертифікували в
We
органік
talked
стандарті
of
як
everything and
органічного,
certified in
як
organic
свого
standard
органічного
as
підрядника.
our organic
Тепер до цього підрядника
subcontractor.
вишикувалась
So
черга
now there is
органічних
the whole
чайних
branch of
виробників.
organic tea
Тоже
producers to
застосувачів.
the subcontractor,
Так що ми
also to
таким
pack
чином
something. So
дуже задаємо
that's
якийсь
how
тренд,
we are
і я
also
думаю, що скоро буде в
having certain
Україні вже,
trends, and I
вони
believe
вже
that
є,
soon
вже
in Ukraine we will have, well, we
органічні
already
підрядники.
have them, but there will be those organic
От,
back to teas.
про
So
виклики, да? Це сюди
about
чи пізніше?
challenges, it's
Чи
here or
зранку?
later?
Розказуйте. Значить, про виклики. Дивіться, я
Okay, so about the
у
challenges.
нас нема таких викликів,
We do
якихось
not have such
тенденційних про ринок, тому що ми
challenges
практично
on the
всі військові
market
3 роки
because
ми живемо
practically
у нас
all
з
3 years in
1
war,
січня вже
we,
починається
starting from
out
the
of
1st
stock
of
по
January,
деяким
we have out
позиціям.
of
Ми
stock on
не
some
робимо
positions.
стільки чаю,
We
щоб
do not produce
от
that
він,
much
щоб
tea
відсліджувати по ньому динаміку. Ми
to
просто
track
бачимо, що
dynamics.
ну,
We just
якийсь із них швидше,
see
швидше
that
закінчується, чим інший.
some
До
of
літа у нас хоча
our
б ну,
teas
ми бусті. Ну, так
run up.
склалося, особливо, коли підключилася
We run out of some tea
От.
earlier than all the other ones, and especially when we
Чому
have
я про це
Укрзалізниця working
говорю?
with
Про
us.
те,
Why I'm talking about
що
that?
основні наші
It
виклики,
means that our main
ну, так, як
challenges,
у нас особисто в нашій компанії
well,
є
personal in
така
our
специфіка
company,
в
we have
управлінні,
such
що
specifics in
керую я,
management
скажімо
that
так,
I
дистанційно і
manage remotely.
епізодично.
And
От у
from
мене
time to
одна
time,
людина
I have
в
one
офісі на
person in
бухгалтерії,
the
на операційному
office dealing
менеджменті
with
і
accounting and operational management,
4 фізичних
and 4
працівника
physical
на фабриці.
representatives
Такою
on the
командою працюємо.
factory.
І тому для
That's
нас дуже
our team.
важливим
Now that,
є
so for us, it's
то,
extremely
як мережі
important
вміють працювати
how
дистанційно.
networks can
Я
work
скажу так,
remotely.
що,
And
наприклад,
let me
да,
put it
перший
like that,
рік
that, for
мене
example,
трошки
for the very
поганяв
first
Goodwine,
year,
але ми таки підписали додаткову
Goodwine,
угоду, я
we had some
дозволив
problems with
застосовувати
them, but still
факсимілі,
we have
наприклад, виробити.
additional
Сільпо у
agreement
нас
with them.
взагалі
With
ідеальна і
Silpo, we
електронний
have
обмін документами, там
absolutely
питань нема, а
ideal
фора, чесно говоря, зганяла вже
document
трошки. Я
exchange,
думаю,
and
що
with
ну,
Fora,
ми більше не
it's
потягнемо
very
з цими
difficult. I think
оригінальними
that we will
підписами
not
так
be
далі.
able
І
to do this
тому
with
це
those
може
regional signatures and so on
трошки
and
не
so
про ринок,
forth.
але я
So
ділюсь
it
тим,
might be not
що
that much
актуально.
about the market,
От.
but I'm
І,
trying to
в
share what
принципі,
is
ну, от,
relevant.
ми ж говоримо
And
про трошки
we
війну,
are
да,
talking
добавляємо
about
цю
the
історію
war.
нашу.
Yes, we add war
І
to our story.
ну, на нас дуже так впливає серйозно питання по логістиці. От, то есть, ну,
Logistics
логістика
is one of
стала
the
з
serious
війною важчою.
issues.
Там
So definitely it has
питання
become
є.
more
Якщо,
complicated
наприклад,
with war.
у нас був склад нової
For
пошти в
example,
Красилівці, там
we had
там,
our
де РЦ на
warehouse of
Сільпозі
Nova
знаходиться,
Poshta
да?
in
І
Kryselivka, and
ну,
where
там же не
Fozzy
відділені, да?
is.
І в перший рік
And during the first year,
цим складом керували люди, які бачили москалів, вибачте,
the
що скажу, да?
warehouse was
От,
managed by
то
people
ми будь-які
who
питання вирішували. Коли
actually saw
повернулись,
the
передали
Russians,
цей склад
and
людям, які вже приїхали
so they were
з-за
supporting
кордону,
Russians.
і
And
останній рік
when
провели десь за кордоном, то там вже
later this
почалося такі письма
warehouse
мені
was
оказували, а
given
ні,
to
вибачте, рішайте свої вопроси самі.
some
От, це
other
от, ну,
people,
про таке, про наше
well, the
живе.
situation has
Ну, в
changed. So
принципі,
this
все,
is
дякую.
something that is important about logistics.
Я додам тоді трошки про виклики.
I would also
Чим
add about
мережі, в
challenges
частності наша мережа стикається.
what Ashan
Звичайно,
is
війна, вона
facing.
вплинула на всіх
Definitely
нас,
the war
людські
had its
ресурси,
impact
да,
on
їх
all of us.
нехватка,
Human resources, we actually feel
катастрофічний
shortage of
дефіцит на
human
всіх
resources,
рівнях, як і у виробників,
and
які не
it's
можуть
about all the
провести,
levels.
зібрати
First of
врожай
all,
і
the
так далі, так і на
producers, they
нашому
cannot
рівні
gather the
викласти,
harvest, they cannot deliver
там,
it
змінити
at
цінники і
our
так далі.
level. We need some people who would work in
Але ми
our
бачимо,
shops.
да, клієнт шукає ці
But
товари,
the
ми йдемо
client
на зустріч.
is trying to
І
find
я
these
абсолютно
products, and
підтримую
we actually have
і
to
бачимо ми
meet
цю тенденцію,
this
що зараз
demand. And
органіка
now we see the
намагається
trends
робити свої
that
товари
the organic
конкурентними.
sector is trying
Зараз
to make
вже
its products
деякі
competitive,
індустріальні
and
виробництва
certain
стали
industrial
дорожчі в
productions
цих конкретних потребах,
have
ніж органічні товари.
become even
Таке
more
дійсно є.
expensive regarding their own needs than organic products.
Що
This is
хотіла ще
something we
додати,
see.
що також, да,
Another
є
point
відчутні
I would like to
виклики,
add.
але треба
Yes,
з
we
цим
see the
працювати.
brain drain of the
Висока
drain of
ціна.
clients.
Ще
We have to
у
address it.
людей досі
Yes, the prices are
залишилося
high,
оце враження,
and people
що
still
органічні
have this
біотовари,
impression that
якісь
organic
товари
products,
з
bioproducts,
додатковою цінністю, вони
these
дорожчі,
value-added
ніж
products
індустріальне
are more
виробництво.
expensive than industrial
Відповідно,
production.
ми маємо розказати,
And we have to talk to
пояснити,
people. We have to
навчити культурі
explain.
споживання
We have to
органічних
train
продуктів.
people this culture of consuming organic products. We have to make these products closer to the final consumer. And I would like to mention a couple of words about our organic shopping that was done in May with NGO Organic Initiative in cooperation with organic producers. This organic shopping lasted for 3 weeks. There were additional discounts. We didn't put any threshold whether it should be minimum or maximum discount, but the producers gave their discounts. We did the communication campaign about the goods, and we communicated the price issue, and we said that, well, our chain, Ashan, offers these products. And probably you saw Oleg Skripka, one of our celebrities. He is supporting healthy lifestyle. He is supporting protection of the environment, and he was very positive about this idea. He participated in this campaign and was advertising these products, and it was very positively perceived by people. What about the results? Products volume plus 50%. Again, the assortment, again, plus 46%. We immediately saw growth in those categories where the products were promoted. And when we make these organic products the top of mind of consumer, everybody benefits from it. The retailer, the producer, the consumer. High price is our challenge, but when we cooperate, when we communicate, when we do provide the discounts, when we do these tasting rounds, when people have a chance to taste the products and see that it's really tasty, in such cases, they buy it later. Therefore, we invite the producers for cooperation. We are ready to organize some other festivals like that. We are ready to promote and advertise organic products. And how we are trying to influence the consumer. We place all the products, all organic products, in one area. So this is the area of choice where the consumer can try the entire range of products. Well, if certain products require fridges, it's a bit aside from the main shelves, but again, there is the communication and there are all the labels saying that these are organic products. And we shall continue working like that and engaging the consumers into buying organic products. We still have 9 minutes for our panel, and we may either have Q&A session, or I can give the floor to our organic producers for a couple of more minutes. Do you know why Ukrainians buy your products? Who is buying Ukrainian organic products? Do you have any data on the topic? And well, if you have your questions, I also encourage you to raise your hands or to write them in the chat. We have great experience of our presence in the Ukrainian market, and we do our analytics both for big and small shops, and we came to conclusion that our consumer is a person who has good thinking, who believes in good and positive and healthy lifestyle, who takes care of himself and herself and his or her family, and who takes care of the environment. These are not age-specific people because, well, these may be kids and teenagers who were taught by their parents to consume organic products. It can be a woman. For example, we have a shop in Zhytomyr, and they more or less have the same clients, but there are some pensioners, 65 plus or 70 plus. They also have people 80 plus, and these women come and buy just a box of butter, and the person says, well, I really like it, I eat it. So we have those intellectual people that have this proper thinking. So the more people we have like this, the more people we educate regarding this thinking, the more chances we have to become a top 10 country or organic products consumer in the world. We should remember that organic products is about what we eat. And if we eat healthy food, we probably won't have any health problems. If we eat certain junk food or some other non-organic food, we'll definitely go to hospitals with having different conditions like cramps, like crash, like something else. This is just because you do not eat healthy and organic products. So we have that our consumer is an intellectual person who's thinking about his or her future, particularly organic future. I join all the words. With us, all people who buy organic products are people who understand what they buy and why. First of all, these are families with kids who want to buy safe, tasty products. The majority of sales in retail is, for example, watermelons. So our consumer says that it is safe. This watermelon can be bought. The people bring it home and eat it with kids. They do not have to worry about certain harmful effects. So our target group are families with kids who are trying to think about the future and to plan our diet for their kids.
У нас три напрямки
We have
реалізації
3
чаю.
directions of selling tea. So now we are about tea again.
По-перше, наш чай, він
Our
гарний подарунок.
tea
Як правило,
is
його
a nice
п'ють і
present.
дарують патріотично
As a
налаштовані люди, яким
rule,
дуже приємно
very
дарувати
patriotic
один одному
people
якийсь
buy
український
this
класний
tea
продукт.
and give this
Другий
tea
нюанс,
as a gift to
нас
somebody
п'є
else because
хоріка.
this is
Причому така толкова
Ukrainian
хоріка, серйозна.
product.
І
Also,
це клієнти, це
cooperate a
люди,
lot with
які,
HoReCa
вони свідомі, вони люблять
sector, and there are our
балувати
clients
себе
there
смачним
who
напоєм.
really like
І за них цей
some
напій ви
tasty
відібрали
drinks.
у нас,
And well,
ну,
we
скажімо так,
produce
менеджери цих
this
компаній, да, які, ну,
tasty
їхні баристи, спеціалісти, які прийшли, сказали,
tea,
що
and the personnel
ресторан
from the restaurants and from the hotels have already selected
І
this tasty
третій
product for
напрямок
them.
рітейл. Отут
And the
ми
third
зустрічаємо якраз,
sector
я так
is
думаю,
retail.
що це якраз люди
And
з тим, що ми називаємо екологічне
these are
мислення.
people with the
Це
so-called
клієнт з
environmental
достатком
friendly or
середній плюс, ми
ecological
теж не
thinking.
продаємося в АТБ. Тут я теж
These
приєднаюсь до
are
Олени один раз.
people
Ми
who
теж не
have
продаємося в
bit
АТБ,
higher
ми продаємо,
profits. For example, we are not
дуже видно, як, до речі,
present, who have higher income, because, for example, we are
як по
not
різним
also
регіонам і по різним
present
часам, як
in
продається чай в різних
ATB
магазинах. От,
sector.
і видно, хто є
And
якби профілем цих магазинів. І дуже
you can
цікаво. Да, це люди,
see
як правило, з достатком середній плюс, але не
who are
обов'язково.
our
Тобто,
consumers
ну,
are.
по регіонам.
As I've said, these are people with a bit higher than average income and who can be characterized by this ecological thinking, who would like to buy these products nice products and tasty and healthy products for themselves and for their children, for their families. Julia, do you have any understanding about your consumer, the consumer of organic products in Asham? According to our research, our consumers are mainly women. Generally, the trend shows that women buy organic products more, and the age is from 25 to approximately 46 years old. But again, this is probably because in families, women buy food products more than men. So women make up about 60% of our consumers. And now with this internal displacement and internal migration, the client's portrait has been changing. Yes, we do have some clients who go to online shopping, and again, we have more and more people of elder age. And we also understand how mobilization influences the consumer structure. We know that there are men who do not go to big shops just because they are trying to avoid mobilization. Therefore, women make up the most of our audience. Unfortunately, there is no mic.
Тут, я думаю, що це впливає.
Unfortunately, the interpreters do not hear the
Ті,
statement.
кому більше років, да, от в наших клієнтах, вони просто йдуть ближче, да, у нас же магазини, гіпермаркети.
Well, we have hypermarkets, we have supermarkets, and we have some small shops in the residential districts. And that's why we understand that those people of elderly age do not always have a chance to get to the supermarket or hypermarket. Therefore, they go to those small shops, which are nearby their houses. So, the moment we shall have more small shops, probably the portrait of our clients will change even more. Thank you. I just remember a joke. When we were developing our brand, Mulfar, like a magician, we were trying to find a contractor who will bring the focus groups for us. There were 2 female groups and 1 male group. The female groups were of different age. And the first company was a serious one that worked with serious tea brands. So they were really cool. But when we mentioned our request to them, they said, "Why do you need a male group? Why do you want to ask males about tea?" They were surprised, actually. Are there any questions to our speakers? There are no questions, but I see that Dmitro wants to say something. Probably not. Thank you very much for participation in the panel. Please keep on going. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for your professional approach. Thank you for your production. And a photo. And while our colleagues take a photo, I would like to give the floor to Katarina Shore, who is the manager, who is the moderator of the next session. Now we shall have a very interesting session because the project we shall discuss now will probably increase the channels for selling organic products in Ukraine, because we shall talk about public procurement. And public procurement is about educational institutions like schools and kindergartens, as well as the other consumption channels. So, Katarina, Olena has already mentioned lots of things that I wanted to talk about. Please, dear speakers, the photo of the speakers from the previous panel.
Дуже дякуємо. Нічого, технічна пауза, все нормально, я так
There
думаю.
was a tiny technical pause. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you again.
Наша наступна сесія, вона буде присвячена
While people are still coming back from the previous session, we shall talk about our new topic, organic products in public procurement. And the topic is definitely not an easy one. We already have our producers that have some experience of presence in public procurement, in particular selling organic products to schools in their regions. But we understand that in order to launch it at the country level, at the national level, apart from political will, apart from the government decisions, we also need some other aspects to launch organic products at schools and kindergartens. It's about some logistic issues as well.
That's why today, with the speakers from Ukraine and also from other countries, we decided to have such a review of how it is going on, how it's happening globally. And I would like to start from this short presentation. We were researching trends of implementing organic food in public procurements of the EU countries. So what's going on and how and which mechanism of implementing organic products in public procurements? So first and foremost, I would like to tell you a little bit to provide you several examples. In March, we visited France, New Aquitania, and in one of the schools, they are implementing already organic food, and we were observing how it's working on the practice where we already have this organic public catering. Denmark, I think that you have already heard that Denmark is one of the pioneers in implementing organic organic catering in public procurement. When we are talking about public procurement, these are not only schools and kindergartens, these are also all public kitchens. I mean, it might be hospitals, it might be administrative canteens, for example, Verkhovna Rada, ministries, state administrations, and so on and so forth. So in public procurements, we have public canteens, and it's like the whole spectrum, the whole range of procurements on public money. And it's absolutely everything that it can cover. In Copenhagen, as of now, 90% of food in municipal schools and kindergartens is organic, and it is top indicator, top result. And we also visited Denmark this year. We have visited Copenhagen, and we saw the volume of organic products in regular stores and the regular supermarkets. So really here, Denmark is Denmark is setting an example not only for us but also for other EU countries on implementing organic catering or organic foods. So here I would like to draw your attention to that fact, how it's happening, because Denmark combines national policies and local initiatives. So they have on the national level the program on introducing organic foods, organic products, and on some on the regional levels, as well as in Copenhagen, they have their own product. program for that. In France, we are going to hear more about this today from Jérôme Sinal in more details. So here I would like to provide you with the example that France is the first and so far the only EU country to legally establish requirements for organic products in public catering. Starting from 2018, they have had the EGalim law, which obliges, which says that at least 50% of the products should be quality and sustainable and organic products, including. In Ireland, for instance, not so long ago, they adopted the Green Public Procurement Strategy and Action Plan with the aim that at least 10% of the value of food procured through public procurement must be organic. Special attention is paid, well, actually, it's in all the countries, to seasonality and menu diversity. In all and more EU countries pay attention to the fact that products should be first and foremost seasonal. The question whether it's good or bad for Ukraine, because here what we are talking about, that, for example, tomato cannot be delivered in public procurement in winter when traditionally it does not grow. So here it's a matter of how it's going to correlate with our greenhouse farms, but this practice exists. Then we have Spain. Just in May, they adopted a new national GPP program, which includes requirements for organic food in public catering. And they also have regional programs, for example, on the level of Andalusia. Since the program has just been adopted, it's clear that we do not have any particular results, but colleagues from Spain believe that it is their own victory, so that they can on political level, promote this idea. Estonia. They have national organic actions plans 2023-2030, and see how the budget grew because of this action plan. The budget, you see that in 2022 they have 0.8 million, and in 2023 it's already financing grew to 10.2 million euros for financing of supplying organic foods to educational institutions. Czech Republic. Also, just recently, they adopted a national organic action plan, which sets general goals to increase organic consumption to 3% and raise the share of local organic products. Based on the experience of our colleagues that live in Czech Republic, I know that this program starts being implemented from the very first steps. At first day, one day per week in schools, they have organic day, and they just either give children organic apple or organic yogurt additionally. So from such small steps, it's not like just implementation immediately of procurement standards and so on and so forth, but just from small steps, they start their next actions. Austria. In Austria, they have an integrated system of public procurement. In Vienna, many years ago, I saw how the system was working, and they have pretty high level of organic food. In school scheme, almost all hospitals of Vienna have organic food products. It is also one of the best results in the EU. As of now, one of the best rates. As of now. Which tools can be helpful here? So first and foremost, I think it is important for us to understand that first of all, not all of these tools are already available in Ukraine, but since we are moving to the European Union, then within Euro integration processes, we should these processes should speedline and start working. Of course, in public procurement, we have the law on public procurements, but as far as I know, it is now at the stage of being reviewed. And in the EU, they are also not, they keep on improving their legislation because it is the process that is practically, it's a continuous process, it's non-stop. So in any case, in the EU, legislation on public procurement is pretty important tool of implementing sustainable development policy in particular. And there is such a notion as a sustainable or green public procurement. We, as far as I know, maybe colleagues correct me if I'm wrong, but in our legislation, we do not have such a notion so far. In our legislation on public procurements, we have certain criteria, non-price criteria where it is introduced, but to have separate plans, there are no specific plans so far on having green public procurements. In the EU, in various countries, they have separate strategies on green public procurements, where many countries might introduce organic food in the strategy. You can get familiar with this. There are certain criteria developed for food catering services and vending machines, and they include actually demands on priority for organic products, reduction of food waste, limitation of plastic use, and other things. A different mechanism, a different tool that can be used in the EU for implementing organic food in public sector. It's national strategic plans that are developed within common agrarian policy, CAP strategic plans in Ukraine. This document was developed last year. Help me. The strategy of development of agriculture and rural areas. Yes, but we still have this target on developing organic sphere up to 3%. Unfortunately, so far we do not have in this strategy the development of organic food in public sector. Additionally, we were talking several years ago that in the EU, they adopted the EU Organic Action Plan. There was this strategy presented from farm to fork as the EU biodiversity strategy as part of EU Green Deal. And actually, at the very same time, they made a decision on celebrating Organic Day in the EU. And there is this non-obligatory but recommended element for all EU countries. It is national action plans, national organic action plans. Maybe we will come to this point. In many EU countries, this transition to implementing organic food in schools and kindergartens is actually exist in such national organic action plans. And one more important element that is active in the EU, this is the EU school scheme. It's a separate policy element supporting healthy diets. It is working in all the EU countries, and its aim is so that children have access to healthier products. Here, I mean support of access to fresh fruit and vegetables and dairy products. And you can see that for 2022-2023 school year, even though organic there is not mandatory, but many countries are also introducing organic products because of the scheme. 2.7% of fruits and vegetables were organic already, and 5.4% were organic milk. It was organic milk on the level of the EU. Of course, it's clear that in different countries it's different, and the introduction varies, but the general statistics EU-wide is more or less like that. So now I would like to give the floor to Natalia Cholovska, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about that project that is being introduced by the Organic Initiative in cooperation with Lviv city NGO Ekotera in Ukraine. And we have our amazing French partners and support, and we have been doing it with them. Our support from France. Natalia will tell in more details about what is going on in that sphere.
Як переключати?
Один. О, мене чутно. Чудово. Отже, дякую, Катерино, за представлення.
Thank you, Katerina, for introducing me. Really, Lviv region is a pilot region, and it has unique opportunity to introduce this project of cooperation to provide access to local food cooperation. By the way, pictures from our trip to our partners to France. You can see here the pictures where the vehicle of logistics center is visible. It delivers organic products to already next stages. The office of our colleagues from France, and also our inspection in the Lyceum. It is a very interesting Lyceum where they have more than 1,500, to be precise, 1,600 students, and 1,000 students eat every day in this Lyceum, and they consume organic products. So at the same time, it's like some kind of killer Lyceum because it has a very powerful cuisine. But we'll tell about this a little bit later. So what is the aim of our project? What is our objective? To support Lviv region in maintaining agricultural production and access to food by increasing introduction of organic and local products in collective catering. Our project is the project that is being implemented. Excuse me.
Я, мабуть, не в ту сторону пішла.
I went the wrong way.
Ану, ще один слайд.
Let's try one more time. Now it's perfect. So the project is being implemented, well, but it's actually funded by the French Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs and Nouvelle Aquitaine region. So it's a consortium. So together with Interbio, Nouvelle Aquitaine, Interco, Organic Initiative Public Association, and we are as a local partner in Lviv region. The beginning of the project was in December 2024. And we expect to complete this project in December of 2026. So what are our project objectives? What are our tasks? So first and foremost, it is to support agricultural production and access to food, increase the number of organic farms, first and foremost in pilot region, in Lviv region, link the supply by local organic producers with the demand of public canteens, advise organic producers on how to participate in public procurement procurement for collective catering, because in fact, those producers that are now available in Lviv region, they did not participate in tenders and they do not have such an experience. So that's why we have to start this learning for them, training. Improve collective catering. What do I mean by that? Green public procurement, waste reduction, build strong connections between Ukrainian and French collective catering operators, and pilot in Lviv region the bio-engaged territory or bioregion project. In fact, Lviv region should become a pilot or at least such a region where we will try to create such mechanisms of its work, and then later it should go to all and should spread throughout all other regions of Ukraine. One more task of our project is to advise on adaptation of the Ukrainian organic legislation and public procurement to the relevant EU legislation. It's to look at France, then they have their own specific national legislation, the Agalim law, so-called obligations that they have to use at least 50% of all the products in public catering, of which 20% must be organic. And of course, it is pretty serious support for organic to develop. Our colleagues have already mentioned that they can come to any school and communicate, for example, how the school is trying to stick to that legislation. Of course, that no one is going to introduce any fines for that, but it gives opportunity for the dialogue among our partners, Interbio, that combine producers of organic products in Nova Aquitania region, and those schools that can become platforms for these products later to be consumed by students. And I also wanted to show you such amazing slide, or beautiful slide with 3 pictures on it, and it shows us the same canteen. Yes, so we came to that lyceum. It's Lyceum of St. Pope Clementius, and actually we all tasted what those students eat. We were offered such a delicious lunch that was cooked only with organic ingredients. You see organic yogurt here as well. The second picture shows us logistics center. This is what we do not have in Ukraine so far at all, but it is this amazing and very important chain to have those logistics centers in every region, so that this product can stay there, and then later from that point it can go to other centers that, for example, are already developing processing this products and deliver it to school in, let's say, ideal condition.
Organic procurement is a stable market for farmers and for development of rural territories. Organic products mean jobs and taxes at the local level. Children at schools have high-quality food and products. This is the ecosystem of the project. You can see that, in fact, we have to establish close connections and close cooperation among key elements of this ecosystem. This is the Ministry of Economy, Agriculture and Environment of Ukraine, because it's necessary to work on tender legislation and ProZorro. This is the pilot project. We cooperate with Lviv Military Regional Administration. These are commissioners of procurement. These are the companies that currently supply these food products to the key schools, and later they may expand to the other schools. These are also producers of organic products, and we think that implementation of this project will enhance the local market and will support about those producers which are already there and also will encourage others to deal with organic products. And definitely it were impossible without our French partners to share their experience, which is really crucial for us. And definitely the Ministry of Science and Education of Ukraine is another key partner in this ecosystem. Several words about analytical research that has been conducted especially to study the implementation of organic food products in school catering, and this region was taken as the basis. And here,
така передісторія, що з
a couple of
2020
words
року в Україні триває реформа
about
шкільного
the
харчування,
system in general.
ініційована першою
We
леді
have
України, і вона
school
передбачала
reform,
і нові стандарти харчування, і
catering happening
модернізацію
since
їдалень, і
2020,
впровадження
and it
шведських
was
ліній, і
about
систему хасп.
refurbishment
Зараз
of the
частина
canteens
наших,
and
будемо так казати, шкільних їдалень, вони
HASPP
проходять оцей
system
весь
and
процес.
Swiss lines and
І,
so on and so
власне,
forth. So
важливо,
now,
щоб в цей момент ми могли також підсилити ось цю реформу тим, щоб в шкільних їдальнях нарешті з'явилися органічні продукти. Тому що можна сказати, що такі приклади у нас в Україні були, але вони є дуже фрагментарними. І сьогодні я знаю, що є кілька виробників, які би могли розказати про свій досвід, але про це вже пізніше, трошечки пізніше. Тепер наступне. Отже, що ми пропонуємо? Як взагалі це дослідження виглядає? Зараз я трошки перегорну, бо занадто багато слайдів. Отже, який потенціал є на Львівщині? Загалом в органічному виробництві. Ми брали, власне, дані за 2024 рік. На той момент в області діяв 21 сертифікований органічний оператор. Ключові напрямки були зернові, ягоди, дикороси. Ви знаєте, що Львівщина проводить такі різні заходи, які популяризують органічну продукцію, зокрема ярмарок органічно-натуральної продукції, Львівський ярмарок смаку, який третій рік проходить в нашому місті. І за опитуванням дані показують, що 77% жителів готові придбати органічні овочі та фрукти. Інший момент, нам треба продемонструвати також масштаб системи харчування. У Львівській області в 2024-2025 роках навчалися в навчальному році харчувалися за бюджетні кошти 61 366 учнів. Це становить 22% і 4 від усіх дітей. Ми зараз говоримо про обов'язкове харчування безкоштовне, яке в нас йде від 1 до 4 класу. Так? Навчальний рік триває 175 днів, і середня вартість харчування на той момент, я говорю за 2024 рік, становила 47,5 гривень на день. Тобто це 510 мільйона гривень загальний обсяг видатків. Тобто це досить велика вагома сума. І тепер я вам продемонструю, зараз спробую показати ось цей важливий слайд, що в нашому аналітичному дослідженні розглядалися 4 сценарії з різними параметрами. Результати цих сценаріїв ми зараз побачимо далі, але що ж це були за сценарії? Сценарій перший – це коли 5% органічної продукції є в меню, в шкільній їдальні, так? Але на 30% ця продукція дорожча. Другий сценарій – це 10% органічної продукції в меню, і на 30% також ця продукція дорожча від конвенційної. Третій сценарій – це
traditional ones.
органічної
The
продукції
third
в меню і на
scenario,
50% вона
5%,
дорожча, так? І
20%, and it is
органічної
higher for
продукції в меню,
50%.
вона дорожча
And
на
again, the last scenario
50%. Тобто
is
маємо
when the
4
price is
базових
higher for
сценарії.
50%. So we have
Що
four
ми
basic scenarios.
отримали внаслідок
So what
нашого
have we
дослідження?
got
Я не вмію
as
виключати.
from this research?
Отже, у нас було завдання
Our
оцінити,
task
чи
was
є
to
економічний
see,
сенс у
is it
таких
economically
інвестиціях. Тому що
sensible to
перш ніж
do these
Львівщину,
investments?
так би мовити, вводити в цей процес, треба було
Just before
зрозуміти
Lviv
самі,
region
чи
starts
це
the
буде
process, we
вигідно, особливо
had
в
to
умовах
understand for
війни, коли
ourselves
кожна гривня
whether it would
рахується
be
в бюджеті
beneficial
міста,
and
так? В
profitable,
бюджеті
particularly
області,
under
перепрошую,
conditions
не
of
міста,
war,
області.
when
Тому що у нас
every
пілотна
hryvnia
область Львівщина,
matters.
місто Львів,
Well,
як
we are
окреме
talking
місто, ми
about
не
Lviv
включали в
region
цей
as the
проєкт.
pilot
Так.
region.
І,
And
власне, що ж ми отримали?
so
Ми
what
отримали,
have we got?
власне, важливі цифри.
We
От ви
got
зараз
very
їх
important
побачите.
figures. Here they
За
are.
кожного сценарію, наскільки
For
збільшується,
each of the
скажімо,
scenarios,
такий додаткові
how
видатки
the
у разі
additional
часткового переходу на органічні
expenses were
продукти. Так?
growing if we deal with
І,
partial
власне,
introduction
хотіла би
of
вам
organic
показати,
products.
що
And I
незважаючи
wanted
на
to
те, що
show
суми ці
that
величезні з
irrespective
одного
of the
боку,
fact that
але
there are some very big sums we are talking about,
70% додаткових
but
витрат лишаються у
70% of
Львівській
additional
області. Яким чином?
expenses remain in Lviv
Це
region.
кошти, які
How it
не
goes?
витікають у зовнішні
These
закупівлі, а
are
йдуть на
not
оплату
money
праці
that
фермерів,
goes to the
переробки,
external
транспортування,
procurements,
локальні
but this is
послуги.
something that is
Тобто
used to
навіть ті
pay
кошти,
the
які ми
services of
називаємо
farmers,
витратами, фактично
processing,
стають
transportation,
інвестиціями
and
в
local
місцеву
services. So
економіку.
actually, those expenses at the
Так,
same time are investments
переключаю.
into local economy.
Отже, у результаті перехід на органік створює або
As a
зберігає
result, this
десятки
transfer to
робочих місць
organic
у
products
ланцюзі
enables
постачання.
you to have
Це додатковий
dozens of
фонд оплати
jobs in
праці
supply
становить
chain,
від
and the
3,6 до
salary fund
12,1
will be
мільйонів
from
гривень.
3.6 to
Це
12.1
генерує
million
додаткове
hryvnias.
ПДФО
It
для
will
обласного
generate
бюджету.
the
Отже,
additional local
значна
income
частина
for the
витрат
local budget.
одразу повертається
And
у
the
бюджет.
big part of those expenses will immediately go to the local budget.
Окрім прямих вигод, є ще й
Apart from
також
direct benefits,
мультиплікаційний ефект.
there
Треба
is also
зазначити, що
multiplication
органічне
effect.
виробництво,
It
воно
should
є
be
більш
stated that organic
трудоємне,
production
створює
is more
більше
labor
робочих
intensive.
місць,
It creates
спирається
more
на локальні
jobs.
ресурси,
It counts
а не
on local
імпорт. Кошти
resources
ходять
and
у
not the
громаді від
imported
фермера до
ones.
переробника,
And the
від
money
переробника
goes
до
from the
шкіл.
farmer to processor,
Тобто,
from
по суті, це
processor
означає,
to
що вигоди
schools.
більше,
That
ніж
means
видно
that there are
у
more
сухих
benefits
витратах.
than
І ми
you can
зараз вже
probably
йдемо
see.
до завершення, тому що я бачу,
And
що я
I want
трішечки
to
перебираю
finalize
час,
my
тому
presentation because I
перепрошую.
have already
Що отримує
exceeded
Львівщина?
my
Вона
time.
отримує
What
подвійну
will
вигоду.
Lviv region
Діти
get?
харчуються
It
якісніше,
will be double
гроші працюють на
benefits,
місцеву
better
економіку.
food for children,
І саме
money will
тому
work
на
for the
сьогоднішній
local
момент
economy.
нам потрібен
That's why
діалог.
we need to
Місцева
establish
влада,
dialogue
наші,
between
скажімо,
the
виробники
local
органічної продукції.
authorities,
Ми
our
мусимо
producers
говорити
of
із
organic
виробниками,
products.
тими, які
We
би
have to
хотіли
talk
перейти
to
на
those
органіку, тому що
local
нам треба
producers
ангажувати
that
і
will
залучати
probably
нових
like to start growing
виробників до
these
цього
organic
процесу.
products because we have to
Школи,
engage
опорні
new
пункти,
producers.
ФОПи
We
або
also have to
організації,
talk to
які
schools.
забезпечують ці
We also
пункти.
have
Ну
to
і,
talk to
звісно,
local
підтримка наших
entrepreneurs
партнерів.
providing
На
our
цьому я
ingredients
буду
to those local
завершувати, тому що
kitchens.
я знаю, що в онлайн
This is
вже
everything
чекає
from me.
наступний
I know
доповідач.
that online with us there is already
Дякую
our
вам за
next
увагу.
speaker. Thank you
І
for
хотіла
attention.
би
And
наостанок показати ще кілька
I would
світлин.
like
Це
to
світлини
show
з
some
нашої
more
поїздки,
pictures, some more
де
photos from our
репрезентовано
trip.
оцей ліцей,
Here you
також
see the
логістичний
Lyceum.
центр,
Here
центр
you see the
переробки
logistics
органічної
center,
продукції.
the
І
organic
також
product
сказати таку
processing
важливу
center.
інформацію,
And
що
I also would
організатором
like to
проєкту
mention
є
that
громадська спілка
this
«Органічна
is the
ініціатива».
organic
Тут
initiative that
контакти
was
Олени
organizing this
Дейнеко, а також
project.
мої
Here you
контакти.
see the
І
contacts of Olena
Екотера є
Deineko
місцевим
and
партнером, тож,
my
будь ласка, якщо
contacts.
у вас будуть якісь ідеї,
Ecotera
нам
is
дуже
a local
важливо їх
partner,
почути.
and
Ми будемо
we
раді
encourage you to
за
share your
ваші якісь
ideas or
думки
insights.
цікаві,
We'll be
ідеї і
happy
пропозиції.
to
Дякую.
hear your ideas, your proposals. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую, Наталю. Ну, ви розумієте,
Thank you very
що
much,
ми ж
Natalia.
дивимось на Львівщину конкретно зараз,
Well,
але з перспективою
now
на
it
всю
was
Україну.
about
Тобто ми
Lviv
ж
region,
розуміємо, що нам
but
треба з
we are
чогось
thinking
почати.
about the entire
І
country.
наші колеги і
But we have to
партнери
start with
у
something.
Франції, вони
And
почали
our
цей
colleagues
процес
in
20
France
років тому.
started this process
Тому,
20
чим
years
раніше ми
ago.
почнемо,
So
тим
the earlier we
швидше
start,
дістанемося до
the
результату.
quicker we'll
Але насправді я
get
хочу
the
зараз же
desired
запросити до
results.
слова
And now I would
пані
like to
Людмилу
give the
Гончаренко,
floor to
директора
Ms. Lyudmila
департаменту
Honcharенko, who is the
агропромислового
head
розвитку Львівської
of
обласної військової
Agricultural Development
адміністрації.
Department at Lviv
Ми
Military
нещодавно
Regional
провели
Administration.
нараду спільну
Recently,
у
we have
Львові.
had a joint meeting
Пані
in Lviv,
Людмило розкаже
and
про
Ms. Honcharенko will tell us
іншу
about
сторону
the other side
нашого проєкту.
of
Пані
our
Людмила, ви з нами?
project. Ms. Honcharенko, are you here?
Доброго дня,
Good
вітаю всіх
afternoon.
учасників
I would like to
органічного дня.
welcome to greet all the participants of this organic day.
Я би дуже дякую за можливість виступити.
Thank you very much for the invitation to present my presentation
Так,
at this
пані
panel.
Людмила, чутно. Вот, все, тепер і видно презентацію.
And now
Дякую.
we see your presentation.
Великої презентації,
My presentation is not long,
Наталі, вона вже дуже гарно
and
окреслила
Natalia
стан
has
органічного
already
виробництва на Львівщині.
outlined
Але
the organic production in
я
Lviv
хотіла
region.
би виступити і з боку органу державної влади. І
And
дуже
I would like
дякуємо
to
вам за те, що
mention
ви
a couple of
обрали,
words as a
власне,
representative of local
Львівщину як
authorities.
пілотний
Thank you very
регіон,
much for choosing
як
Lviv
вид
region as a
роботи на
pilot
Львівщині і
region,
далі поширювати по
and we do
Україні.
hope that later it will
Львівщина є
encompass the
досить має
entire
сильні
country.
сторони і
Lviv
потужну
region
наукову
has
базу.
its
Львівщина
advantages.
має
We
потужну
have
базу
very good scientific,
аграрну і
but we
виробничий
also have
потенціал.
great
Також у
industrial and
нас
agricultural
багато
potential, and
територіальних
we also
громад і
have
є
lots of
ініціативними
local
територіальними
communities
громадами.
which are
І
quite
я думаю,
initiative,
що поєднавши
and I think
інтереси
that if we
департаменту
combine
агропромислового
the
розвитку,
interests of the
департаменту
Department of
освіти,
Agricultural
органів місцевого
Development, Department
самоврядування,
of Education,
ми
local
зможемо
self-government
впровадити
authorities
цей пілотний
will be able
проект
to implement
біорегіон
this
на
pilot
Львівщині.
project in
Я не
Lviv
буду знову
region.
повторюватися про
I will
органічне
not
виробництво. Ви всі
repeat the
бачите
data about organic
динаміку,
production.
як у нас
Here you
розвивається
see the
органічне
dynamics,
виробництво.
how
І,
it
на жаль,
develops in
як
our
бачите, в
region.
роки
And
війни
unfortunately, you
кількість
see
операторів
that during the wartime, the
зменшується
number of
площа
market
під
operators
органічним
is going
виробництвом.
down, as
І
well
ми
as the number of organic
розуміємо
lands.
одне, що
And
впровадження таких
we understand
європейських
that
стратегій,
implementation of European
запровадження органічного
strategies
харчування
aimed
в школах,
at
запровадження
launching
органічного харчування,
organic
мабуть, не тільки в
catering at
школах, а у
schools,
садочках,
not
інших
probably only
закладах,
at
які
schools, but
фінансуються за
also at
рахунок бюджетних
kindergartens
коштів.
and some
Це
other
може
budget
дати
institutions,
суттєвий поштовх для
can become
розвитку
an
органічного
impetus for
виробництва.
the development
Це
of
буде
organic production.
прогнозований ринок для
It will
органіки,
be
і
predicted
люди працьовиті,
organic
фермери у
market,
нас вміють
and we have
виробляти,
very good
вміють
farmers
вирощувати,
who can
а лише
produce
гарантія
things,
збуту їхньої
and
продукції
the
дозволить їм
guarantee
більше виробляти,
of
дозволить їм впроваджувати
distribution
органічні
of their
стандарти. На
products will enable them
Львівщині є
to
біля
produce more and to meet all organic
більше
standards.
1000
In
фермерських
Lviv region,
господарств,
we
в
have
тому
more than
числі
1,000
сімейні фермерські
farms,
господарства,
including
і, до
family
речі,
farms,
багато таких сімейних
and
фермерських господарств,
a
вони
lot of
мають
such
робити
family
органічне
farms
виробництво, вони
actually
просто не є
do this organic
сертифіковані,
farming,
але
but unfortunately they
реально
are not
на
certified.
практиці
But in
вони
practice,
майже не використовують
they
хімічних
almost do
препаратів,
not
хімічних
use any
засобів, тому
chemicals, any chemic
питання їхньої
substances.
подальшої
So
сертифікації, я думаю, що треба визначити таких
we may talk
потенційних,
about their
які
further
можуть
certification.
уже
It is
при
possible
певних
to
витратах і певній
identify some
підтримці
potential ones that
сертифікуватися, а є такі,
can get
які
this certification
необхідно
with
такий
proper
перехідний
support.
період,
And
і які
definitely there are some
сертифікуватися
who
як
need some
органічним
transition period
виробникам.
and
Тому
who
що ми
also
розуміємо,
can
що
become
поряд з
certified
агрохолдингами,
organic
які здійснюють
producers.
діяльність
We understand that in line with agro holding, small farmers are not competitive, and production of organic products will give them a chance to take their niche, to have good income, and to function efficiently. What has already been done? The pilot project has been launched in Lviv region, and I understand that this is still the initial stage. So what has been done up till now? In Lviv regional administration, there was a meeting, and there were both local authorities and organic producers present. So there were representatives of local authorities who are responsible for school catering and school meals. The head of the meeting was the vice head of Lviv Regional Administration, Alexander Kulepin, and after this meeting, we understood that it was necessary to do monitoring and to do selection of those producers that potentially can supply these products to schools. The second point, local self-government authorities, they are involved in procurement, and we didn't see any barriers in legislation. So we have the bidding documentation for organic products, and definitely all the legislation is in place, and the tender will not be organized among all the food suppliers, but only among those that will prove their organic status. Yes, it will be more expensive, but I think we'll have those initiative communities that will support those initiatives, that can pay for these services, and they can support those procurements, and at the same time they will be supporting regional producers. So those producers who will produce organic food products. Definitely we have to do many things regarding like bringing people together. One producer won't be able to supply products to all the communities. So it means probably some cooperatives should be established. Also, we should think about storage facilities. So we should think about logistic infrastructure. And in this case, we'll be able to meet this requirement regarding supplying these products to school canteens.
Хочу сказати і підтвердити слова пані Наталі, яка презентувала нам
To
дослідження.
finalize, I would wrap it up. I would like to really agree with what Natalia has mentioned. She presented this research for us, and there are really versatile benefits. And I would like to say that for Lviv region, organic products, it is not just health of our children, it is also better environment, fair income for farmers, and in the future it is development strategy of small entrepreneurs in the Lviv region that also will increase development of rural areas. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Людмила. We are extremely grateful to Lviv regional administration for the support of this program, of this project. It was pretty important event. That was this session, and we were really surprised with the amount of present participants, because we had almost 150 participants present at our session online and offline. And after this session, we are still gathering feedback from schools and territorial communities concerning problems that they might be facing in the process of public procurement. And I think that we will have this discussion at the end of our session. If we have some producers here who have faced public procurement and also can say about some challenges, that we will be happy to discuss that. And now I would like to give the floor, and I'm very happy that we today have two speakers with practical presentations on implementing organic food, organic catering. These are two countries, two regions, France, Nova Aquitania, and Germany from Saxonia region. I think it will be interesting for us to listen from the practical point of view how it's going on in their countries, what are the steps, what the support, and everything else. So now I would like to give the floor. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Jerome Zinel, President of the Association Interbio, New Aquitania. Jerome, please, the floor is yours.
Are you with us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, cool, Jerome. Дякую за вишиванку.
Thank you for your embroidered shirt.
I think you mentioned the shirt, no?
Yes.
Dear Natalia, dear Katerina, dear Olena, dear friends, I'm very delighted to be with you today for the European Organic Day. And so we will focus on the cooperation that we have with you, but also on the practical case we have developed in our region. So I think that Katerina and Natalia have talked already about what is the frame of our law with EGalim law, which is the national frame that we have to introduce food in school catering. But first, I will introduce my organization. So you have the lead on the presentation. Yes. Thank you. You can go on. Yes, just so organization is a regional organic interbranch organization, which means that we gather all the sector of the organic chain from the farmers to the retailers. So we gather approximately around 7,000 organic farmers and 250 cooperatives and processors. So we are a team of 14 people. And to give you an idea, the size of a region is the size of Austria. And around 10% of our land is organic. And we have a turnover of organic food around 1.5 billion euro, which is quite big because on our region we have one of the biggest national organic companies. So we have three main actions regarding to promote the regional organic products, then to contribute to represent and gather all the sector towards the public institution. And the last mission that we have is to help the municipalities and the school and our members to introduce organic food in school catering. So to do that, on 14 people, I have 3 people 100% dedicated to help the municipalities to introduce organic products. So you can, so I think this has been mentioned by Natalia and Katerina. So our national food and nutrition program is called EGalim mainly. Since 3 years now, all the school catering and the collective catering have to introduce 20% of organic food. And if you go a little bit to the next one. Yes, so the main measures of this law, this national law, beside organic, is to introduce sustainable products and quality products on the menu, on the meals, and also a diversification of protein sources, and also one vegetarian menu per week in the catering. We have also the necessity to inform the guests and users of the meals and the composition of the meal, also to substitute plastic and to fight against food waste. Yes, so, and the basic of the law for us, of course, it's very important, is to get 20% compulsory in every collective catering of organic products, and then 30% of sustainable and quality products, which is more linked to quality sign and geographical identification. So I have to say that this is compulsory by the law, but you don't have fee if you are not in compliance with the law. So we have to convince a lot, and especially to make also promotion about the fact that introducing organic food is not more expensive. We can have like substitution, especially with the vegetarian meal, and also to convince the association of parents that it is good for the health of the kids to have those 20% at least of organic products. So now I'm going to try to describe how we work, how in my team we work to help the municipalities, also the counties and the region to introduce those organic products. So we work individually and collectively. So we are training our members, the farmers and the companies to apply to the public procurements. This is one of our big work. And on the other side, we work with the municipality and with the head of the canteens and the head of the collective caterings, because sometimes one public body is in charge of 20 or 30 public catering. So we help them to write the procurement to fit with the specificities of our local organic products in terms of volume, in terms of contains also. So it's a lot about logistic. Yes, so the first step that we do is a global audit of the catering, and also how do they work, how they have written the last public procurement, and how can we change the writing and the wording to make it corresponding, linked to the local organic products. So we are working with the charters on 3 years with the municipalities, and during those 3 years work, we at every step we work with the local farmers, we work with the buyers of the schools to make the public procurement adapted to the local organic products. For that, we also work on training about public markets, culinary techniques also, and individual advice for the farmers. The thing is that we have very different owners, let's say, about every collective catering has a specific way of functioning. We have the state, that has a hospital, for instance, the army, and the administrative collective catering. Then we have the region that is the owner of the, let's say, gymnasium, I mean college. And then we have also the municipalities that are in charge of the school. So every time it's a different approach. Every time there is a different political frame. So we have also to adapt to the very big differences that we can have between every collective catering. So it is important to see also that some collective catering want to work directly with the farmers or with the processors, and some want to go through a national company that serve all the products. So it is always more difficult to go through those biggest national company because they are not necessarily linked to local products. So it's also something that we work on. We work on both sides, on direct catering and also through the biggest company. So what we do, and which is also very important, is that every year we make a big fair at the regional level where we invite all the farmers, all the organic farmers and all the organic processors to present their products dedicated to catering. And then we invite also at the same time all the buyers of the region of the collective catering. So this fair is made to make understand how they work on both sides, the suppliers and the buyers, and also if there is new product that could be served and developed in the mill of the organic school. So it's also a fair where we make conferences and cooking demonstration to show that it's possible to have organic products in the collective catering in quality and also in quantity with price that is, let's say, reasonable. So at the same time, we are coordinating a regional program and national program on the field because, of course, the strategy for our organic organization, even if the law says 20% of organic, is also to take the lead on the implementation of the law at the regional level. So that was a strategy to say that, to show that organic was ready, coordinated with the logistics, with the products, to be in capacity to answer to the request of this law to get 20% of organic in collective catering. So we are two organizations that coordinate this program, Egalim program at the regional level, ourselves and the regional organization for food. So it is also a good way for organic to be present if it's gathered to answer to this goal of having 20% of organic in school. So there I have given you some example on how do we work. It's the audit grid that we fill with the buyers of the collective catering. So for that we are requesting a lot of question of the number of meals that are served every day, if it's a direct procurement or if they go through a national company, the cost of the meal and the annual budget for food that they have also in the collective catering. And when is the next public procurement to be published? So this is the type of audit that we do in every collective catering. Then we have also developed a value chain calculator to be sure that the price that will be into the procurement is linked to the regional organic food price, because sometimes there is a tendency of the buyers to put the national reference price for organic, which is in Paris, and sometimes it's not very corresponding to the regional price. So this is why we have also put into our advice the value chain of the regional organic sector. Then also we have selected all the farmers and all the companies that are able to sell their organic products to the collective catering, because you can want selling your organic products, but sometimes it's not in compliance with the necessity and the request of the collective catering. So we have worked on a catalog of a contact list of our members that are really have products dedicated to collective catering. And we think it's very important to make this work first, because if not, all the buyers and all the collective catering of municipality will be very disappointed if they target a farmers or a company that is not able to answer to public procurement with the product. So before that work that we do with the buyers of the writers of the public procurement, we have also dedicated work to select the products and the farmers and the companies that are able to answer. So we have also published a practical guide on how to introduce organic food in collective catering. And this guide is sent every 2 years, let's say, to all the public collective catering that we have in the regions. So we can update all the practical side of the laws, and also all the products that are now available for organic. And last but not least, we have also created a label dedicated to the municipalities, and it's called Territoire Bio Engagé, which means here, let's say, on this territory, there are organic food or organic land. And as you can see on the picture, we put this signal, this label, at the entrance of the municipality that have achieved more than 22% of organic products in their meal, or if they have 50%, 15% at least of agricultural land in organic. And this is like, I don't know how to say, it's a very political challenge for municipalities that have it, and if the neighbor doesn't have it, then they want to have it also. So this is how we work with like a kind of a nice competition for the municipality to have more organic products in their school, in their collective catering, but also more organic land. So now we have 300 municipalities at the scale of a region that are into this label. And you can see that bio is in French how we recognize organic. So it really says something for the people that are driving every day in these municipalities when they see this label at the entrance of the municipality. And this is something that we will be very happy to develop with our Ukrainian partners and friends. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much time.
Дякую, Жероме. Насправді, бачили ми у Франції цю позначку
Yes, we
у
saw
в'їзді в певні
that
населені пункти. Дуже
label in
приємно
France when we entered certain
їм їздити і
settlements,
бачити,
and I think
як зростає
it's
кількість
really nice
територій
for the
з
French people
позначених
as well to
цими
see the
позначками.
growing number of those lands marked with this
У нас поки що
bio
таких територій
label.
немає, але ми сподіваємося,
Unfortunately,
що
we do
це
not
також
have
наступний
these
крок
territories so far in Ukraine, but we do hope it will be
І
our
дуже
next
багато дійсно
step for
практичних
development.
оцих
And
інструментів,
there are lots of
які
practical
впроваджені
tools
вже в Новій
which
Аквітанії.
have
Ми
already been
будемо
implemented
намагатися
in
перейняти їх в межах
New
проєкту,
Aquitania,
про який
and we
говорили
do hope
раніше.
we'll be able to
Але
also
не
follow
менше,
this
я переконана,
example.
що далеко не менший
And I'm
досвід
also
впровадження органічного
convinced
харчування
that
є в
the
Німеччині.
same great
Ми сьогодні про
experience
Німеччину ще
of
майже не
implementing
говорили, тому
organic
я з
school catering
радістю
is present in
хочу
Germany.
передати
And
слово
therefore, it
Штефану
is my
Дресману,
pleasure to
керівнику
give the floor to
німецько-українського
Mr.
проєкту
Stefan Dressman,
німецько-українська
who is
співпраця в
the
галузі
head of the
органічного сільського
German-Ukrainian
господарства.
project,
Я думаю, що
German-Ukrainian
пана Штефана
cooperation in the
дуже
field of
багато
organic
хто
agriculture.
знає,
I think that
і
many
це
of you know
неймовірна
Mr.
честь для нас почути, пане
Dressman,
Штефане, про досвід
and it is a
впровадження
great honor
органічного
for us
харчування в
to
школах Німеччини.
hear from
Ви з
Mr.
нами?
Dressman about the experience of implementing organic products in school meals.
Yes, thank you, Katarina, and greetings from here to all online and presence in Kyiv, all over Ukraine. Alexander Galiberda made greetings this morning from our project, and I will explain a little bit about the vegetable, fruit and milk program for pupils in kindergartens in Germany on the example of Lower Saxony. Please, the next slide. You know, Germany is a federal state with 16 different federal states. Lower Saxony is the biggest federal country for agriculture. We have a big turnaround here in the agriculture sector. Nearly 8 million people live in Lower Saxony. It's a state with some bigger towns, smaller towns, and many, many villages all over around. And this federal country has since 2014, since the beginning of this program from the European Common, this program, and I will say at the moment it's a great success, and it's a great success because from the beginning on, the organic sector was involved and had from the beginning on a great engagement to be part of this program. It's a program for conventional and for organic fruit, vegetables and milk. What's a great success, I will say also from the beginning on, is that really this organic sector in Lower Saxony was engaged from the beginning on. And during this time, I was part of the Ministry of Agriculture in Lower Saxony, and we worked very strong together to have this result for the organic farms and for the organic traders. So you see here, this picture, every school who is participated in this program and was selected for this program has this picture in the school and in front of the school that they are part of this program. Please, the next slide. You see here the Minister of Agriculture at the moment, Miriam Staudte from the Green Party. And she continues this program, and as a result of the last 11 years now, at the moment, more than 1,500 schools are part of this program, more than 1,000 kindergartens, and more than 360,000 young children get these vegetables, fruits and milks. And it's maybe a difference to the lecture before me. This is not a program for the school food, like the meal on lunch or so for the food for the children. This is really a program where the school gets the vegetables or the fruits or the milk to use this 2 or 3 times a week direct into class, to eat it together in the class, to drink the milk, or so on. Please, the next slide. Before I want to explain really the practical steps, how it works in Lower Saxony and many other federal states in Germany, and a short overview about European, how this program is implemented and how it used. And you see in Germany, it's on the top, and 2.47 million pupils and people, young children also in the kindergarten, are participated in this program from the European Union. In total, in Europe, these are the current data, around 18 million young people get this support from the EU. And it's also interesting to know that, or important to know, this the money comes not only from the European Union, also parts of it, not unimportant parts of the support comes from the countries or from the federal states. Please, the next slide. So in total, in 2024, I think it was, the budget in European Union was in total 220 million euros. It's really much money, and also additionally support comes from the countries, as I said, and from the federal state. You can see here the legal basis for that. I will not explain deeper because you will get the whole presentation. You can look for the legal requirements, basis for this program. It's quite interesting to look into it about the requirements. And so with this is a basis for all 27 countries in the EU who implement this program. Please, next slide. And maybe it's unknown. We speak about the school food program in Ukraine, and I think it's a famous idea to also start this. Maybe also the experience here from Lower Saxony could help much for this. Is practical experience and practical steps I will show you in next slides. There's also a program, I will say, unfortunately because of the war, but it's a program also, especially the first year of the full-scale war, for all the people all Ukrainian pupils who were in or are in Europe, in the EU, and you see here 2 million euro additionally got to the schools in Europe from the EU for the Ukrainian pupils who fled from Ukraine. Please, next slide. So I want to explain now practical how it works in the federal countries, states in Germany, especially in Lower Saxony. First of all, every state has to develop an own strategy for their federal state. So now Saxony did it also, and in this strategy they have to explain why they want to implement this program. They have to describe the budget for it. So that means also every state must have an additional budget for it, additionally to the European Union. they have to explain for which young people they can select, and Lower Saxony selected for kindergartens and for schools. And they have to describe also what is the price for the vegetable for the per kilogram, what is the price for the fruit per kilogram, what is the price for the milk per kilogram. And they have to explain also additional, and that's very important, educational measures, because I think only to eat these fruit and milk and vegetable is not enough. I think it's also a step of education for the teachers and also for the pupils. So they have to explain how they want to do it, monitoring, and sure, it's very important because we speak here about much money, the administration way how to put the schools could and the kindergartens could register to this program, how they are selected, and how it's monitoring and implement from the state themselves. Yes, that's the description, and this description, this strategy, they have to approve by the European Union. So our Saxony did it from the beginning on, 2014. I worked also on this strategy with it. And yes, and they were approved. And this is as I show now here, it's a new strategy. I think 2 or 3 years ago it was approved, and now that's the current way. Next slide, please. So I said this program is both for conventional and organic vegetable, fruits, and milk. And here you see how it's described, the different prices for each for fruit, vegetable, and milk. And you see here there's a difference for kilogram. The price for organic price is higher. It's logical. So the suppliers who will deliver these fruits, vegetable, and milk to the schools got 4.50 euros for 1 kilogram of vegetables and fruits. And for the milk, there's also difference. They got more for a milk. At the moment, 2 euro for 1 liter organic milk. So that's are the rules for the suppliers if they deliver all these fruit, vegetable, and milk to the schools. So next slide, please. So what's to do from the schools to be part of this program? First of all, they have to apply online. There's an online tool, a common online tool in Lower Saxony where all schools have the possibility to apply every year again. And according to this application, they are selected from the responsible authority in Lower Saxony. In this case, it's a so-called Landwirtschaftskammer. And the selection is according to the budget the country or the state has. It's according to the explanation why the schools want to do it. And then the schools are selected after, and then the schools look for a supplier who will deliver these fruit and this milk to the schools. After they found, I will explain later, after they found a supplier, then they have to implement the program. Then they have also to do additional educational measurements. And yes, at the end of every year, they make a short report and make sure a budget overview of what they needed, how they get all the invoices, and so that it's all regular way as described in the strategy. So next slide, please. Before you implement this and after you select it, you have to find a supplier in Lower Saxony, and there are only on the organic side at the moment around 80 suppliers who can deliver to schools fruit, vegetables, or milk. And that was also from the beginning on very good. I was also part of this process that we come together with the organic sector, with the farms, and we had also the luck that in Germany and also in Lower Saxony we had some companies who prepare these organic vegetable boxes, and this was a good basis with these companies to work because they were prepared to deliver organic boxes, organic products to direct to the consumer, so they also could additionally bring these school boxes, I would say, direct to the schools. So there is a list of 80 suppliers in Lower Saxony where the schools can select and make a contract with them, because the suppliers know they got, for example, 4.50 euros per kilogram for this fruit and vegetable. And so schools look for a supplier, so the supplier makes a contract with the school, and then it starts. So next slide, please. Here you see the list of all suppliers for this school food program in Lower Saxony. It's many. Most of them also can supply milk, not all. Some only vegetable and fruit. And you see it's got good overall Lower Saxony where you can find one. So it's easy for the schools to find one. And most of these could also deliver, but could deliver organic school food, organic fruit. And what also is important to know, if our organic suppliers or school choose for organic products, then they have to take only organic products. There's not a mixture allowed. You choose for conventional or you choose for organic. And the current data I know, not exactly, but around, is that most of the schools are select organic products for this school food program in Lower Saxony. So next slide, please. So here is a short description. As I told you, we have some companies who deliver these food boxes, organic food boxes to the households in Lower Saxony. It's thousands and thousands of this I show here deliver every week more than 5,000 of these organic boxes to the households, and they also are prepared, as you see with a photo there. They deliver also, and they are really able to do it very easy. This to this school to the school. I think this company you should see here deliver every week more than 150 boxes to over 150 schools and kindergartens. And we had the possibility last week, Alexander said it last week, we had a very interesting information tour to 14 organic farmers and other persons from organic sector in Ukraine to Lower Saxony, where we showed many interesting organic farms and also an example of this, of the organic boxes and organic school boxes, I would say. And it's looked like this, and it's very well organized. Next slide, please. So after you organized all this, you got the approval, you make the contract with the supplier, you can start. And as I said at the beginning, it's really a program, you see it here, not for a school meal, it's really additionally, you eat this fruit, this vegetable, and you drink this milk in the classroom together with the teacher, speak a little bit about what you're doing there, what you eat there, what you drink there. Yes, and I think the result shows that schools like it, and the pupils also. Next slide. To the educational program, we have here in Lower Saxony the Center for Organic Agriculture, the Competence Center, since many years, and they prepared also interesting materials for the schools, where it's for the school means not only for the pupil, also for the teacher, but because many teachers are not really informed about agriculture and organic agriculture. So with reading this, you can learn much about this, and there are also described some educational, I think, lessons you can use with this lectures, with these brochures. Next one, please. And also, and this is one of the farms we visited last week. It's a very diverse organic farm. So Demeter farm is 270 hectares with many vegetables. We saw all these with and also the possibility to deliver these school boxes. And they also open their doors for the schools, and it's they name it Bauer mit Klasse. That means farmer with classes, and it's a double sin meaning in Germany. It's a good title, and often the schools come to this farm and look how they prepare the vegetable and the fruits and other things. So the next slide. A little bit the result, an overview, impression. As I said, I think it's really a success. They started in Lower Saxony in 2014, 360,000 pupils, and very young childs in the kindergarten got this school food. The budget for this is 7 million euros each year, and 3 million comes from the EU, 4 million comes from the state of Lower Saxony. And as I said, I know not the exact data, but I think 50, 60, 70% of this is for organic fruits, vegetable, and milk. And again, why is this such a success also for the organic sector? I think, yeah, we have many engaged organic farms, and some of them are prepared to deliver this, especially this company who has these boxes. There was from the beginning on a big engagement. I think it's very important also to be part of this, to be involved in the preparation of the regulation for that. And very good is also, it's very necessary that to have a good connection from the school to the farms, and from the farms to the school. That helps much also, that the schools decide we will only get organic vegetable, fruits, and milk for this program. Next slide. That's for the moment with an overview about this program. I think maybe it could also give an inspiration for Ukraine. I hope much. And I think this practical way in Lower Saxony could be also an example for maybe for the beginning in Ukraine. Thanks a lot and Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава. Дякуємо.
Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Stefan. Thanks a lot for your unyielding support of Ukraine, unwavering support. Thank you for your presentation. I believe that we have heard lots of interesting information, both from Stefan and Jerome. Jerome also wanted to emphasize that currently they have 20% of food in the region that is actually organic products. They have achieved a 20% indicator, and in France on the national level generally 7%. It is about public procurement. Actually, very different examples, different approaches in various countries, but I believe that we might have lots of questions if we get back now to Ukraine and ask how to implement it practically and how to do that, because Natalia Cholovska before that showed us this scheme of cooperation of the project, and it is pretty complicated, complex mechanism. And from the presentation of Jerome and Stefan, you also have heard how tight cooperation between producers, local authorities, NGOs, how important it is to have this complex cooperation, linkage, logistics, tender procurements, and lots of other matters that have to be taken into account. We, as I have already mentioned, in Lviv region, we are now gathering feedbacks from amalgamated communities and schools that are dealing with public procurements. On the other hand, from producers, what are the questions, what are the problems, what are the obstacles to actually implement this mutual relation for implementing organic products in organic food catering in schools and kindergartens. Maybe have some questions from the audience, or you would like to share your experience, you would like to provide some examples, or you would like to share some challenges, some issues, what might help us to move forward in this project.
Працює? Так. Доброго дня. Олександра
Hello
Новак.
everyone, Alexandra Novak, a consultant of the World Bank, and I also work in the agro project that is being implemented by GICA together with Ministry of Economics and Ministry of Education and Science. It is directed towards support of small farmers, and we are dealing with the organization of training and workshops for more vulnerable layers of society. So our priority: women, veterans, IDPs, on the basis of 5 selected educational institutions. So these are colleges or centers of professional education. And on the stage of implementing of the project, and as a reflection to what we were talking about today, I have such a question. So first of all, what is the most effective way to support organic producer, and what is
який інструмент є найбільш
What is real? What
ефективним, щоб
tool is the most
фермер все ж таки
effective for the
замислився
farmer
і
to start
зробив свій
thinking about
свідомий
it and
перехід
to
до
so that the farmer can move consciously to
низка
this
питань.
organic
Тобто,
sphere
що
because
найбільше
there is certain range
мотивує?
of questions. So
Можливо,
what
це
motivates
гранти,
the most?
можливо,
Maybe
це
grants, maybe
підтримка, наприклад, участі в
support
виставках.
of
Ну, тобто, які
participation in
інструменти, на
exhibitions.
вашу
So
думку,
what
да, могли
tools, in
б
your opinion,
підтримати
might
оцю мотивацію
incentivize, might
фермера
support
зайнятися
the farmer
органічним виробництвом,
to
попри всі ті складнощі, які
start
ми
dealing
маємо
and
сьогодні.
start working in organic farming despite all the
І
difficulties we are facing
друге
with
питання,
today.
дуже цікавий
And the
досвід
second
щодо
question, it was extremely
інтеграції
interesting
саме да, з
experience
реформою
concerning the
шкільного
integration with the
харчування і
school
залученням
reform
того,
and
ну, от зараз спостерігала, що в
now
деяких проєктах
I have observed in
є
other projects that they
тенденція,
have
наприклад, да,
the tendency
створення
to create
онлайн-додатку
online
для
application
фермерів. Ну,
for
тобто
farmers.
створення якогось
So creation of
онлайн-механізму
some
для
kind
того,
of
щоб
online
фермери і
tool so
органічні
that
виробники,
farmers
зокрема,
and
да,
organic
мали
producers
можливість
in particular have this
ну,
opportunity
представити там свою
to
продукцію, типу як
present their work
онлайн-маркетплейсу.
there,
Наскільки
something
ця
like an
ідея,
online
ну,
marketplace.
вона ну,
Whether
зараз є
this
актуальною, чи
idea
вона вже
is
частково
relevant
реалізована,
now or maybe
оскільки,
it's partially
ну, от,
implemented already because
ну, декілька проєктів, наприклад, там
some
нідерландська
projects, for
платформа з
example, the
пошуку
Netherlands search
партнерів, ще декілька
platform search
ініціатив, да, вони вже
platform and some
працюють над
other
цим
initiatives, they have
питанням.
already
І,
started
ну,
working
от,
on this
чи
matter.
обговорюється,
And
наприклад, така
is
ініціатива
this
стосовно
initiative
органічних виробників, чи
discussed
вона вже,
concerning
наприклад,
organic
зреалізована?
producers? So maybe it has already been implemented by
Давайте я
someone. Thank
почну,
you.
можливо, з
I
другого
will start
питання,
maybe from the
тому
second
що,
question
чесно, хотіла
because,
уточнити, я не дуже розумію
frankly speaking, I would
маркетплейс
like
для кого, тому що наші
to
виробники в
to
маркетплейсах
clarify here,
представлені,
marketplace for who?
тому
Because our
от
producers
я
are
хотіла
presented in
сказати, що якраз
marketplaces. So I just
можливо
wanted to say
ініціатива,
that
яку
maybe this
презентував перед цим
initiative
Сергій
that was
Галашевський
presented
щодо
by Serhiy
каталогу
Halashevsky beforehand, this catalog
виробників,
of
які
producers
присутні на
that
внутрішньому
are
ринку.
present
Можливо,
on the
ця
internal
ініціатива
market.
нам
Maybe
якраз
this
допоможе, бо
initiative
ми
actually
бачимо
might help us
і
because we
в
see that
Франції, і у
in
Німеччині ці
France and in
каталоги
Germany,
виробників
these
присутні,
catalogs of
тобто
producers are
покупці
present.
мають
So
знати, де шукати
buyers should
виробників.
know
Якщо
where
про
to
це
look for
йдеться, то
producers. If
цей
that's what you
каталог
meant,
це,
then
напевно,
this catalog
один
is probably
варіант. Те, що
one of the
стосується
options
маркетплейсів,
concerning
в такому
marketplaces.
широкому їх
In
розумінні,
this wider
тобто це
understanding,
розетка,
it's
це пром, да,
Rosatka,
це інші, то
Prom,
наші
and
виробники там
others, and our
також вже представлені.
producers are already
А щодо
there.
першого
And
питання, я би
concerning your
просила
first
все-таки
question,
відповісти
I would
когось
like
із
to
виробників.
ask some of
Олена,
the
да?
producers to answer. Olena?
Як я вже говорила,
As I
коли
have already
ми
mentioned when I was on the stage,
сьогодні,
one
бачите, нікуди від цього не дінешся.
you
От я
can't
зараз
get away
спілкуюся
from
з
that.
колегами.
I am now
Одним із
talking
дуже
with my
важливих
colleagues, and one
інструментів
of the most
мотивації
important tools of
це
for motivation
буде державне
is
регулювання.
state
Тобто, якщо
regulation.
держава
So
сьогодні нам
if the
скаже
state now
10% дитячого
tells us
харчування там в
10%
садочках, в
of
школах,
food in
ще
schools
там в
and in
якихось громадських закладах
kindergartens and
повинно
in
бути
some other public
органічне,
institutions should be
повірте,
organic,
що
trust
це
me,
буде
this will be
мотивація.
It's
Це буде
perfect
величезне
motivation.
бажання
This will be
робити,
this huge
тому що багато
desire
людей
to do
закохані
that
в свою
because
справу,
lots of
сільське
people are in
господарство,
love with
а
their
ще й
business and
багато
in
людей, які не
farming, and
просто в
lots
сільське
of
господарство,
people
а
are not
в
just in love with the farming
корисне,
and with
правильне,
agriculture,
із
but with
майбутнім, із землею
healthy,
збереженою, із здоров'ям збереженим і так далі. Таких
long-lasting
людей багато. І
agriculture.
це
And
мотивація.
there are
Коли
lots of such
держава
people. It is a
скаже,
motivation
ось
as well.
вам
So when the state says, here
10%
you go,
в
10%
обов'язкового
mandatory
закладеного в харчуванні для
in
органіків.
food
Ось вам 5% в
for organic
супермаркетах
producers, 5%
регульовано.
in
Будь
supermarkets
ласка, дивіться,
regulated.
йдіть. І
Please
от
take a look
і по всім
and go and
напрямкам,
observe.
хоча б трошки.
And
А
in,
якщо
if
ще
we have it
держава
in all
скаже,
the
а ось
directions,
вам
at least a little bit,
дотації
but if the
на
state says,
органічний
here you go,
гектар,
here
не
you have
потрібно
dotations, you don't
300
need
чи
to have
500 євро.
300 or
Дайте
500 euros,
50, дайте
give
20,
50,
і це
give
вже
20
буде
euros, and it will
мотивацією.
already
На
be
жаль, сьогодні
motivation
без
enough.
держави ми
Unfortunately, today,
нікуди
without the state,
не
we can't
порухаємося.
go far.
І так само ж,
And
якщо
the
буде
same if
повний
we have
Вибачте за слово ігнор
Sorry for
від
this word,
держави,
but if
то
they keep on
повірте
ignoring
мені,
us,
що
then
по моїм
trust me that
прогнозам
based on my
10-15
forecast, 10,
років
15
і,
years,
на
and
жаль, в Україні органіка
unfortunately, there will
зведеться,
be no
якщо
organic
не
food in
буде
Ukraine at
державної
all
підтримки.
without the
Без
support
цього
from
ми
the
нікуди.
state.
І
Without it,
кейси ж,
we
всі ваші
can't
кейси
go any
побудовані на
further. And
тому,
all your
що
cases
у
are built
Франції
on that fact that in
муніципалітети,
France there are
у
municipalities,
Австрії теж
in
і
Austria
всюди
as
держава
well. So
регулює. І на
everywhere the
цьому воно
state is
тримається.
regulating these
Тому
programs,
мотивація
and that's
тільки від
how
держави.
it can work.
Ну,
So
а
there should be
якщо
motivation
брати
from the
особисте,
state. But
то
if we talk on a personal level,
філософія,
then this
філософія того, що ти робиш
philosophy
правильно,
of
якщо тобі
what you're
дозволяють твої
doing
фінанси
correctly, if
робити
your
це,
finances
да,
allow you to do that,
то
if you can
я
afford
завжди
that,
кажу, коли мене
then
питають,
I
то
always say
тобі
when I'm asked this
обов'язково
question
зарахується ось
that you
там. Якщо
it's
ти це
definitely
будеш
going to be
робити
taken
навіть
into
без
account in
фінансової
the other
вигоди,
world.
ну,
So
якщо
even
тобі
if you do
дозволяють це
something
робити
without
фінанси,
financial
а просто
benefit, if
робити
you
для
can afford
людей
that, if you
і
just can do
для
it for
загального
people
блага, то
and
колись
for
воно
general
обов'язково
benefit, then
прийде
at
тобі
some
плюсом.
point it
Ну
will
і там
definitely be a
точно тебе
plus,
зарахують,
and it's definitely
скажімо, не вниз, а вверх.
you are going to be when you
Це
die,
така
you are
моя
going to go
мотивація,
up,
переконана
not
за
down.
роки.
This is my
Все, що знаю.
motivation. That's
Дякую, Олена.
everything I
Можливо,
know
хтось ще із
from my
виробників
years of working in this sphere.
хоче
Thank you, Elena.
підключитися, бо я
Maybe
точно
some
знаю,
other
що в нас тут
producers would
є
like to join, because I know
як
for
мінімум
sure
один
that we
виробник,
have
який
at least one
постачає.
producer here who supplies. Andriy.
Да, доброго дня.
Yes, hello.
Виробник органічних продуктів
Producer
харчування,
of
торгівельна марка
organic
Корот.
products,
Насправді,
Korot
те,
trademark.
про що ми кажемо, те, про
Actually,
що пані
what we
Олена
are
каже,
talking about, what Ms.
єдиний,
Lana has just mentioned,
от, окрім всіх складових емоційних, да,
apart from all
значить,
emotional
єдиний такий
components,
механізм,
the only
коли от
mechanism
нові виробники почнуть
for
переходити
new
на органіку, да,
producers
або
to
старі
move to
розвиватися, це якщо вони
organic
будуть
or
розуміти,
for
що в
old
них є
to
ринок
keep on
збуту.
developing is
От,
they
причому тут
understand that they
всередині.
have the
Тому
market
що
for
експорт це
selling
все ж
it
таки такий
here
більш
inside,
далекий
because
ланцюжок, да, якби.
export it's
А якщо
more
от вони розуміють, що
further
да, є
chain, but if they
всередині ринок
understand that
збуту,
yes, they have the
тоді,
market
якби ми ж всі
inside,
розуміємо, ринок
then we
просто
all
зробить так,
understand
що
that the market
кількість
will
виробників
just
буде
make the
збільшуватись. Все.
number
Ну
of
тут нічого
producers
вигадувати
growing.
якби
That's it. We
екстра не
don't need
потрібно.
to
Єдиний
invent
критерій.
a
Вони
bicycle
розуміють, що
here or
те, що
invent a
вони
wheel.
зроблять
This is the only
органічне,
criteria.
воно
They
потім
understand that
продасться.
the
Все,
only thing that
більше нічого якби
they will
додавати не
produce
потрібно.
something organic and then it will be
Дякую,
sold.
Андрію.
We don't need to add
Да,
anything else here.
насправді,
Thank you,
ми
Andrei.
розуміємо, що зараз
Actually, we
в
understand
державі
that
немає
now the
коштів на
state does not
підтримку
have
не те,
funds
що
for
органічних
supporting not
виробників, а
only
взагалі
organic
виробництва
producers,
суттєвих
but
змістів
producers in
програми
general. As far
підтримки
as I understand, all
наших
support programs of
СГ
our
виробників, вони йдуть
agricultural
за
producers.
кошти іноземних партнерів.
They are for the funds of
Тому, на
our
жаль,
foreign partners.
ну,
That's
розуміємо,
why,
яка
unfortunately, we
ситуація.
understand the
Найперше
current
нам треба
situation.
перемогти,
First and foremost, we need to win,
а надалі
and then
буде далі. Але я думаю, що
we
тема
will see.
така,
But I
якраз якщо
believe
говорити
that
про
this topic, if to talk
збут,
about
да, це
selling,
розвиток
then it is
якраз
this
для
development for
того ринку збуту для
that
внутрішнього
selling
виробництва
market for
органічної
internal
продукції.
production of
І
organic products.
сподіваємося, що
And
нам
we
вдасться
hope that we
впровадити
will be
органічне
able to
харчування
implement
в
organic
школах.
products in
Не
schools.
знаємо, звісно,
I
як
don't,
скоро,
we don't know, of
але
course, how soon
рухаємося в
it's
цьому
going to be,
напрямку.
but we are moving in this
Дякую,
direction.
колеги.
Thank you,
Я буду на
colleagues.
цьому закінчувати
This is
сесію.
the
Для
end
тих
of the
колег,
session. For
які
those colleagues who
онлайн,
are online
хочу
with us, I
сказати,
would
що
like
ми
to
робимо
say that
перерву
we
і
have a break
повернемося
right now, and we will be back
сюди на
here
останню сесію о
for the last session
14:30.
at
А тих,
2:30.
хто тут
For
знаходиться в нас в
those
залі,
who are
запрошуємо на
here
обід.
in the audience, we would like to invite you for lunch.
До якої години? В 13:40 повертаємось у зал для продовження.
We are getting back at
14:30. 14:30 повертаємось.
2:30 is our time for getting back.
Що без вас нічого не порухається. Шановні учасники нашої конференції, запрошую до залу.
Dear ladies
Ми
and gentlemen,
продовжуємо
let's get
нашу
back
конференцію,
and
і у
we
нас зараз
continue
буде
our conference.
наступна сесія. Тому,
Now
будь
we are
ласка,
going to have
проходьте у
our
зал.
next session,
Ми вас всіх
so
тут очікуємо.
please welcome back.
Колеги, будемо продовжувати. Михайло Бакалюк.
Dear colleagues, we proceed. Do we have Mr. Mihailo Bakaluk?
Дорогі
Yes,
учасники
you are here.
конференції,
Dear
ми
participants
продовжуємо
of the
програму. У нас
conference,
сесія номер
we
3.
go according
Я
our
буду модератором
agenda,
цієї
and this is
сесії,
session number
і у
3.
нас
I'll
попереду
be the
два
moderator of this
виступи,
session, and we
і
have
потім буде
two
церемонія вручення
presentations,
нагород
and then
переможцям
we shall
рейтингу
have
топ-20 провідних
the
органічних брендів
ceremony
України.
of awarding the winners of the rating top 20 leading organic
Я
brands of
запрошую
Ukraine.
Михайла Бакалюка.
And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mihailo Bakaluk.
Зараз у нас буде такий діалог. А у нас Віталій Логов готовий підключатися?
Do we have Mr. Vitaly Logov?
Він відключений, так?
Yes, he's here.
Окей, ви присаджуйтеся, щоб ми потім не робили зайвих
Please
рухів.
take a
Отже, у
seat.
нас зараз буде
So now we are going to
панель
have
коротка
a sort
на
of a
дуже
mini
важливу
panel
тему.
on the very
На
important
нас дуже
topic.
впливає війна. Ми
We are
хотіли би говорити,
definitely
підняти такі питання,
experiencing
як
the
важливі
impact of the
аспекти
war,
розвитку органічного
and we
ринку в
would like
воєнний
to
час. Ну,
raise
зокрема,
such
конкретно ми хочемо
aspects, such
поговорити
an
на
issue
тему
as important aspects of developing
ветерани
organic
в
market during
Україні
the war.
і
So we would
працевлаштування.
like to talk about
Залучення
the
ветеранів у
veterans, the
підприємства
war
органічної
veterans,
галузі, в
and
цілому
their
про залучення
employment.
ветеранів
So generally it will be about
як
organic industry
робітників, як
and
працівників до
engaging
компанії.
veterans into this business or as employees of the companies. Why we are talking about this issue? I do not have the official statistics, but we have 1 million or even more of people in the army. We have thousands of war veterans. Probably our participants will be able to give you more accurate statistics. Definitely, we may expect that there will be thousands, hundreds of thousands of veterans. So that means not a secret that there is a sort of a barrier for the veteran to become the employee of the company. So the question is, what is happening in this sector? What are the problems we should be aware of? What are the important aspects to be addressed? And this will be the presentation of our speakers. For example, we have Mikhailo Bakaluk, who is directly dealing with such issues. So these are the issues that would be raised during this panel. Veterans and enterprises, businesses, veterans and employment. What is happening in this field? What should we understand? And actually, the participants of this conference are the heads of businesses, the heads of the departments. So please tell us what you think about this topic. And there will be two speakers.
Онлайн буде Віталій Логов.
Online with us is Mr. Vitaly Logov.
Віталій Логов, можливо, Віталія пам'ятають до
Probably you remember Vitaly. Before the full-scale invasion, he was the owner of the organic enterprise, Organic Synthesis. It was producing mineral fertilizers. Vitaly, are you here? Yes, Vitaly is online. Now Vitaly is a war veteran, a veteran with disability. Now he is in Ivano-Frankivsk hospital, so he's joining us online. And he will share his vision of the topic, veterans and their employment. And here on the stage we have Mr. Mikhailo Bakaluk. Before the full-scale invasion, he was an entrepreneur. Now he's in the army. Now again, he's a war veteran with disability. And also he is the vice-head of the Department on Veterans Policy in Irpin City Council. So I would like to give the floor to Vitaly. Vitaly, how are you? Are you fine? Yes. Vitaly, you have several minutes. Please just tell us why the topic is important right now, while so far we do not have so many veterans because the full-scale war is on. So tell us about your version of this issue and what is important regarding this issue, war veterans and the employment. Thank you very much for invitation. Those who remember me, I was working in the agricultural business and I had my lab on production of organic fertilizers. And my life actually was divided into before and after. It happened so that I didn't manage to leave Kherson region during the first days of war. I was under occupation. And I saw with my own eyes what was going on under the occupation. Believe me, nothing good. I was a partisan. I was doing just secret defense, and then I managed to somehow get to the Ukrainian-controlled territory with my friends. So there were 5 officers who managed to go to the right bank, and we joined the Ukrainian army and we continued fighting. I was wounded on the 16th of September 2022, and we were several explosion concussions, and then there was another wound in February 2023. And because of that wound, I was actually dismissed from the army. But again, I'm not in the army physically, but I'm there spiritually. You mentioned many important things today, several very important things today. And I would like to mention several figures about the future. And unfortunately, they are not very positive. There are lots of people like me with wounds and with disabilities. I'm talking about active military personnel, and I'm talking about the wounded people in hospitals. And there are different categories of people. These are owners of agricultural businesses, the drivers of harvesters, and people who were working in agriculture and who actually think about resuming their work in the area. But when we get back to the civilian life, we're still somehow mentally fighting. So when a person comes back from the battlefield to the civilian life, this person will never be 100% civilian person. The point is that we have very acute feeling of justice, and you cannot fight against this feeling of justice. And you're really you're fed up with different medical commissions and committees and attitudes of doctors and of other people and attitudes of people staying in restaurants and in cafes, forgetting that there is a war going on. And our problems are not addressed and are even sometimes neglected in the civilian life. And, well, I'm a bit nervous and I actually have forgotten what I wanted to say. Talking about the program Veteran Space. The program is aimed at military personnel and it helps them get back to the civilian life. There are lots of grant programs. And still they do not give a chance to the soldiers, former soldiers, to use their potential. The grants which are given in agriculture are mainly aimed at the frontal regions, those close to the front line. I know lots of comrades of mine who went to the rural areas, who bought some old houses, and they have their kitchen gardens and they produce organic products. Well, these products are not certified, but they are clean, nice products because everybody wants to do something for your family, for your kids. Being at war, you start valuing what you will have in the future, and these are our kids. So the programs you're talking about, implemented at schools and kindergartens, definitely are of the highest priority. But please remember about the war veterans, about the hospitals, about the sanatoriums where people also need those organic products. And, well, I am a volunteer now, together with my wife and my mother-in-law. So we supply products to 3 hospitals in Ivano-Frankivsk region. Believe me, it's quite difficult, so we organize catering to these hospitals. In the past, we were doing it just 5 times a day, and now we have only 2 hospitals, and we are doing it only 2 days a week, Sunday and Saturday. So I have one request to all those organic producers. First of all, we need your products and we need some funding. Well, I didn't plan to mention it, but well, I use this opportunity, and if you can supply this, if you can help us, you can take my contacts from Olena. There are war veterans coming back from the battlefield, and the main task for them is to somehow adapt to the civilian life. And we have organic producers, and you have such people in your communities. Yes, definitely there are amputees, there are former soldiers with explosion concussion. Please provide them with working places. Do everything for them to believe in their future. I don't know about some other companies, but for example, there is one big agricultural producer headed by Alexander Povorozyuk, and he took 6 people from my unit. These are wounded people, these are amputees. Now they are working as chief engineers, as harvest drivers. So they are ready to work. For example, in my military unit, there were local deputies, there were prosecutors, there were agronomers, there were tractor drivers, and they all wanted for the lands to be restored. And when I became a civilian person, we set up an initiative veterans group, and we wanted to have some land for our own agricultural enterprise. But the local councils are guided by the law on the martial law, and they say that they cannot do anything about the lands because it is forbidden. So it's necessary to amend the legislation in order to at least to be able to give the lands to those people who would like to work on the lands. So we really have to do it in order to renew our nation, to continue our nation, and everything starts with the land. And the people I'm talking in want to implement their potential in this life. So when you see how the lands are occupied, when you see how the wheat is burned, the only thing you feel is hatred to the enemy. And then you get wounded, and then you get back to the civilian life, and then you see those obstacles for your own development and for using your own potential. And I want you to understand that there are lots of soldiers like me currently, and there will be more and more, hundreds of thousands in the future who will get back from the war. They will ask, first of all. Then probably if they are not given something, they will request it. And then probably they will take it. These are the realia. I was trying to find a job several times, and people just openly say, well, you had this military concussion trauma. Well, we are afraid of you. We cannot take you on. Well, please do not be afraid of us. We are just the same people as you are. I had so many things to tell you. I encourage all the producers of organic products to go to veterans spaces. Please find those people. Please give them jobs. They have to do something physically. They have to get distracted from those military circumstances. Yes, it's not easy to work with us, but we are ready to work. We are ready to do something useful and beneficial. It's very difficult for me to collect my thoughts and ideas. I do not feel good, actually. I'm still in the hospital, but I hope you understand what I want to say. It's about the attitude to war veterans. And I will probably be speaking on behalf of 90% of those people who want to work in agriculture, who want to set up their own businesses. They do not want to just to establish the bakery or the coffee house. Lots of former soldiers want to work in agriculture, getting some funding, getting some loans, buying some agricultural equipment, and they want to produce certified organic products. And they really want to sell these organic products to the consumers. I'm not talking about the consumers of organic products. I'm talking about all the consumers, including school children and children in the kindergartens, and including the very veterans who are staying in hospitals. This is briefly from me. Thank you. I hope you hear me. Thank you very much, first of all, for defending the country. Get better. And we continue with this topic. And we have here Mikhailo Bakaluk, and I still ask Vitaly Logov to be here.
Mikhailo, tell us a little bit more about yourself, and let's discuss several matters about veterans' employment and problems connected with that. Welcome everyone, Mikhailo Bakaluk. Before the war, before 2013, for 15 years, I was working in the generation in industrial engineering. I was dealing with water technologies, and I have this offer for those who are working with fertilizers. It's actually, I was dealing with nitrogen. So if you're dealing with organic compounds, various organic compounds, and you need to use nitrogen, please, you can reach to me, and I will give you the contacts of the enterprise that is dealing with nitrogen production. 4 months before full-scale invasion, I started working as the head of projects and programs in the sphere of material technical production at the enterprise. I also was the manager of selling different equipment, like different metal detectors and so on and so forth. And I also was dealing with the implementing of the systems of management of safety of food products, which analyze danger and control critical points from production to consumer. And I had big plans because one of my main client was actually, they were actually producers of food products. And the day of full-scale invasion, I had to go to Kharkiv region in Pervomaiske. They had a bakery factory there, bread factory, and they were producing flour. And I needed to go there to implement energy efficiency solutions. Russians, Muscovites introduced certain changes to our life, and my plans were ruined. I mobilized voluntarily. I chose the brigade where I wanted to serve, so I was working in an assault brigade, so that I'm actually that person who is contacting with the enemy in a very short distance. And this really influences mental health, because there are brigades and platoons that do not see artillery at all, as they work as coordinators, and we are working in contact, in close contact. In June of 2023, I got blown on the mine. I stepped on the mine, and immediately I my leg from the knee was blown away. It was not amputated later. So actually, it was holding on some tissue remnants. So I had very long way of socializing, and in November of 2024, I stopped working in infantry and I became a civilian, but I'm pretty social person and I socialized immediately, but not all militaries are like that. In January, I got employed in a state agency of tourism development, and I understood what is rehabilitation. It is not that recovery within rehabilitation center where you just recover your function after a long period of staying in horizontal position, after knowing how to use prostheses and so on and so forth, how to move around without cane, without stretchers. But the rehabilitation started when I started working because I got schedule, I got responsibilities. And in fact, no one is interested whether you have some kind of physical limitations or not. At 9, you have to be at work and you have to stay there till 6 p.m. Yes, according to the law, you can, for person with disability, might have some kind of separate schedule, but you will not have less tasks and less pressure because of that at work. And at some point, I also was not fully treated. I needed re-amputation. And when already in rehabilitation after this operation, because everything had to heal, then I had to start working with prosthesis. I understood that I was burned out. I understood that I was not ready to be employed and to do something because I still didn't trust enough as a civilian. I still was in that state of military rehabilitation. In 2024 was in Odessa, sun, sea, beach, everything was perfect. But when I already transferred into from the military status into civilian status, I didn't trust. I lost some kind of motivation, and I started looking for myself. So a person with a difficult trauma actually reborn. But when for 40 years you live fully, and then at some point you lose your leg or your arm or you have some other wounds, then you need to learn how to live from the scratch, but being conscious person. And that's difficult. It's about acceptance of yourself, of society, how to go out, how to spread the sphere of your comfort. And actually, one of the ways of rehabilitation and socialization is employment. Actually, a person with a disability, it doesn't matter what kind of disability it is, because of the war or maybe some kind of trauma because of the car accident or some disease led to disability. This person faces with 3 main barriers, big barriers. It is lack of movement, any kind of movement, physical, professional, career growth, career development. The second barrier, it is the lack of employment, a lack of work, the opportunity to relearn, requalify, to find yourself, taking into account your updated physical condition, to find yourself in some other sphere. And the third barrier, it's social alienation, when you feel isolation, when you are depressed, when you don't want to see anyone. And you feel you don't care about absolutely anything. You don't care about yourself even. So to go to reach the bottom is much faster this way. Usually all medicine helps you in your head, but this is not the way out, because you need to give this opportunity to the person to be involved, to find this job and to be engaged into any kind of work, participation in conferences and some kind of meetings, some games inside the company, starting from, I don't know, from Monopoly, or I don't know if maybe tennis, table tennis, if the area allows it, so you can play during lunch break. That's how socialization starts. And the second one of the global barriers is silence. It's when we are silent, when civilians are silent, when militaries are silent, and the militaries think, well, why they do not speak to us? Because we are scary, we are, we have this military concussion, and civilians do not afraid to talk with us because they think that we have military concussion, we are not adequate, and it is actually this rigid stereotype. How to fight it easily? Start talking. Use your mouth and start talking. First word and then action. If you don't know how to reach out to someone, just start. Just make this first step, even if it's negative, even if person reacts inadequately because this person might have some problems at that time. But it does not matter that all of them are like that. Keep on moving. Communicate with others. Work is very powerful socialization and rehabilitation. When the person is engaged, when her mind, when mind is engaged, body is engaged, the person concentrates on the processes, and less stupid ideas in the head, less suicidal thoughts, less aggression. If there is aggression in the team, this is already the consequence. Let's look for this root cause. Let's figure it out. There are lots of different situations that might arise while you employ a person with disability. The first thing that I always advise, do not immediately pay attention to such physical limitations, even if your office is on the 30th floor and there is no elevator or any other opportunity to get up, but stairs. Pay attention to the previous experience. Actually, a military person has very rich experience because military person, a soldier, knows how to use any kind of weapons. He knows how to read maps. He knows how to defend. He knows how to offend. He knows how to work with platoons. He even might know how to mine, how to demine, to drive various kind of vehicles. It's a universal person. A soldier does not have some kind of specific direction, so you only use guns and that's it. A military person knows lots of various tactical skills, skills of tactical medicine. In any moment, this person can provide first free medical aid, and it does not matter what it is connected with trauma and amputation, or maybe it's some kind of stroke or dizziness, or the person has epileptic stroke, epileptic seizure. So hiring the person, hiring of the veteran, in a way you get very precious asset. Physical limitations of a person shouldn't be considered at that stage at all, at the stage of communication and interview. Assess this person as a person, looks at the traits, personal traits, the desire to learn and to develop. Look for that seed, look for that potential through which you will be able to get a resource, and this seed will be able to grow. This is the most valuable thing. I, for example, can get back to my pre-war job easily, but after after being wounded, I reconsidered lots of things. I changed my ideas, and I wanted to go to social sphere and a little bit closer to veterans, to my people, because everything that I was doing, everything in socialization, I was doing on my own, and that's why I got some kind of expertise, and I can I can hold lectures, I can communicate, I can prevent conflict situations in teams and share my own experience. That's why I started working in Irpin at the Department on Veteran Matters, the deputy head, and currently I am acting as the head of the department. We are implementing veteran policy that is implemented by the Profile Veteran Ministry, Ministry of Social Affairs, Fund of Social Provision of Person with Disabilities, and our department, our office is the one that is implementing such policies. Plus, there are some local programs on social support and material support of veterans, members of veterans' families, of lost in action or those who are in captivity, as well as those who are being mobilized in our community and are fighting right now and defending our country right now. Apart from that, one of my main directions is barrier-free space and creating of inclusive environment in community. It is not only about veterans, it's about any kind of a disability of civilians as well, because the comfort zone of a person with disability, it's the house of this person, the home. So we need to create opportunities to make this comfort zone wider. Olena, excuse me, maybe let's change, let's move into Q&A session right now to be more useful for you and informative. Yes. So today, Vitaly and Mikhailo touched upon such things that there are certain problems between veterans, veterans, problems with employment. I'm not going to reiterate once again why it is important. There are certain aspects. So, Mikhailo, your work is also connected with that fact that with also with the employment, and you were yourself trying to employ, and Vitaly as well. What are the most widespread problems with employment, apart from the fact that you have mentioned, like the 30th floor without elevator? Can you list what are the most common problems for veterans so that owners of the business understand what they need to take into account while they are employing the veterans? Well, probably the biggest problem is the absence of dialogue. As my brother told, do not forget to hire veterans, even if they have military concussion or if they're inadequate, because this military concussion inadequacy is because of the war. We did not we did not invite Muscovites to come to our land, and we did not choose to be wounded or to be alive. If to talk about some barriers, there are some barriers connected with office location, 30th floor without elevator. It is actually not a problem because all this inclusive environment and creation of barrier-free environment is a technical matter. If there is a dialogue, if there is an understanding of the need and the problem, it can be fixed. The main problem is in communication. Once again, let me provide you with an example. Last week, I was on the training for a specialist working with veterans, and it turned out that I found about this event late in the morning. I called organizers through WhatsApp and I introduced myself and told that I want to visit it. In just 1 minute, he calls me, and in my WhatsApp, I am on the picture in wheelchair and in prosthesis and military uniform. And he says, Mikhailo, do not come to us because we will not be able to let you in because we are on the 2nd floor and we have lots of stairs. Actually, it's a typical behavior when immediately they saw your limitations. Actually, he answered in a different way. He saw my picture and he told Mikhailo, we have small problem. Access to the building is through lots of stairs, and we are on the 2nd floor, but also we have stairs. There is no elevator, but we will think how to get you up in your wheelchair. And I was like, sorry, but I have a procedure there as well. I'm using this procedure Slack, and actually I am not afraid of stairs. So when you understand that there is a problem and you start talking about it, then all barriers are just being ruined immediately, and you do not even notice that number of stairs, because people are like magnets for each other, and they have to communicate between each other. They have to share the information. Then good communication might arise. What else we should pay attention to when we hire when you hire the person, when you employ the person with a disability, the veteran? You need to understand medical condition. If it's a disability, what it is connected with amputation, or maybe there is some kind of medical military concussion. So you need to understand medical needs. Maybe if there is a need to have medical checkup. If this is a person like I am with prosthesis, we need to understand if there is a need to take this prosthesis off during the day or not. My previous the previous procedures was not very comfortable, and sitting was very uncomfortable for me. So when I came to the office, I just took it off and put it on at night, and I was using stretches to move around the office. Now I am very mobile and very active, and for the whole day I can be on my prosthesis leg without any kind of problems because I have a new prosthesis leg. And plus part of the hip is not adapted to have some kind of silicone fixers there, so I might have some skin irritation. Just we need to figure it out just to understand how person can be loaded during the workday. Maybe this person really needs bigger breaks, longer breaks than others. We need to also tell the team that is going to be a person with a military experience, but the team shouldn't be frightened because of that. Military experience shouldn't frighten, it shouldn't be scary. The image of a military man, first and foremost, it should be the image of a defender, not the image of a person who is dangerous. Any other questions? I would like to add a little bit, if you don't mind. Yes, of course. I agree with you, absolutely, because you're very smart, but unfortunately, employment is on the employment service, and all those defenders who are without money, absolutely, and they are waiting for getting their pensions and so on and so forth. They always want to get to that employment service and at least get some kind of money to buy medicine.
And I know more than 100 boys, former soldiers, who actually were trying to get employed, but they were not offered any jobs. You are on in employment service for like 3 months, and then you get nothing. This is a state service, and it means the state has to do something for us, not only we should not only do it ourselves on our own efforts. Physical rehabilitation is important, and psychological one is also a priority. There are lots of war veterans, and there is a stereotype that we are not somehow adequate, we are not good psychologically or mentally, so it should be left behind. All the military personnel is divided into several categories. Those who were volunteers and who were wounded during the first days of war. There are categories that were mobilized and they didn't want to actually go to the front, but there was the sort of order from the state. And you all know that actually there are lots of people who are not soldiers, who didn't want to join the army, and they were mobilized to the army, and well, they are different, but you also have to think about them. And there is also another category. These are people who had their own businesses, and they can be actually useful in any area. They may be leaders, they may be volunteers, they can work in a good way. So you should not be afraid of employing former soldiers. Social adaptation should always be there. Thank you very much. And I know that Mikhailo wanted to answer. And if you have questions, okay, we may take your questions as well. Yes, I also would like to add any stereotype fighting can go through a dialogue. There is another widespread stereotype that only military staff should go through psychological rehabilitation and adaptation. They need the psychological support to get integrated into society. It doesn't work like this in practice. The society also has to adapt and to adjust to new circumstances. We are all affected by stress. There is no city in Ukraine that hasn't been shelled, but definitely there are cities which are far from the battlefield, and that means that civilians The civil society also should have certain rehabilitation, should organize some spaces, should do some team building within the company, within the team, that build up trust and reduce aggression and stress. Yes, probably we should start doing it from kindergartens and then from schools, and then we finish with the higher educational establishments. In particular, when the future profession of a student is related to providing services to other people. We should not be afraid of war veterans. Look at me. I am a person, an amputee. I have a prosthetic leg, and well, I am in one of the top positions in local self-government body. And I really feel comfortable like this, wearing shorts and t-shirts, and I can concentrate on the tasks I have to perform on a daily basis. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please. I'm also here to answer the questions.
Іван Овчаренко, 35-та бригада
Ivan
морської піхоти
Ovcharenko, I'm the
Є
junior
таке
lieutenant
формулювання
of the
про те,
35th
що
Brigade
основною
of Navy Infantry.
задачею реабілітації
There is an
являється
idea that the key
повернути
task of
людині
rehabilitation
лідерську
is
позицію в його
to
цивільному житті.
bring the
Що ви
person
про
to
це
his or her
думаєте?
leadership
Наскільки
position
це
in his or her civilian life.
навколо цього
What do
формулювання?
you think
І
about
друге,
this
от ви
formulation or
сказали
this
про
idea?
те, що
And you have
ваша місце
also
роботи, там ви
mentioned
реалізовуєте
the point that
політику президента в галузі
now
ветеранів.
you are
Про що мова?
trying
І то
to
просто дуже
implement the presidential policy in
а можна хоч
veterans
про неї
sector.
хоч
Could
тезово,
you
хоч щось?
please
Тому що мені
mention a
тема.
couple of words about this policy? In simple words, it's about social adaptation and integration and accessibility, or accessible environment between the society and the former soldiers. It's about the process, how the military person becomes a civilian person when somebody has already suffered from the consequences of war, for example, when somebody is an amputee or when somebody has psychological trauma. So what is the role of the state? But you have mentioned we implement the policy of the president. Are we talking about some events like workshops or trainings or something? So what are we talking about? What is the policy about? Before coming here, I was present at the meeting of the Interagency Commission on reforming the prosthetic industry in Ukraine. I also I actually got my prosthetic leg according to the state program, and I know what's what. So, on the other hand, I joined this commission as an official in order to participate in this reformation process in order to improve such services at the level of my community. We are talking about this industry in general, whether for civilians or for the military personnel. Yes, the state provides prosthesis. Yes, there are some drawbacks. Probably the state program is not perfect. There are problematic issues, but currently Ukraine probably provides the best services because for a relatively short period of time, we managed to gain valuable experience in the field. There is a law on veterans entrepreneurship, and soon there will be the regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine and the relevant ministries. Those orders will get to the regional administrations and then to the local communities. And that means that the veterans will have more opportunities to set up their own business.
Гранти на початок нової справи.
Will there be grants for veterans business? Yes, not all the veterans can become entrepreneurs. There should be some training or retraining. For example, there will be courses on financial literacy or on taxation systems because, well, it's impossible to just take a grant, spend it, and then get nothing from it. So we have to consider all the issues related to such grants. And there are steps taken by the state in order to engage the veterans into this entrepreneurship. There are veterans who are not in the army anymore, and there are lots of them. And now we still see some prejudices towards war veterans. People still look at them and form just their impression according to the way people are dressed and so on.
Дивіться, я пропоную
Dear colleagues,
наразі, якщо є питання.
Are there any other questions?
Це питання, це тема дуже
Well,
така
this is
об'ємна,
a
да, вона
very
буде насправді
extensive
наростати,
topic,
наростати.
and definitely the topic will be growing because it will be more and more relevant. There are no doubts that war veterans are important.
Колеги, я пропоную, ми сьогодні підняли
Dear
важливі
colleagues,
питання, готових рішень немає, суспільство
we definitely do not have the ready-made solutions. The society is changing. Everybody has to adjust and adapt to new circumstances. We are aware of the problems discussed. You may actually get to me if you want, if you need the contacts of Mikhailo Bakaluk and Vitaly Logov. Well, I knew Mikhailo Bakaluk before the war, and then I saw how he joined the army, and then I know that he was wounded, and then there was amputation, and then re-amputation. So you got your prosthetic device, now you are mobile, you are an active citizen. So it means you have gone through the entire cycle. You are actively involved in this veterans topic and policy. You are present in Facebook. You participate in different platforms and discussions. So thanks very much for doing this. And we are very grateful to Vitaly Logov for communicating with other people, for sharing his experience with us. Do you want to say something else? Okay. My employer, the State Agency for Tourism Development, found me and offered me a job in June, but at that time I was still in the hospital and I was still in the army, and I still had somehow to get all the documents ready and so on. So in June they offered me a job and I was only employed in January, so they were just waiting for me. So if you know such people who are ready to get back to civilian life, offer them jobs. Alana has already mentioned there is no clear-cut plan. So if you have certain specific cases, come into contact with Alana and we shall cooperate with you and with her. I invite you to Irpin, start your own business. Agriculture is good in general and organic products are even better. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, Михайло.
Thank you, Mikhailo.
Я запрошую наступного і останнього на сьогодні.
Now I would like to invite our next speaker, and it will be our final speaker for today. This is Mr. Vitaly Vorontsov, head of the Public Union Green Agri Solutions, and then we shall have our award ceremony. Top 20 leading organic brands in Ukraine. A couple of words about the speaker. So he's the head of the Public Union Green Agri Solutions. He is a counselor in organic agriculture, and he created the organic manual, and there are more than 2,000 users of this manual. Vitaly, you're welcome.
Алло, да. Доброго дня усім. Так,
Good
всі вже,
afternoon.
наверное, устали, будемо закінчувати швидко.
Probably you are tired, so I'll try to be brief.
Там? Ага.
So my name is Vitaly Vorontsov, chairman of Green Agri Solutions. We also have agricultural cooperative AgroCare that brings together organic producers practicing biodynamic farming. And now we would like to certify three enterprises, three businesses. And in this presentation, does it work? Somehow it goes slow. And where is the very device?
Коротко хотел коснуться, что нас путают. У нас одна Facebook-сторінка «Громадська спілка зеленого рішення».
One Facebook page, Green Agri Solutions Public Union and AgroCare Agricultural Cooperative. And we have one Facebook page.
Где сам аппарат? Вот там вот. И достанем, да? Хорошо.
How does it work somehow? Oh, now it goes. Now that's better.
Да что ж таке?
Still, there are some issues, technical issues.
Я хотел коснуться
So I would like to talk about the law on advisory service. The very idea is that the state certifies the advisors, the agricultural advisory services, in any industry, and those experts actually have to prove that they can help the farmers, and the state certifies them. Later, the farmer cannot do anything on his or her land, and the farmer is actually using the services of the advisor. For example, the advisor is looking at the land, provides consulting, and the state fully pays for the services of the advisors. This is the way it works all over the world. We have the law, and it has been adopted, and we have the entire association of advisors and services, and we discuss how it can go. But now we do not have money for this, and I would like to briefly mention the problems the farmers have regarding consulting. For example, we have lots of advisors with huge experience. Well, I'm an engineer regarding my first higher education, so I provide advisory services regarding greenhouses. Mykola Bykov is an expert on grain and cereals. He's the national FAO expert, and he's delivering lecture on regenerative farming and carbon farming. Mr. Tataru has been growing organic integrated vegetables for 20 years. It seems to me that 80% of all greenhouses get his services. Olena Bolkovska, probably the best expert on nematode, and she's usually invited to consult on this issue because this is the very harmful things, and Olena comes and provides advices, and she is also an expert in polling and organic greenhouses. This is very important. Miss Kucheruk is an animal farming expert, so probably one of the best ones. Olha Bykova, a land expert, soil expert, and we have many, many others. So this is probably, I have mentioned the key experts in certain areas, and we invite all the people to join our team, particularly in the regions. What is the main problem? For example, last year, in 2024, we had 60 trips, but we visited a bit more than 40 agricultural producers and enterprises. Definitely, we were trying to understand what were the problems. And 25 organic producers were certified organic enterprises. And there was a report prepared what we did. We wanted to make actually 80 trips. In 2025, we actually want to cover 80 agricultural producers. And according to the reports of all the experts, 60 trips have already been done. And there are 25 certified organic producers. When we come, well, we do our work and we also produce the reports. So we want actually to take a photo with the farmer or at the farm or at the enterprise. So we have all the photos when the farm was visited, what was done, and we just make a report for every farm. So here you see the photos in the greenhouses. So we try to fix it, and we also fix it in our program. List of services provided by agricultural advisors. I have mentioned what we do, what is written in our website. We do field inspection, soil analysis, and the practice shows that there are lots of reports, and sometimes farmers do not actually look into those reports. And we actually help what is going on, what is wrong about water parameters, why the plants suffer from intoxication. The farmers do not always pay attention to pH of water and to soil parameters. They think that if they have some soil, the plants should grow, and it's definitely not the case about organic farming.
Вообще уже не розумію. Да, хотів сказати, що саме оці поїздки нам ще декілька років тому підключився німецький
Actually, several years ago, there was a project of Ukrainian German cooperation, and actually, I wanted to express our gratitude to Mr. Kaliberda and Mr. Drisman. So we were doing these trips for many years, and at the end of the year, we usually provide a report to them, how many farmers were visited and what we did, and they provide partial reimbursement of our expenses. Actually, we cover several 100,000 kilometers just for 1 year. Therefore, we are very much grateful to the project for their assistance. We have lots of experience, and we gained lots of experience as well. And in 2023,
дякую, це не я. А ще можна на ще на одну.
And we need one more. Next slide. So we did continuous professional development. In 2023, we decided to share our experience with all the farmers. Therefore, all advisors got together and started delivering lectures to the farmers regarding the common mistakes. So in 2023, we did 12 lectures on, for example, strawberry, on compost, on fundamentals of planting, and so on. And later we were supported by FIBL, and we established the Organic Discussion Club, and we had 21 training discussions. And actually, financially, we were assisted by FIBL with They're representatives of
І ми зробили
different
саме
foreign organizations.
дискусійний клуб, де кожну лекцію виносили якусь культуру і розбирали. Але ми
We
вибрали
got
такий
this
формат,
organic
що не
club, but
академічні
we chose
знання,
such a
тобто ми
format that
звали
not
якогось
academic knowledge. So
науковця,
we
який
were
говорив,
asking,
наприклад, що
inviting
місто
some
треба
kind of
так.
scientist
А ми
that was
звали
saying that you need to work
обов'язково
with wheat this
фермерів,
way.
які говорили, що
But
от
we
удостоверити ці
were asking
академічні
farmers,
знання,
we were
вони не
inviting
працюють,
farmers,
працюють от так.
and
Тому
they
дуже популярно
we
стало,
were
як фермери
explaining how it is all
підключалися,
in the practice.
тому
So
що
it was
вони
very
хотіли
popular.
побачити і
Farmers joined us
послухати
because they
практиків.
wanted to see and to
От,
listen to
тому для нас,
practitioners.
я
That's why
вважаю, дуже
I believe
класно
that
пройшов
it's
цей рік,
amazing
23-й.
year. This year was amazing for us,
Нам
2023.
допомагав Organic
We
Standard.
were helped by
Дякую велике, Віра
Organic Standard.
Посадська, про
Thanks a lot.
насінництво
Vira Posadzka
розказувала. Василь
were
Шукалович
talking to us.
виділював
Vasil
всі дані з
Shukalovich was
експорту.
also
І ви знаєте, да, що
all the
всі наші
data from
фермери,
expert. And you
от
know that
все
all
вроді
our
хорошо,
farmers,
як тільки узнають,
everything
що
is
хтось
okay. But as soon
продає
as they find out that
органічне,
someone is
там, якусь
someone is
культуру,
selling some kind of
кукурудзу,
organic
наприклад,
crop,
і
for
вдруг
example, corn,
починаєте, Василь
and
Шукалович прямо
immediately
показував, скільки у
Vasil
нас
Shukalovich
експорт
was
за
showing
23-й
how
рік.
about
І
our
фермера
export for
зразу такое,
2023, and
как бы,
farmers
желание
immediately
тоже
got
вирощувати,
this
тоже
will, this
органічно,
desire
тоже
to
продавати. Другие
also grow
продают
something
что, и
organic
он
to
не может.
sell, because if
Пан
others
Иван
sell, why
Гаврон,
they
естественно,
cannot sell?
самый, наверное,
Ivan Gavron, of course,
такой
the most
специалист по всем
the biggest
додатковым
specialist on all
речовинам,
additional,
дозволеним речовинам. Він
all
розказував
loved
про медь нам, про цинк,
substances. He
про
was
все,
talking
що
to us about
можна,
zinc,
щоб
about copper,
органічний
about what
виробник
can be
використовував,
used
що
by organic
неможливо.
producer, what cannot be
Ми
used.
звали
We
Ми звали всіх фермерів,
were
оскільки Олег
inviting
нас
all the
постійно
farmers. I just
брав
wanted to
участь,
show
Олексій
you that
Язиков, це ж
Alexei
Іван Нива, Сергій
Yazykov,
Козін, коли може з
Serhiy
поля
Kozin,
вилізти
when he can get
з'явитися
out
раз
of
на
the
півроку,
field and
то він
come
теж
to
нам
us once in
розказував, як
half a
в
year, he
агроекології вони
also was
вирощують. Юрій
telling us
Танцюра
how they
постійно
do
бере
it. Yuri
участь, і Роман
Tantsura
Костів
participates
про
constantly.
амарант
Roman Kostyev
розказував. Тому
was
всім
talking
нашим
to us about
фермерам,
amaranth. So all our
ну що,
farmers,
ось бо, в 23-му році ми
yes,
взагалі
are
провели
very
36
grateful. In
заходів. Це кожного
2023,
тижня
we
9
conducted
місяців
36
поспіль.
events. We held 36 events
Це
for 9
було
consecutive
дуже
months. It was
практично, що роз'їжджали по всій
very
країні ще
difficult. We were going
кожного
all around the
тижня в
country.
четвер.
Every
У нас
week
були
on
ці
Thursday,
лекції,
we had additional
чуть дах не
lectures.
поїхав.
We
Вот, але
almost got
от ми зробили
crazy,
це, дякуємо
but we
ФІБу,
did it.
теж
We
нам
are
допомагали. Це ж
thankful
і є
to
органічний
FIBO
дискусійний
because
клуб,
they
а
helped
це якраз
us.
наш цикл вебінарів. Тобто з
And
цього
this
вийшло
is our
отак
cycle of
36 заходів.
webinars.
Все
So
це
all in all, we
лежить у
had in
нас на
total 36
YouTube-каналі,
events.
все
Everything is on
це
our YouTube
в
channel,
вільної формі,
and
безкоштовно для
everything
всіх
is
фермерів.
for free for farmers.
Так, що ж з цим? Да. А в 24-му році ми
In
продовжили. Я
2024,
нічого не
we
знайшов, як
continued,
цикл лекцій
and I
назвати по
decided
назві
to
нашої
call a
громадської
series of
спілки, тому ми прямо
lectures
цикл лекцій «Зелені
Green
агрорішення»,
Agro
і ми
Solutions,
стали,
and
ну, це більш
we
глибший, розширений рівень знань.
got
Уже,
we
ну,
had
ми почали
we had
занурюватися
deeper and
вже в
broader
такі
level of
вещі,
knowledge here.
знання, які фермери вже хотіли
So we
би не просто
already
взагалі какую-то
provided
лекцію
such
послухати,
knowledge that
а
not
вже
only
прямо як
farmers want to
підготувати
listen to some
ґрунт,
kind of
там, як
lecture, but
почати
how to
сезон.
cultivate the
Тому
soil, how to
теж
prepare
ми
the soil, how to
зробили
start the
от,
season. So we
частково більше половини нас підтримала Фібл,
got it,
КФТП.
and FIBO,
Дякуємо
KFTP
велике
supported us. We're really
за
grateful
це.
for that.
Паралельно ми
At
взяли, у
at the
нас є
same
науковці,
time,
які, з
we
якими ми
have
дружимо, СНОБІ,
scientists
конкретно Микола
that
Павлович
we are
Косола.
friends with,
Він
Mykola Kosola,
преподає в
and
НОБІ
we
саме зберігаюче землеробство.
he
І
is
ми його
one of the
умовили
lecturer
там,
about
не знаю,
conservation
як, і ми
agriculture,
безкоштовно
and
за свої
we for
гроші
free,
зробили
for
цикл
actually
лекцій
for our
із
money, we
12
organized this
лекцій,
course of
саме
lecture. It
ті
consisted of
знання,
12
які він
lectures.
магістрам
The
читає.
knowledge that
Ну, а ми
he
чуть-чуть адаптували для
gives
фермерів,
to master
все-таки
students. We
фермери
adapted
не
them a little
студенти,
bit
вони
for
не можуть
masters
так
because
просто
masters are
слухати
not
лекції.
students. They
І ми
cannot
адаптували, і щоб
listen
в
to
кінці у нас
lectures like that.
підключилися
And
фермери,
in
які
the end, we also got
регенеративне
those farmers
землеробство,
joining us
і ми
who are dealing
зробили
with
такий цикл лекцій. Тому
regeneration
друге,
agriculture,
ми
and
що
we
зробили
organized this
опитування,
course of
і всі
lectures. We
фермери, хто
also
хотів,
had a survey, and
проходили
all
ці
farmers who
опитування,
wanted
і
to do
сертифікати ще
this, they
видавали. От просто рішили посмотреть, як
got a
можна
survey survey, and we also issued certificates. We just wanted to see how we can promote lecture farmers a little bit so that they can respond. To the National Association of Extension Services very often reaches out to us. So, for example, we have how to get our own quality seedlings, separate event. I was telling about the seedlings department, how all around the world people deal with such seedling department. I showed pictures. We were in Switzerland and in France. I was taking pictures everywhere because it was very interesting in 2019, 2020. Because Viktor Shuleshko was also talking about some working with plants in winter period. Then we had the same for production of biohumus, and we had lots of 150, if I'm not mistaken, representatives of communities. And for them, we also organized such event about how production of biohumus from organic waste communities. Yes, thank you. And last year, the National Association of Association of Agricultural Extension Services of Ukraine was invited to conduct lectures for new extension officers on conservation, regenerative carbon, organic, biodynamic, and permaculture farming. And Valentina Movchan told them about this permaculture farming, so that they have, oh, I'm going to speak even faster now. It's just that I need to click it a little bit faster, and if I click it faster, then I will be faster as well. Then in 2025, due to this new climate-oriented fund and so on and so forth, and organic info, we organized a new cycle of lectures on sustainable agriculture practices and farming of the future with a more in-depth level. I just wanted to show here that we're really grateful to everyone. I can't pronounce all of this, QFTP, so on and so forth. Fibel, thanks a lot. They always support us, and they help us in creating such lectures on regenerative farming. I also wanted to show that on our YouTube, we actually did not invest there at all. Fibel helped us, QFTP helped us. We had advertisement of some kind of small clips, like 5 videos, 1 minute long. But we do not promote the very YouTube channel because we do not see why. And if to talk about 2024, even if not to look at the reviews, we have only 4,000 of subscribers, 5,000 hours are viewed. And in 2025, our videos were viewed for 5,000 hours. And I want to say that in year we have 365 days. And if to multiply it by 24, it's more than 200 days of reviews per year. So we don't do absolutely anything to promote it, but farmers are very interested in it. They visit our YouTube pages, and we every month have 100 people plus. I'm very happy. I believe that we do great work here, and we post nice content, interesting for farmers. Yes, we have lots of experience, and we decided to have some kind of handbook, and we are really grateful also to German-Ukrainian cooperation in the sphere of organic farming. They helped us to publish this handbook. By the way, we published lots of issues for agrarian universities and colleges, and now we are sending this all to libraries and to departments. We went to scientific councils where it was important, and we got the status of educational handbook. So every university can have lectures taking the material from our handbook. Lots of organizations sell their handbooks, but thanking to Stefan and the whole project, they helped us to make it for free and print it and in electronic version, digital version. I just wanted to show that for the 4th of September, I haven't been looking at the statistics. Even in electronic variant, we have lots of copies downloaded. Once per month, I visit this page and I see. I'm very happy that everyone can download it, look at it, read it. I also wanted to, just in a nutshell, we have lots of handbooks that I know that are absolutely useless, but handbooks might be considered useless, but information in them is interesting. But when scientists write their handbooks, they kind of transfer their knowledge, and it turns out that later there is no promotion. And we decided to promote it for the very first time, to test how handbook can be promoted. So once again, we are really grateful to Mr. Stefan and Alexander Kaliberda and to German Fund, because they supported us financially. We organized lectures of meeting with authors, and we promoted this handbook, and we see the results that it is 1,800, more than 2,000 already downloads, and everyone knows about this handbook right now. So somehow I think that each and every handbook with quality information, with interesting information, should be promoted, because if, for example, something is created, something really great, it just goes into the library and that's it, no one sees it. So we wanted to say that our plans, we have joint plans, we wanted to create this networks of consultants on organic development and develop comprehensive package of services. I just wanted to say that everything that I have been talking about is just 1,000th of what should be in our country. We cannot deal with this. You know, we cover 100,000 kilometers, but what does it mean? 80 farmers. Just for you to understand, in Lithuania, they have 400 such advisors, such extension officers. For Latvia, this is like Kyiv region. And organic consultants, we have, thanks to organic standard, they created this handbook for consultants. They have 35 consultants there. Among them, 7 are in our company. So it's absolutely nothing. So now I am coming to the end already. Now about the problems. So everything that we do, that's of course great, but the problem is that our farmers generally do not want to share their information. And consultants do not want to share the information among themselves about farmers, because such extension officers, they are competitors, because farmer pays, but farmer will never pay until he or she understands that this consultant can help him. When he understands that they already got this help, and only then they start paying, and only then consultants start sharing all these farmers. And for me, as for the head, it's very difficult to deal with that. But as soon as the state starts paying for consulting, or maybe some funds can help, then all consultants will become independent. And all market of organic farmers can be consulted. So we are moving towards that. So I actually really do hope for agrarian students. I already called all agrarian universities, and if they have Department of Organic Farming, to tell whether they have students who are adequate. I can provide them with work, and he or she can go somewhere. They will be taught. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to say that our farmers they do not want to share their problems. So that's why we all have problems. We all have problems with that. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I don't know whether I managed to do it or not. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vitaly. Before we move to the official part, I have one more important announcement. Actually, what Vitaly was talking about, they really have lots of information on their YouTube channel that it's difficult to even add some kind of our lectures and trainings there. But we are trying in any case, and we always do not go into agronomic sphere. So probably you have all heard about such project as female entrepreneurship in organic sector. The project is being implemented with the help of Switzerland Information Center Green Dossier in cooperation with NGO Organic Initiative. Do not be afraid of this title female. We are for gender equality. So we respect males as well, and we really value them, especially in our current conditions. Sometimes it's even more important now than to promote a female agriculture, but the title is already like that. The project is going to be until the end of the year. We have participants of our previous courses here with us that we conducted. Now we are going to have three courses. One, the last one hasn't been announced even yet. It's just we are just opening the registration form. Modern digital solutions for organic enterprise. There were 2 webinars, 11 of them planned. They can still join. The only thing that I would like to say that priority is for organic certified producers. If we lack spaces, because the number of spaces is limited, we will actually give the benefit to producers. If to talk about modern digital solutions, you can still join it. There are some matters on automatization, CRM systems, and using of AI, artificial intelligence, a pretty interesting practical course. Communication for organic business, this will be 4 lectures and 2 practical classes. It starts next Monday. So far, I see, according to the registration, that we have already several places here. The third one, it's not a course as such, but it is a cycle. We called it of legislation meeting on organic business. We have, well, we always have some legal issues, it's understandable, but what we are going to talk about here, it's laws, the fact that the code, agricultural code is not in action right now. Rights on renting the land, deterioration of lands because of shellings, algorithms of actions because of shellings, and lots of other information on agricultural lands, taking away agricultural lands from Russian citizens, some practical advice on soils, and so on and so forth. Registration is open already now. We are going to open the registration, so please use those benefits that we have here. Thank you. Thank you. And now we have the final part of our conference. It is giving out awards, certificates to winners of the rating Top 20 leading organic brands of Ukraine. I just want to say a few words about this rate. And what is important for you to know about it is that, thank you, I got Igor Kravchenko here to me, the local head of the program, because we are conducting it with the support of Switzerland and within Swiss-Ukrainian program QFTP. So about the rating in a nutshell.
Why do we need this rating? In order to promote the very market, in order to popularize the products for our final consumers. The point is not only about this awards ceremony. 2 months after, we still will be promoting it, will communicate the topic to the citizens of Ukraine, and will promote the leaders of our rating, will talk about the assortment, about different things related to organic market and organic products. Our final goal is to reach the consumer, to popularize the organic product, and to improve the visibility of Ukraine Ukrainian organic labeling. How was this rating created? We collected statistics, first of all, and here I'm grateful to our partner, the certifying body Organic Standard. They provided us with objective market statistics. It was about the leaders of organic product sales in Ukraine. First of all, regarding the net volume in tons and regarding the market value of the product sold. And then we made a dossier on the basis of certain parameters, and we had a competition commission. There were 30 companies who were leaders both in terms of volumes and in terms of market. So we had our commission, and the commission evaluated all those companies on the basis of several parameters: development of range of products, representation in trade chains, marketing activity, sales volume, and subjective expert opinion of the member of commission. And as a result, we came up with top 20 brands that we are going to actually talk about. Who were the members of the competition board? They were 5 independent experts who know the organic products, the organic market, the organic industry in general. These are people who are not related to any specific brands, and these experts were working independently as volunteers. First of all, this is Serhiy Halashevsky, General Director of Organic Standard, Andrei Konyashin, Executive Director of the Federation of Organic Movement of Ukraine, Igor Kravchenko, the country manager of Swiss Ukrainian project QFTP, Alexander Pozanyuk, head of the company projects. Probably you know Alexander because he actually contributed to bringing lots of organic brands to Sylpo and to the development of trade in organic products. He really contributed a lot to the development of organic market. And Katerina Shor, who is the manager of the project in the information center Green Dossier and the member of the board of Organic Initiative. So we are very grateful to the members of this selection commission, and we'll start our awards ceremony. I will announce the winners, and the winners will get the awards we have prepared, and we'll start backwards, starting with place number 20. So the 20th place, Natur Green, Ukraine. I'm sorry, I get a call from my child. So we have a trademark, Nature Green Ukraine. And I would like to mention that not everybody managed to come. For example, Natur Green are from the Transcarpathian region. So if the winner is not here, we'll definitely send all the awards via mail. 19th place, trademark Alive. Place 18, private enterprise organic greenhouse. Place 17, family garden, trademark. Place 16, private entrepreneur Marchenko. And the trademark is Andrei Svetovich. Thank you very much, Andrei, for coming. Thank you for producing organic products and for actually working under very stressful circumstances because you are close to the Russian border. But as far as I understand, you have your shop. Andrei is a person who's promoting organic products in Shostka and actually anywhere he is. Wish you all success. Place 15, limited liability company, farming enterprise Агростариця. Place 14, company Organic Expert. Place 13, trademark Blueberry Organic Blueberry Farm. Place 12, $100, trademark $100. I see that Jan is here. Thank you very much for your range of products. Very nice, very tasty. Thank you. Place 11, Укролія, trademark Garna Organic. Thank you. Place 10, company Diamant Ltd, the trademark Kazop Organica. Place 9, Galax Agro, trademark Galax Agro.
Олена, вам виходити і виходити, так що
Olena, lots of work for you.
Галекс Агро.
Galax Agro.
Вітаємо і дякуємо.
Congratulations.
А, Олена, не уходьте далеко.
Olena, please stay here.
ПГ, домашня
Place
курочка,
8,
торгомарка Organic Kitchen.
домашня курочка and trademark Organic Chicken.
Олена, знов не уходьте.
Olena, please stay here.
Сьоме місце ТОВ
Place
органічний м'ясний
7,
продукт, торгомарка
organic meat
Organic Meat.
product, organic trademark, organic meat.
І нарешті можете
And
присісти, тільки
now you can
ненадовго.
actually come back to your seat.
Шосте місце ТОВ Мольфар Еко,
Place 6,
торгомарка
Molfar
Мольфар.
Eco, trademark Molfar.
Найзалізничніший, найелітніший. Вітаємо.
Most premium
Всього
tea.
найкращого.
All the best to you.
П'яте місце ТОВ Органік Оригінал, торгова
Place
марка
5,
Екород.
Organic Original, trademark
Просимо.
Ecorod.
Дякуємо за такий широкий
Thank you
асортимент.
very much for such an assortment.
Дякуємо.
Thank you.
Четверте місце ТОВ Сквирський комбінат хлібопродуктів, торгова
Place
марка
4,
Сквирянка.
Skverianka, trademark.
Дякуємо за широку
Thank
дистрибуцію
you for
органічної бакалеї. Дякуємо.
extensive distribution of organic products.
Третє місце ТОВ Старий Порець,
The
торгова
third
марка Старий
place,
Порець.
Старий Порец, trademark.
Да, їм передадуть. Так, друге місце ТОВ
The
Дунайський
second
аграрій,
place, Дунайський
торгова марка
аграрій,
Дунайський аграрій.
trademark Дунайський
Друге
аграрій.
місце.
This is the second place.
Вітаємо Дунайський аграрій.
Congratulations to Дунайський аграрій, Danube Agrarian.
І нарешті перше місце.
And finally, the
ТОВ
winners,
Organic Milk, торгова марка
Organic
Organic Milk.
Milk, trademark
Вітаємо.
Organic Milk. Congratulations.
Дорогі колеги, ми вітаємо наших
Dear
лідерів. Ми
colleagues,
дуже вдячні за те, що ви
congratulations to
продовжуєте
our
виробляти,
leaders.
за
Thank you
вашу
for
дистрибуцію,
everything you
продукцію.
produce, for
На
distributing
цьому
your products.
наша конференція офіційно завершена.
This is the official
І ми дуже дякуємо вам за
ending
участь.
of our
Сподіваємося, це було
conference.
корисно.
Thank you for participation.
І
I
для
hope it was
завершення.
useful for you.
Дякуємо.
And that's the end.
Оголошення організаційне. Зараз у нас буде фуршет
Now, there is an announcement. We shall have a reception in the neighboring building, in the adjacent building.